Good morning, everybody, and it's not just a warm welcome to the Daytona International Speedway, it's a red-hot welcome to the Daytona International Speedway. We've got a full day of racing. We're bringing you the HSR Daytona Classic 24-hour, brought to you by Matador Motorsports. A big thank you to them for making this live stream possible, to bring you all the pictures live throughout. We've got an absolutely massive amount of racing to get through. You're not going to believe the support races that we've got coming for you. We've got a 102 car grid. Yes, that's what I said, a 102 car grid coming up in our global GT race. And that's even before all of the absolute creme de la creme of the Classic 24-hour group races get underway. Right now on track, we've got cars out for the last of our WeatherTech sprint races. In fact, the penultimate WeatherTech sprint race. Got two more of them to go. Out at the moment is groups 2 and 3. An eclectic mix, which is very much in the manner of how the HSR organisation goes about their racing. We'll have more information on that when we get that race underway. So we've got 3 support races to bring you. Then we go into our big race build-up. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm joined down in the pits for the moment by Jeff Wright. And then later on this afternoon, we'll be having Marshall Pruitt doing a bit of a prowling job, a stalking job in the paddock. And he'll be joining me on the grid for the feverish build-up to getting this event underway. There are lots of stories entwined in all of our classic group races. We start things off with Group E. That is it's a group that I think you're going to enjoy. It's a group effectively made of GT cars, and we've got 34 cars that have qualified for our Group E start, and we'll be getting it's a predominantly Porsche being the choice of manufacturer on that grid, but we have got a bit of an eclectic mix coming up. For now, though, we've got a race on the track. We've got an absolute race on the track. I think we've got Jeff Wright down in the pits. Well, I'm going to give it a try to get a chat with Jeff. Jeff, we've got another WeatherTech sprint race to get going with. And as we can see, we've got some beautiful pictures that are coming from the Speedway of, as ever, quite a mix of machines there. And HSR being what it is about, it's all about track time for these drivers and customers, isn't it?
It certainly is, Joe. It certainly is. It's going to be a great race coming up here. We're getting into everything is heating up, as you said, heating up here at Daytona. We'll still have the NASCAR podium to do down here as we clear some of the cars out of the way, but it's definitely exciting. And we're on a live stream presented by Matador Motorsports.
Yeah, the event, we have to mention Mission Foods presents this Daytona Classic this year, 2024. It's an event that kicked off in 2014. Can you believe that 10 years ago? I was lucky enough and privileged enough to be part of that event back in 2014 when the idea of bringing the Daytona Classic. It's an event to pay tribute, homage, call it what you will, to the classic sports car event that happens here every January, the 24 Hours of Daytona, a race that kicked off not so much with a 24-hour race. It started here in 1962 with what was a 3-hour race, and then the first 24-hour race that kicked off in 1966. More of the history coming later. At the moment, we've got the pace car just bringing the field of our WeatherTech sprint races. Now, a lot of these cars you are going to see back out this afternoon as part of their classic group races, and we kind of give the customers, the drivers, the car owners, the opportunity to go racing this morning. We've been racing here since 8 a.m. Yes, I was here in my pyjamas and my smoking jacket. And that's how early we'll start here. And it kind of gives the car owners, competitors, the teams, call them what you will, a chance of a bit of a morning warm-up kind of feel. We have got trophies and we have got a podium presentation to come to you after what is this 10-lap race. And we are going to go racing proper. However, we are going to see a lot of respect out there on the track. We are going to see a lot of discretion being the better part of valour, because these cars are needed very much for when we get going later on this afternoon. We are indeed racing. The pace car has pulled off, and a grid of, I think, 24 cars have come out to play in this WeatherTech sprint race, groups 2 and 3 out there. So we have got 2 races in one. We'll try and keep a handle on that. We've got everything from a Mark 1 Escort in the form of Robert Brown's number 85 there, the white, predominantly white with the yellow and black side stripes on it, with the livery of that car. That car, a part of the 24 Hours of Daytona, would you believe? That car was part of a class, one of the slower classes here, up against the GTPs of the era in the mid-70s to early 80s. And already the pack into the Western Horseshoe. And I've got nothing to report. Everybody behaving themselves. No surprise there, though, is there, Jeff? Everybody needing their machines to be in relatively pristine order to get through and to get on with the event that everybody wants to win, and that's the Classic 24. So everybody behaving themselves, it seems like, out there, Jeff. So Jeff Wright still in the podium area, it seems. He's not quite in the pit lane. We'll take a check on who is leading, as the field already into the Le Mans chicane. And the whole field have got a bit of a lock-up going into the Le Mans chicane there, but the rest of the field onto the banking now. Across the line then to complete lap number 1, and it's George Kavakis in the 944 Turbo, the front-ended Porsche 1986 version. Behind in second, just over a second the gap there, Ian Sumner in the Morgan, a 1953 Morgan. That's why I did mention the word eclectic, and that's exactly what we've got here for groups 2 and 3 in this WeatherTech sprint race. Dawn Myers has gone through in her 1969 Porsche 911S, and then in 4th place Gary Stanbury in another 944 Turbo Cup car. The Porsche 944 Turbo Cup, a series that was predominantly held in Canada at tracks like Montreal, Mosport, and of course part of the Trois Rivers Formula Atlantic event. That was pretty much a globally established place to be, the likes of Gilles Villeneuve coming out of that. So the Porsche 944 Turbo Cup being a part of that scene up in Canada. Robert Brown in the Escort coming through in 5th. Randy Slamayan is 6th. Leo Giannone 7th. Then we've got Nicholas Clements 9th, and rounding off the top 10 is the 1967, the Porsche 911S of Nicholas Clements in 8th. We've got a Ginetta G4, would you believe, rounding off the top 10. Thomas Grudovic in the number 94. Just coming out onto the banking for the second time. It will be 2 laps completed this time by, and if anything, George Kavakis out there in the lead of things. The tan and red coloured Porsche there of Craig Watkins, I think that is. That car had a run out this morning. We've got the Honda Prelude of Don Underjack and Danny Stewart in the field as well. We'll get a look at that shortly. That's at the back of the field. They've been on a couple of podiums this weekend. As a move down the inside for a place change there, as Gary Stanbury moving ahead of Dawn Myers. As the field complete 2 laps then, George Kavakis, gaps come down, Ian Sumner catching him, the Morgan is catching the Porsche 944 out of turn 1 and heading towards the East Horseshoe. Into and out of the East Horseshoe now and heading towards the kink. So that lead battle was under a second there, about 0.8 of a second. It looks a little bit bigger than that, but behind them Gary Stanbury ahead of Dawn Myers now. Robert Brown in the Escort kind of taking a bit of a watching brief. That's your top 5. Dawn Myers in the 911S just falling behind Gary Stanbury, the car, the 944, the front engine car there just ahead of her. And the Escort Mark 1 of Robert Brown, a very, very fast car. Now, you would think an Escort Mark 1, I mean, that's a family saloon. This is the RS version, the RS 1600 version. 1975 is the year of that car, and a beautiful standard of preparation. If you are at the track and you're in the stands and you haven't had a walk around the paddock yet, then you're really missing out. You need to get down there. And you've got plenty of time to get away from trackside and have a wander about and just see the standard of preparation on these cars. It really is another awesome event pulled off by HSR again. Mission Foods presenting this year's HSR Daytona Classic 24, and the live stream brought to you by Matador Motorsports. And a big thank you to Matador for enabling us to share this with the world, really. Some beautiful pictures coming off the Daytona Motor Speedway. The weather has been absolutely gorgeous all week. We've had a typical Florida downpour at about just when the sun goes down. And we've got a car pulling off into the pits, and that might just be Dawn Myers, I think, might be just pulling off. No, Dawn Myers has gone through. It's Sumner from second place, and he's not pulling onto the pit lane. He is actually going back behind the wall. So we've lost Sumner from the top 5 as Dawn Myers, in that beautifully liveried number 52 Porsche 911S, the 1969 version, moves up into second place. However, 5.5 seconds the gap now, as the Morgan has pulled in, running so well, chasing down George Kavakis, our leader, in the front-engined Porsche 944, the 1986 car being the car of the moment, as we've got Robert Brown out there, and Robert in the Ford Escort being challenged. 3 Wide Racing on the infield has just gone off, and we've got that pretty much. I mentioned discretion being the better part of valor. Well, when the green flag flies, that kind of ethic goes out the window. We've got side-by-side racing throughout around this track, as the leaders have pulled away a little bit of a gap now. 5.5 seconds, George Kavakis in the 944, pulling on Dawn Myers. However, Gary Stanbury in the number 177 in third place, not that far ahead of Robert Brown, who is now being challenged, and indeed challenging. So we are 7 laps to go. We've completed 3. Kavakis will tick off his 4th lap, as out of NASCAR turn 4 he comes, whilst the rest of the field are on the back straight. Kavakis now in 4 laps completed. It's Craig Watkins. Now he's sharing with Johannes van Overbeek, and I suspect that we might see Johannes. Remember, Johannes, if you're a follower of the US sports car scene, Johannes van Overbeek is not a name that would be unfamiliar to you. He was part of the American Le Mans series for many years, and Johannes now at the wheel of that. It's the tan and red Porsche that we saw earlier out on track. And he is absolutely flying. He has reduced the gap to 4 seconds. Question is, can Watkins and Overbeek, they're the drivers that are down to drive this car later on in the Classic, and I'm not sure which of those drivers. Jeff Wright might be able to shed some light on that if he is indeed down in the pit lane. I'm not sure if Jeff has managed to get down there yet. He might be able to shed some light on us as we head towards the flag. We're heading towards half distance. It'll be half distance this time by. And the question on everybody's mind is whether or not George Kavakis can hold back that ever-challenging tan and red-coloured car number 46, Craig Watkins and Johannes van Overbeek. I'm going to take a punt and say it's Johannes van Overbeek in that car. As the Ginetta continues round as well, the Ginetta well up there. We've got the tiny little Diasso D962. It's a bit of a sports racer type of car that had its own series. There's no doubt about it that the lead is coming down to be all about the George Kavakis Porsche 944 and the Watkins and Overbeek 911. We've got cars from 1986 in the lead, and we've got a car from 1968 chasing him down. And already the gap narrowing. And that's not going to be long before we see a challenge for the lead. They're onto the infield, heading towards the West Horseshoe. They'll very soon be negotiating that one. And the leader coming out of the West Horseshoe, heading towards turn 6. All important, this turn 6. You dictate your straight line speed out onto the banking. Yes, you might be turning left, but because it's banking, you're absolutely flat out, and you need all of that power. Overbeek in the 911 pulls alongside the leader, and we've got a change of lead out there on track around NASCAR turn 1 into NASCAR turn 2. And by the time we come out of NASCAR turn 2, Johannes van Overbeek has taken the lead from George Kavakis at the half distance. And now it'll be 4 laps to the flag the next time these cars come by us. So we'll have that confirmed on the timing screen. Into and out of the Le Mans chicane. Lots of racing down the order as well. Robert Brown and Gary Stanbury, they're having a cracking battle behind this lead battle, but right now we've got a change of lead as they come down and across the line. It will be 4 laps to go this time by, and a change of lead for the first time in this race. George Kavakis led off the line. Behind these two, a great battle going on between Gary Stanbury in the 944 Turbo Cup. That's the blue car with the orange and red stripes, and then we've got the Escort Mark 1 distinctive white, yellow and black livery chasing after that Porsche 944. There's the power of the 1975 shopping car, really. I can't really call an RS Escort a shopping car, but you know what I mean. Based on the family saloon. It's the sport version that Ford brought out. As the lead has gone through already, and we will see whether the Escort can actually make a challenge. They are at the East Horseshoe hairpin now, to right-hand hairpin. Out of there, it's maximum acceleration. Just ahead of them is the Randy Slumayan car 962, aptly numbered. He's in the Diasso D962. It was a spec formula, a little sport racer formula that was very prevalent in the mid-2000s, and it pretty much looks like a Porsche 962 from a distance. It's kind of like, how far away is that? It's like a scale model of the Porsche 962, and it just looks like a smaller version as it pulls out onto the banking. Behind them, though, behind the little sports racer, we've got the Porsche 944, the blue car with the yellow stripe, and Robert Brown racing very, very hard indeed. The Porsche hanging on through the West Horseshoe, and indeed side by side on the banking now as they head down to the Le Mans chicane. The leaders have already settled in with Johannes van Overbeek, George Kavakis, Dawn Myers, Randy Slumayan, and then this battle here side by side towards the chicane. And it's the Escort on the outside. He has to back out of that as Gary Stanbury stands his ground in the number 177. That's the blue car, and the white and yellow Escort still battling it out. The Escort now falling in behind. 3 laps to go. 7 laps completed for Johannes van Overbeek. It's not over yet at the front though, with George Kavakis in the 944 having been overtaken and lost the lead to Van Overbeek in the 911. He's coming back at him. This is a battle for the lead. You've got battles all the way down the order. I'm sure if you're out there in the stands, you will be able to find a race that you can set your eyes on. You've got racing all the way through the field, but right now we're kind of focusing on the battle for the lead, and indeed the battle between those 2 cars there, Gary Stanbury in the Porsche 944, the blue one, and then the bright white and yellow and black. Oh, lock up for the Escort. But the race for the overall lead is not over, and George Kavakis in second place, having put in the race fastest lap. He's charging after Johannes van Overbeek. It'll be 2 more laps. Well, we've got 2.5 laps really, because they're just coming out of NASCAR 2. And if anything, Van Overbeek has pulled a bit of a gap as they've come out onto the banking, and that's a bit of a cushion to Kavakis. But Kavakis will close up on the braking for the Le Mans chicane into the left and the right. That's the slower part of the Le Mans chicane. All repaved out there. They've taken away the grass on the outfield. If you go off the track, you're onto tarmac still. You don't have to charge across the grass. It makes life a little bit easier to regain control of the car when that happens. And as they come out with NASCAR turn 4, here they go across the line. Now the gap was just over 0.2 of a second. It's probably about the same there. So Van Overbeek controlling things and controlling the pace nicely, it seems. Crossing the line now. Yeah, it's out to a second, if anything, controlling it very much in his favour. Dawn Myers crossing the line to complete 8 laps now in that black and yellow version of hers. That's about 11 seconds behind Randy Slomayan. And here's the battle that we've been watching intently. Gary Stanbury and Robert Brown almost side by side on the tri-oval. They have come through in 5th and 6th. Jamie Busby, just having a little bit of a rundown of the top 10. Jamie Busby in 7th place. Nicholas Clements in 8th. 9th was Leo Giannoni and Thomas Grudovic in the Ginetta, still rounding off that top 10. So just looking down beneath me on the tri-oval, I can see the white flag being readied. It will be shown to our leader at the moment, Johannes van Overbeek. I'm taking a punt at saying that it is Johannes van Overbeek at the wheel of this car. He's, if it's not, then forgive me, Craig, because it's been a sterling drive. You are leading this race, and you are heading towards the white flag. So as the 2 minis that have been circulating pretty much all week together, they've had their own little private duel out there on track. We look back towards the NASCAR's turn 3 and 4, and if anything, that looks like Van Overbeek has really put a cracking lap in on this penultimate lap, and he's got the biggest cushion that he's seen pretty much for the whole of this WeatherTech sprint race. Here they come then, the leader, Johannes van Overbeek, down and across the line. Let's see what the gap is. It was about a second. He's pulled out a bigger gap there. Oh no, he has not. It shows how mind-boggling the perspective you get on the tri-oval. It's about 0.8 of a second. So technically, George Kavakis has closed that gap, and now we've got Van Overbeek taking on a Morgan in the form of a back marker. The back mark keeps well out of the way, and Kavakis has made his way through now. The 2 leaders, Concertina up, 1st and 2nd, Concertina up into the East Horseshoe. And the word is, the question to be answered is, can George Kavakis challenge for that lead and get it back? I get a feeling that Overbeek is kind of managing this Porsche all the way to the flag. They're through the kink now, straight into the braking area for the West Horseshoe. Through the right-hander, tricky corner this, off camber. You can easily fall foul of that camber and end up off track on the outside if you just miss your braking point by a metre, a few feet or so, you can find yourself way out there. Into turn 6, which leads onto the banking, and it looks like it's relatively settled with Van Overbeek leading George Kavakis out onto the NASCAR's 2 and 3. Or 1 and 2, I should say. Get the NASCAR banking corners in numerical order. Out onto the back straight though, it's Overbeek and Kavakis heading towards the checkered flag, and it will be the Le Mans chicane to negotiate. The concertina up, and it looks like Kavakis in a position to challenge, but when they accelerate out, if Kavakis can stay on the rear bumper of that leading Porsche at 911, he might have a chance to get in the slipstream. They've got 2 minis ahead of them that are having their own private little battle. They've been doing this all week, actually, the minis. And they are side by side, the leaders. It's going to be 3 wide past the minis, and it is an absolute storming drive from Kavakis, who goes around the outside of Overbeek and will lead across the line when it matters. George Kavakis takes the win in fine style there, and the fastest lap of the race on that last lap. That had everything to do with how Kavakis came out of that final turn. That final turn being the Le Mans chicane, of course. And then you've got that massive drag race all the way around NASCAR's 3 and 4, down the chute into the tri-oval. The slipstream came into play, and it was the science that won that race for George Kavakis. But all credit to the driver. He knew how to play the science being the slipstream effect out onto the fastest run, the longest run from the Le Mans chicane all the way around to the tri-oval and the start-finish line. This one being the finish line for George Kavakis, who takes the win by about 0.6 of a second there. So that was an absolute punch by using the slipstream. The rest of the field coming through. Dawn Myers takes the flag in 3rd place. The little Diasio D962 of Randy Slumayan, the number 962, will be classified in 4th. We've then got that battle for 5th. That's been pretty much the whole race long. The Porsche 944 from 1988 of Gary Stanbury, the number 177, finally settled that one for 5th. Robert Brown in that beautiful and immaculate Ford Escort Mark 1 RS. He finishes in 6th place. We've got Jamie Busby in the 1995, the Toyota WSR, the 1600cc sports racer car 034. He finishes in 7th. Leo Giannoni in the Porsche 911, the 1972 ST. He finishes in 8th. Nicholas Clements in the 1967 Porsche 911S. Nicholas finishing in 8th. Then we had the Ginetta G4, this 1966 Ginetta G4, one of the first Ginettas built by the company in the UK. It's still running. Ginetta as a manufacturer, still there, very present in certainly UK and international sports car racing, all the way from 14-year-old junior Ginettas all the way through to British GTs and international sports cars. Lawrence Tomlinson's company there being represented here in the history of sports car racing at Daytona by that Ginetta G4, and that was driven very, very well indeed for Thomas Grudovic there, coming through in 10th. We've got Ray Schaefer sharing the car this weekend with Carsten LeBlanc. Not sure which of the drivers were in the car at the time. It's the 944 Turbo Cup version, and Ray finishing in 11th. Felipe Kraus was 12th in his 944 Turbo, and then we've got another 944 from 1988 is Keith Martin, just finishing in 13th behind Felipe Kraus. We've got the winners making their way to the podium area and the winner's circle. Down there is Jeff Wright, and hopefully we can head down there now and get a word with our winners before we go through our podium presentation for our WeatherTech sprint race groups 2 and 3. We've got one more WeatherTech sprint race. This will be for groups 5 and 7. We'll have a look at their grid when we come out of the podium presentations, but right now I think we may be able to go down to Jeff. Beautiful weather here at Daytona. This is the 10th year of the HSR Daytona Classic 24, brought to you by Mission Foods, presented by Mission Foods this year. And we're able to bring you all of the action on our live stream here. And a big thanks to Matador Motorsports for making that work and making that actually happen. The weather forecast is for consistent weather. However, it is Florida. The weather forecast all week has been for consistent weather, consistency of sunshine, that is. However, every night it has rained in some form, and a couple of nights ago during night practice we had a massive downpour that caused a bit of consternation out on track. It certainly caused a few problems for the drivers that were out there on slicks. It'd been a practice session, wasn't really a problem, they just pulled in, but it was very, very tricky the way the rain came down. So we might have rain later on, and we might have a chance to head down to the podium now where Jeff Wright is. Let's head down to Jeff.
Great warm-up for the Classic 24 coming up.
Yeah, it's great. It's fun doing this with Craig. We've been doing this together for a long time, and it's fun to be with the 901 shop guys, put together a great car, and it's fun getting back to my roots in one of these old air-cooled cars.
I haven't seen you up on the podium yet, so I'm always talking to him, so we'll have to see if we can make that different next time you guys are up here.
Yeah, that's why we're here. We're here to win.
All right, well, hope to see you later. Craig, great job out there. How'd the car feel?
Car's good. It was very good, yeah. Great to have Johannes as a coach, and great race against Steve's, clean and fast and competitive, and yeah, lucky to be here.
Great job. Congratulations. Great. Good luck with in the Classic 24.
Thank you. Thank you.
George Kavakis was the winner in this class. George, great job out there. You guys always put on a great show. You're in the 114 car, 944, 951.
Yeah, I was glad that Craig came out and legitimized it, because he gave me a run for my money, and then finally was able to not mess up the bus stop this time like I did the first race. I want to thank all my friends, my brother Derek, and my brother David, and my friend Derek. They helped me, and everybody else that helps me get here, because I couldn't do it without them. And my wife. Don't forget my wife.
Definitely can't forget the wife. Yeah. We'll talk to you up on the podium in just a moment. Great job. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Let's get a word with Kenneth Greenberg. Ken?
Only one word?
Oh, yeah, only one word. Only one word, Kenneth. We're live on the Matador Racing live stream. You're here in the Morgan 44, number 243. Finally getting to talk to you on the podium here.
Boy, I'll tell you, it ain't my Porsche. You know, that was 836, but this is so much fun. It is so much fun. You know, I'm racing Bill. I say goodbye to him. I'm going to throw a bungee cord out at him, and then I'm past him. I don't know. It's good. It's so much fun.
It's tough. We're glad you're here at Daytona having fun. We'll talk to you on the podium in just a moment. Congratulations.
Okay, thanks, man. Always fun.
Always fun. That's Kenneth Greenberg. Kenneth Greenberg taking third place in the Group 2 battle. Let's get a quick word with Bill Treffert. Bill, you just climbed out of your beautiful Corvette and on the podium again. Talked to you yesterday. Having a pretty good weekend here with the family.
We are. We're doing well. I see my daughter Dawn over there. She got up on the podium too, so congratulations to her. No, we've done well. Good race. Great weather.
All right, we'll talk to you in just a moment. Great job. Yeah, we're going to move up to the podium presentation here in just a moment. Dawn Myers was up here as well. Where is Dawn? Come over here. Let's come over here, Dawn. Let's get a quick word with you. Dawn was driving the number 52 car. Dawn is the daughter of Bill, sister of Todd Treffert. Dawn, great job out there. Good to see you up here on the podium at Daytona.
Happy to be here. Thanks for the opportunity. 901 shop keeps everything rolling, so that's always nice. A few of the frequent flyers took a break for this session. They're saving themselves for the 24 Classic, so I appreciate the opportunity to find a place on the podium. Good finish.
All right, we'll give you a trophy and hardware here in just a moment. Joe?
Good racing, Don.
Thank you, Jeff. Always great to be able to chat to those drivers after a race, get the inside stories. I mean, I'm just up here speculating as much as I can. What we really want to know is what's actually happening, and it's until we talk to the drivers, I always enjoy getting that insight into what was really going on there. Great to have Johannes van Overbeek here as well. He's a driver that I was very familiar with. Just to give you an idea of what's happening, everybody, we've got a couple more of our support races before we go into our race build-up. and it will be the last of the WeatherTech sprint races coming up next. I say the last. We had a bunch of racing yesterday. We started racing this morning, and if you haven't been to one of these HSR events, the Daytona Classic is Daytona Classic 24 this year, presented by Mission Foods. It is a great event to come to. If you enjoy watching racing cars on track, then you will have your fill by the time we get to Sunday afternoon, because the track is never not busy, if that makes sense. We've got another couple of, another couple of support races. The groups 5 and 7, so 2 races within one. The last of our WeatherTech sprint races for the weekend coming up next. And then we've got what I can only describe as going to be quite a unique sight. We've got 102 cars registered. Yes, that's 102. 102 cars have registered for our Global GT and RS Cup race. That's scheduled for 11:50, and we are on schedule here to be right on timetable. So we've got that coming up, and I think to see 102 cars out on the Daytona Motor Speedway, I think we're going to probably have the cars coming around sort of nose to tail the whole length of this 3.6 mile track. We wait to see that. Right now, though, groups 5 and 7, the faster cars in the Group 7 category. The less fast cars, I'm not going to say the slower cars, the less fast cars are in Group 5. And it's a bit of a sports racer prototype Class 7 against a more GT-orientated sports car feel in Group 5. Gary Gray, he's on the pole position. He will lead the field round in his Radical. It's a 2018 Radical SR8. We know how quick they are. But very much alongside him is the 1996, the Carber CS2, the sports racer, the 2-litre engine car that was very much a part of the Sports 2000 series here in the US. He's alongside. Benjamin Myers is in his Carber. This one's a 2001 CS2, so a little bit newer version on row 2. And alongside him, a familiar name, certainly in the UK Sports 2000 scene, Swift, the DB2 from 1986 in the hands of Jim Cope on the second row of the grid. Third row of the grid, Scott Cooney is in his 1995 Swift. And then we've got Todd Trefford. Todd back out in his Porsche 911 IROC, the 1974 car. That's already won the 1 hour endurance race that we had that kicked things off at 8 o'clock this morning. That feels like a lifetime away. And Todd, very, very quick indeed. We'll see, in fact, just how quick that 1974 Porsche is in the hands of Todd. Fourth row of the grid is Angus Rogers. He's another car that was out this morning. This is a 1973. You can't miss it. It's the bright blue version. I'm not sure we've got the whole of this grid order that has come out. That's the GT field that is out there, what we can see on our live stream. And just ahead of these on the road, they've kind of separated themselves out. They obviously they don't want to be tripping over the sports races. So I'll quickly run down the order. Row 4, as I said, Angus Rogers alongside David Agratelis. These two had an absolutely outstanding battle this morning. That should ensue. Again, discretion being the better part of valour for these drivers. They need these cars to be relatively fresh going into the Classic Group races this afternoon for our event proper, the Daytona Classic 24. So this is a kind of a bit of a morning warm-up for these cars. Row 5, Damon and Dean DeSantis. Damon DeSantis in his Porsche 911, Dean DeSantis in his Porsche 911. One of them's yellow, one of them's green. We'll see them battling it out, a bit of a family battle there, and an inter-team, DeSantis inter-team battle there that we will see on row 5. We've got a BMW M3 in the form of Richard Yorks, number 90. He shares row 6 with Pavel Puchalski. He's in a 1973 Porsche 911. The other qualifier is John Perry in his 1972 Porsche 9146. We've got Yves Samama in his Porsche 911. And then we've got Jeff McKee in the Ford Falcon. I'm not sure I've seen the Ford Falcon out there. We'll see when they come past. There's only 14 cars have decided to come out, even though we've got 17 have qualified. The final qualifiers were Mike Bance sharing a BMW E4, E46 I should say, the M3 of Mike Bance sharing with Kathy Blaha, so I'm not sure whether it's Mike or Kathy in that car. And then the Ford Boss of Michael Potapov, He rounds off a 17-car qualification. Michael Potapov, the 14th car in the field. I'm just looking now at the cars that have come out. We haven't got Mike Bance in the BMW. We have got Richard York in his BMW M3, so BMW, the Bavarian mark, being represented there by Richard York. In the 2001 E46, one of my favourite cars. That car looks like it's doing 120 miles an hour when it's standing still. They are the sports racers that are going around for their second warm-up lap behind the pace car, and that's Gary Gray. We've got a Radical SR8 at the front of the field, leading the field round, with Andrew Myers and Benjamin Myers. They're both in the Carbar SC2s of different years, 1996 and 2001. Not much difference with the cars, specification and performance-wise, just different year models being brought out this weekend for these two drivers. Jim Cope and Scott Cooney, they're in Swifts. 85, 86, again, nothing much changed on those cars when they came out. Jim Cope, the only Swift to have come out. We haven't got Scott Cooney out there. We have got the Elan DPO2 of Ralph Lamachia, and Ralph joining on the back of the sports races to separate them out from the GT spec cars that also form Group 5. So 2 races in 1 for you coming up next. 2 more of our support races to get through before we start our build-up to the Classic 24. Mission Foods presenting the event this year, and a big thank you to them. And the live stream being able to bring you all of these glorious sunshine pictures from middle of Florida, on the Atlantic coast of Florida, just near Daytona Beach at the Daytona International Speedway. That's brought to you by Matador Motorsports, and a big thank you to them for being able to share what we are about to experience this weekend. The live stream will go on till about just after 8 o'clock tonight, where we will end with a beautiful firework display, and then we'll be back with you in the morning. I'll confirm the times closer to the time that we're going off so that you have an idea. But just keep an eye out on the IMSA websites and the HSR websites for those live stream times. Pace car lights flashing, lights just going out, as you saw there. The drivers, on seeing that, will know that we are going to go green. And it's a 12-lap race for both of these groups, groups 5 and 7. These are the Group 7 runners. These are the sports racers. They were very popular back in the 80s and early 90s. A very good, there were very well populated grids both here in the United States and certainly where I'm from in the UK. A very popular car, 2-litre engine car, space frame chassis, fiberglass body, relatively cheap to run, very similar in performance to Formula 4 2000s, and very, very similar configurations. We've got 5 of these sports races that are behind the pace car, just coming off NASCAR 4. The pace car will bleed off into the pit lane, and we will be racing just coming towards the tri-oval. It's down to Gary Mayer. He's in the white car on the right of the picture there, and he will be leading the pace. Now he gets his foot down, and that is an absolutely outstanding. That is how you start a race on a rolling lap. He has absolutely burst away from the field. 2 wide racing going into turn 1 for the first time, and that looked like Benjamin Myers, who got around Andrew going into turn 1. The 5 still bunched together as we head off towards the first of the hairpins. This one's the East Horseshoe. It's a right-hand hairpin. Meanwhile, behind them, we get our GT Group 5s underway as the sports races continue on the infield. And it is very much Gary Gray in the white Radical SR8. We know how quick these cars are. It's a fairly new car as well, 2018. So a lot of aero on the Radical SR8. Very much an aerodynamic car. And you've got to tell your mind that the car will go into the corner, and the aerodynamics, the science will take over. This is our Group 5 battle here, and that's Todd Trefford off into the lead, leaving the rest of them to fight over what's left behind. Todd leaving Angus Rogers and Jeff McKee, David Agratelis in amongst that little battle there. And these guys have been racing pretty much all week in their respective historic Porsches. These cars have been very well prepared, and that's our Gretelis that has gotten up into second place. Meanwhile, back at the sports racer version of the event, this is Group 7, and it is Gary Gray into the Le Mans chicane for the first time, and you can see there the changes that have taken place there. It used to thread left and right through grassy areas. Those grassy areas have now been taken away, and if you do get it wrong there, it's perhaps much safer to be trying to stop your car on tarmac than it is on grass verges, as we found in the past. The run down underneath us onto the tri-oval then, and we confirm who it is. It's Gary Gray in the lead from Ralph Lemachia in the Elan DP02. Benjamin Myers it was in third. Jim Cope coming through in the Swift in fourth, and then Andrew Myers completing one lap in the Carber. So only two Carbers are out there, both in the form of the Meyer family. Myers in third and fifth spot now. Just coming through our Group 5 runners now, coming through and on the banking to complete what will be their first lap of this 12-lap race. And Todd Trefford is that leading Group 5 runner. David Agratelis is in second, Angus Rogers is in third, and then we've got the bright orange car of, I think that was the Porsche 911 of Yves Samama there. Just going, three of these cars just going through turn 1, whilst the Sports Racers Group 7 runners out of turn 6 and onto the banking. Absolutely flat out, just go through the gearbox. It's not really a corner, maximum speed, and if anything, Gary Gray not pulling away from Ralph Lemachia in that Elan, the Panos built Elan DP02, part of the Panos family, out of the chicane. We've got a race developing, haven't we? It's early days here, we're only on lap 2 here. But you can see the pace as the tyre pressures come up. Ralph Lemachia, he's sharing the car later on with James French. We know how quick he can be. But at the moment, just not quite in the slipstream of Gary Gray. Gary crossing the line. There is the 9146 of John Perry. That green car there, just ahead of him, is the Pavel Pachalski car. Into the Le Mans chicane, that's the Ford Boss of Michael Potapov as well, just getting ahead of these two. The bright blue Ford Boss just out of the picture. Pachalski in the orange car. And these two having a great battle there as the battle for the lead of the sports races begin to shape up here. There's no question that Ralph Lemachia, fastest lap of the race last time by, completing 2 laps. And there's no doubt about it, Ralph got the bit between his teeth and he's off after Gary Gray, isn't he? Just trying to get under the rear wing now of that car ahead of him. And just failing to do so as the power of that Radical SR8, the 2.7 litre V8, small V8 engine car, just beginning to, he's got the power on the banking, but then it closes back up. So these two are going to be fighting all the way to the flag. I can't see where either of them have got an advantage. Gary Gray there in the number 3. Ralph Lemachia chasing him down, the red and black liveried car, the Elan DP02. Maximum speed now as they come off NASCAR turn 4 down the short chute and onto the tri-oval. It'll be 3 laps completed for our Group 7 runners. Into turn 1. Very, very tricky corner that. You're turning and braking. It's where you point the car straight at that first left-hand apex left, let the car go a little bit wide, and then turn it in proper to turn one proper, which is almost a hairpin, but it's faster than you think it is. And going a little bit wide there, Machia leaving his braking, very easy to do. Both of the infield horseshoes have a strange camber about them, certainly on the outside of the corner as they go through the kink there. Gary Gray getting the car across to the left of the track to take the textbook line, let's call it. But this off-camber west horseshoe, you don't want the car to be too far to the outside of that corner as the camber just drops away, sucks the car in like a magnet. And this corner here, the sweeping left-hander, that brings you out of the infield and onto the bank, and that's all important because you want to keep the momentum up to have maximum speed. There's the Ford boss of Michael Potapov, and he's making his way through the order. He's just past Richard York there. Richard York in the BMW M3 E46, distinctive livery on that pink and black car, but the bright blue Ford boss has moved up another place, and he will show in 11th place there. That's the battle for 11th, but definitely a man on the move is Pavel Puchalski. Richard York in his BMW E46, one of my favourite cars, certainly early 2000s, 2001 in fact for this particular car. The E46, the M3 was an absolute rocket ship, saloon car based, but classified as a sports car by sheer performance, as is this Ford Boss, of course, based on the Mustang, the Ford Boss being breathed on. And Michael Potapov enjoying his ride here and enjoying moving through the order, moving through the field. First 5 cars are Group 7 sports races. As we continue looking at them, still no change at the front of their order. Gary Gray still leading from Ralph Lamacchia, and Lamacchia falling back to perhaps the biggest gap we've seen. That's Benjamin Myers. He's currently in 4th place now. He's chasing down, I believe it's his brother, but he's right on the tail there, and I think he's actually passed Andrew Myers. That's Andrew Myers in the silver version of the Carber. So Ben Myers getting ahead of Andrew. There's Andrew Myers in the silver version, running very similar cars. You can see that's just like a big wing, isn't it? Just one complete fiberglass body across the monocoque of these tube frame cars, and all enclosed rear wheels. There is a rear axle under there, 2 drive shafts coming off a gearbox behind the driver is where the engine is, but that's just a big wing, isn't it? They are absolutely awesome. When you get a grid of about 30 of these, when they had their own series back in the 90s and early 2000s, they were an absolute sight to behold. And of course, wheel banging went on. A little bit different here this weekend though. We need to keep these cars relatively fresh going into our classic group races for the big one, the Mission Foods Classic 24-hour of Daytona is what this weekend has been all about. And these races are a bit of fun. You get a trophy for winning this one, as we've got Richard York now being challenged by the bright orange car. Or is Richard York moving ahead? No, it's not. Is that Jeff? No, it's not Jeff McKee. It's the 911 of John Perry, who's looking like he's lining up, and he's in quite a distinctive Jägermeister livery in the number 24. That's Puchalski, Pavel Puchalski in the Jägermeister car, challenging for that 11th place. Richard York in the pink BMW. Puchalski choosing that distinctive, kind of iconic livery, the bright orange Jägermeister. It's a 1973 911 3-litre car, heading down the back straight, and the awesome power of that BMW M3, you could see that coming into play, managing to keep Richard York ahead of him in the play. And there's a great view of the new paved off-track areas. Drivers were telling me very, very difficult to pick out where the actual track is. It just looks like track with the white line and the curbing delineating the actual chicane. And certainly when it gets dark here under the lights, that curbing is reflective. We'll have more of that to talk about later on. So 7 laps to go. We've had 5 laps completed. This is a 12-lap race. It's the last of our WeatherTech sprint races. We've got quite a sight coming up after this one. Right now, though, it's all about this car here, Gary Gray. The white Radical SR8 leading the race and building on a gap from Ralph Lamacchia, who was looking like he was perhaps going to challenge this car. However, he's dropped back to 4.3 seconds now, has Ralph. While Gary Gray just gets on with it. The Radical, very, very popular car throughout Europe, really. They have their own series and a part of other series. Don't be deceived by the size of them. They may look like a little small, quite diminutive sports racer, but they are a very, very able race car. Absolute outstanding to drive. I've never driven an SR8, but I have driven an SR3, which was the motorcycle version. So getting towards half distance now, 6 laps completed from Gary Gray. As we have the gap to Ralph Lamacchia, 4.3 seconds. The number 52 of Yves Samama, currently 8th, 11 seconds behind David Agratellis, who is 7.5 seconds behind Todd Trefford. This car 3rd in Group 5. Yves Samama been very much a part of the HSR family. He's a stalwart competitor of the HSR events throughout the season, and Yves competing not just in the United States but in Europe as well. And certainly knows Daytona like the back of his hand, and knows that car like the back of his hand. It's the 1974 911 IROC. As we have Gary Gray, now his focus and attention has been taken by making his way through the back markers. We'll continue monitoring his progress there. We'll see if it has had any effect on him whatsoever. There's the Ralph Lamacchia car going by Pavel Puchalski, the orange Jägermeister car we followed for a little while, didn't we? Pavel enjoying his run this morning. Bit of a warm-up for the classic group races, of course, as it is for most of these competitors. As we come back out onto the banking, just making his way by the Michael Potapov Ford Boss and bringing the gap down to Gary Gray, just ahead of him, down to 3.5 seconds. But I think that had more to do with how these two drivers were making their way through the slower back marker traffic and just easing their way through, not really forcing the issue. And if you do get delayed by a second, then so be it. It's rather discretion being the better part of valor, I think. Ralph Lamacchia, we presume, at the wheel. Could well be James French. These two drivers down to drive this car, and we'll see at the end of this race who it is that we are giving all the accolade to of chasing down Gary Gray ahead of him. The run down through the tri-oval then for Lamacchia, and with 8 laps completed for him, into turn 1 he goes. The gap back out to 4.7 seconds. Just ahead of him is the Gary Gray Radical, and it looks like Ralph Lamacchia, now that they've cleared the slower back marker traffic, still in the midst of it. There's the Ford Falcon. The Ford Falcon of Jeff McKee, just keeping out of the way nicely of the Elan DP. Allows Ralph to get back on it. Start chasing down. Just look how squirrely. We've got a car off there. Now then, that bodywork doesn't look right, does it? We've got a car off. It's a blue one. And I think that's Benjamin Myers. Might be Andrew. Which one was the blue one again? It is Andrew. That is Andrew Myers. Now then, that bodywork on the back of the car doesn't look right. Whether he's had contact with that, and I'm not quite sure where that is actually, but it will bring out a full course caution. With 4 laps to go, we have gone a full course caution, so that will close the field up for sure. Now then, I think that's the Myers cars there, so that's not a blue. So who else was that then? It is that Jim Cope? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's not Myers. Sorry for causing consternation down there in the pits. Andrew and Benjamin are still circulating together and having a ball. Meanwhile, Jim Cope is the car that's off track there. So Jim Cope in the 1986 Swift DB2 has brought out a full course caution. And that will concertina the field up nicely, won't it? So we'll wait for the pace car to pick up the leader. He's looking for Gary Gray, who's the leader of Group 7. That's the sports racer category. He's just on the stretch on the infield towards the kink, and he's picked him up now. He'll start picking up the pace. The lights are flashing. Meanwhile, the Myers make their way around through turn 1. They will be picking up the back of the train. There's the pace car there. He's picked up the leader there. That is Gary Gray with Ralph Lamashia, who was chasing him down, wasn't he? Now the gap is very much non-existent after Gary fought very hard indeed to pull that gap to Ralph and rid himself of the pressure. Let's head down to the pits where Jeff Wright is down there. Jeff, we've gone full course caution. Quiet is about to descend on your part of the track here as the pace car is out there trying to pick up the field.
Yeah, I'm trying to listen. Trying to listen on a race control, see what's going on out there. Full course caution. I was just have a few laps remaining here, so trying to get some information from race control on the control net. And that's all I know for right now, Joe. We were looking for that information.
We know that it's Jim Cope that has...
okay.
He's stopped on track. He's not on the track. He's off track. He stopped off track, but that's the cause. In fact, I can tell you now, we've got the car being recovered. The rear bodywork on Jim Cope's Swift does look a little bit askew. Remains to be seen whether or not that car has indeed contacted the tyre barrier there. The tyre barrier looks pretty much in shape. So the field are behind the pace car. It looks like it's going to be a pretty quick recovery there. I'm still trying to fathom out whereabouts on track it is. I'm just looking out across the circuit there. Beautiful views here. I have got a really cracking job here at Daytona, haven't I? I've got the view of the whole track before me. I'm on the outside of the tri-oval. I can pretty much see all of the track. However, it's sometimes very difficult to pick out a car being recovered especially if they're up against the on the inside of the banking area somewhere. Anyways, it's quite irrelevant to the racing question. We have got 3 laps remaining. It's going to be 2 laps remaining when the pace car comes by. The lights are still flashing. Now, I know the race organisers do never really like to finish under a yellow, so they'll be striving. We've got some very efficient corner workers here. The recovery teams are absolutely outstanding. Sometimes I think they've got magic wands rather than tow ropes, because they seem to just be able to make cars disappear from and being recovered. And they've got sneaky ways of going through the back door into the paddock. So we do get things underway very quickly here at the Daytona International Speedway. At the minute, though, we are going to have one more lap behind the pace car. The gaps between the cars are irrelevant. They have been sort of shook up there, but significantly, the overall leader for Group 7 have now come together. They are together on track. And that is Gary Gray in the white Radical there, just behind the pace car, and the red and black car of Ralph Lamacchia. Behind them, they've got a few interlopers there before they get the Myers, both in their carbers, are 3rd and 4th, but they've got cars in between themselves and Ralph Lamacchia. Todd Trefford leads Group 5. He's in 6th place overall, and it's David Agretalis in that 2nd spot in Group 5. He's got Yves Samama. Now, they are very close together. So I think Todd Trefford and David Agretalis, they are together on the track. Now then, Todd Trefford's going to be a hard car to pass. And I can report to everybody that we have recovered that car. It's already behind the wall, taking one of our backdoor entrances to get it clear off the track. In fact, it's cleared now. So I suspect, with the pace car just coming out to turn 6, out of the infield section and onto the banking, it'll continue to bring the field around, and then we will have one more lap of racing under green, I think, and that will be to the checkered flag. So, Gary Gray, his heart will be pounding. He's done all of that work. He had a gap of nearly 5 seconds at one point to Ralph Lamacchia. However, it's going to come down to a one-lap sprint. The art will be to keep the heat in the tyres, to keep the tyre pressures up so that you've got maximum and optimised grip. There's the Group 5 battle there. That is about to kick off as well, with Todd Trefford, David Agretalis and Yves Samama not that far away. Lights on the pace car have gone out. That will indicate to the drivers that we are going green, and we've got one more lap to the checkered flag. So we will go green and white. Green and white flag will be waved at the same time, meaning that we are under race conditions, but we've got one more lap of racing to go. That's Gary Gray, and he is in the Radical SR8, and he will be absolutely focused now on getting his foot down. He had a great start, remember. When we started this race, he timed his pull away to perfection on this rolling start. And here we go, pace car pulling off now. It's a race to the flag. Green flag waves along with the white one. And the Ford Falcon powering past both of those cars and getting in the way of the overall lead of this race, as Ralph Lamacchia can brake a lot later than the Ford Falcon. Now, this is going to get very messy indeed, as I see David Agretalis coming down the inside there of Todd Trefford. It's getting very messy behind the 2 overall leaders who are already into the East Horseshoe. Oh, and he went wide there. Gary Gray went very wide indeed, and Ralph Lamacchia was able to come up his inside. They've sorted themselves out. They are nose to tail now, heading down through the kink. It is Andrew Myers in 3rd place on the road. Benjamin Myers falling foul a little bit. Benjamin in the, in fact, I think that's Andrew Myers in the, it's Benjamin Myers that's now in 3rd. Oh, and there's a spin, and that's the race leader. That's the race leader, Gary Gray. He spun off at the West Horseshoe. Oh my goodness. And it was coming out of the corner. He's got on the power a little bit too early, and this has left the overall honours. He's handed the overall honours to Ralph Lamacchia, who should be, by my calculation, heading down the back straight and into the Le Mans chicane for the last time. Ralph Lamacchia, not sure what happened there. We saw Gary Gray pointing the wrong direction. He spun round, and he is going to fall to the back of this Group 7 race. The car looked intact, that's the main thing. He's going to be fine for this afternoon's classic group races. But right now, that car there, Ralph Lamachia in the Elan DP02, is going to be the first car across the line to take the checkered flag and to take the WeatherTech sprint race for Group 7. As the rest of the field come through, it's going to be a surprised Benjamin Myers I should say, who takes second. And then the first of the Group 5 runners, that's Todd Trefford, through in third overall. David Agretlis is in second place in Group 5, fourth overall. Yves Samama third in Group 5. Let's have another look and see what happened as they went through the West Horseshoe, went for the throttle, and there the Ralph Lamachia car just coming through. Do we have that to have a look at again? There we see the car. By the time we got to it with our cameras on the Matador Motorsports live stream, the job had been done, unfortunately, for Gary Gray. Oh, and that really is. Oh, I'm so sorry for Gary. His heart rate was up, wasn't it? That car now was stalled, and he hasn't even took the checkered flag. Oh, and he started from pole position. Started from the pole position and pretty much led the race in quite dominant fashion, really. Ralph Lamachia will have none of that, though. Ralph Lamachia, he was happy to pick up the pieces and will have had a very wary eye on him as he came through. The Group 5 race was as entertaining as ever. Battle of the Porsches, battle of the historic Porsches there. Todd Trefford takes the win. Don't know how he's going to get all those trophies in his. I hope he's driving home. Is Todd, not flying? He's got a few trophies to pick up this weekend. He's got another one to be handed to him in a moment when we head down to the podium ceremony and the podium presentations. We've got Jeff Wright down there to sort that out. Coming up after that, we've got quite a sight to behold. 102 cars are eligible. Yes, 102 cars are eligible to take part in our Global GTRS Cup race. Whether or not 102 come out doesn't really matter. If there's 98, if there's 95, it's still an amazing amount of cars that want to go racing here. Again, considering what we've got ahead of us, the Classic Group cars, the Classic Group races coming up as part of the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24. Again, a lot of these drivers using this Global GT race as a bit of a warm-up session. However, I hope that what this very crowded racetrack will bring in the Global GT race, it's going to be a very crowded racetrack, and I hope nobody falls foul of that. While the cars are making their way around to Jeff Wright and in the podium area, we are recovering Gary Gray. Oh, what can we say about that? He was absolutely dominant for that one. Now then, Todd Trefford, who I can tell you, Jeff Wright, that Todd Trefford will not be with you when you come to the podium, because he's lined his car up in the pit lane, as David Agretlis, as is Yves Samama. I think you might not have your Group 5 podium, Jeff, because they are taking part in the Global GT part of this race, this 102 car grid. Certainly Todd Trefford has lined up in the pit lane, as has David Agretlis. So I think we're ready to go down to Jeff now. We have got the cars appearing. It's going to be very close to our podium presentations coming to us next, and then we'll have a look at that huge grid. Let's head down to the winner's circle then for Jeff Wright, who's going to take us through our presentation.
We're live here in Victory Lane, and we're going to get a word with Benjamin Myers in just a moment. We'll walk over here. Ben, come on over if you would, please. Benjamin Myers taking the win in Group 7A. He's racing with his brother Andrew Myers. Ben, great job out there. You guys were different positions coming in that last lap, but I guess you got around there.
Yeah, it was a great race with him, following him around the track, and he just had a little bit more legs on the back straight, and I just could never get close. So that restart packed us up, and I figured I could try to do a slingshot around the outside into one, and hopefully I don't get punted off the track. And thankfully, it was clean into one, and I think I gapped him a little bit there, and then I think with a little bit of yellow coming out of the International Horseshoe, we were able to get a gap there and take the win. So yeah, that was a blast of a race, and he won yesterday, so I'm glad I got him today.
Great job there. Let's bring Andrew into the picture here. Stay here as well. These guys are brothers. They are the nephews, I guess, of Todd Treffer. Your mom is Dawn. Family affair here. Your grandfather is Bill. Andrew, great job. It's always fun racing with your brother. I've talked to you guys all year, I think.
Oh, it was a blast. He actually has some speed on me in the bus stop and stuff, but my motor is a little stronger and I've got a higher gear, and that restart really helped him out. I'm honestly happy just to be in one piece. That radical spun, and like it was mayhem going through the International Horseshoe. That was pretty crazy. So I'm glad he won. Honestly, he deserved it. He was a bit faster. He just couldn't get around me. So it was fun.
Well, you guys have to share the joy, right? One of you gets a win yesterday, next one he gets a win today. So great job, guys. We'll talk to you on the podium here in just a few minutes.
Thanks.
Let's bring up Ralph Lamacchia. Ralph, congratulations, sir. Great job out there. Tell us about your race.
Thank you, sir. Well, thanks to Wolf Motorsports, they pulled it together for me. We had some problems with sixth gear yesterday, so we didn't have the top end that we should normally have for this track. So we had to go back to gears from a previous race in a different track that didn't work quite as well, so the top end wasn't there. But very fortunately, they pulled it together, made it happen. My team is there, and thank God for my wife, God, and everybody else that helped me get here.
That's what it's all about.
Thanks, HSR. You guys really, really know how to do this. It's just a very unbelievable, spectacular event. It's closest I'm going to get to pro unless I buy a ticket and watch them.
We do what we can, and we're glad you're here and glad you had a great time. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, Joe, I've talked to a few drivers here. We'll try to get a few more up here. They're kind of trickling in here. Well, as you said, the top three cars in the Group 5A, they're in the next race, Global GT and Classic RS Cup. So they're going to be busy here in just a moment. And we'll turn it back over. Look forward to those guys racing here next. It's going to be 105 cars on the grid is what I heard earlier. 105, a big crowd out there, big field here for the Global GT and Classic RS Cup race coming up here in just a moment.
Thank you, Jeff. 105, so the numbers are mounting. I've got a sheet here in front of me with 102. It's probably going to take me about an hour to read down the grid. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put you to sleep. We've got, I think, the opportunity here to see I've certainly not seen. I think the largest amount of cars that I've seen on a grid was about just under 100, and that was at a Dubai 24-hour race on a track that was not too, probably about the same sort of length, 3.5 miles. It was very busy, I do know that, and it was a 24-hour race. This is not a 24-hour race, though. This is just a sprint race. It's going to be, I believe, I've been told it's going to be 12 laps, unless they've changed that to fit everybody in. We have got a pole sitter, though, and it's a Trans Am spec Chevrolet Camaro 2017 vintage. We've got several groups and subclasses that are within this. That's going to be hard to keep a handle on with 105 competitors. Like I say, I've got 3 A4 sheets of paper in front of me with which are filled with information on cars and drivers. Let's have a look, though. Pole position is the Chevy Camaro of Simon Gregg. I mentioned the Chevrolet Camaro. It's the Trans Am car. Very, very potent machine. I'm a big fan of Trans Am. It's one of the best kept secrets of US racing over the years, and in its current iteration still is. Alongside him, we've got a Porsche 991. It's a GT3R of Simon Evans. They share very similar lap times, for instance, 1:47.4 for Simon Gregg and 1:47.6 for the Porsche of Simon Evans. That's going to be a pretty tight battle. Not far behind them is the beautiful Turner Motorsports liveried BMW M6 of Vincent Barletta. He's got Robbie Foley in the car with him later on this weekend. I'm not sure. I'm going to take a punt at it being Vincent Barletta who's taking part in this one. He's on the second row of the grid with the Chevrolet Corvette C6R from 2013. Now that's a GTLM spec car from that period of 2013. Adrian Wilmot is the driver of that one, and he will start alongside the BMW M6. Ray Bonthron in the Ford Mustang. That's a Trans Am spec car alongside the Porsche 911 GT3R of John Manship. They're on row 3. Brian Collier is in a Dodge Challenger on row 4. That's a GT1 spec car from 2015. Got a plethora of Porsches. We have got Todd Trefford on this grid. However, I've got him down to be driving a 2000 Nissan GTR, car number 12, starting 11th. Now, he did pull up in his Porsche. The Porsche has disappeared, as the cars are already beginning to file out. Now then, cars are filing out. We've got, I'll keep an eye on, it's Brian Collier leading the cars and tripping the timing being first. Now Brian is a car that's down to start in 7th place. This is going to be a little bit like herding cats, everybody, so bear with us. Mike Jordan is out in the number 77 Porsche 977. We've got a Callaway Corvette from 2006 in the form. We're being driven by Henry Gilbert. That's car 73, and he's starting 20th on this huge grid. Another bunch of Porsches. Porsche seems to be the manufacturer of choice here for our support races. We've got the Jim King Oldsmobile Cutlass, and that's the number 94 car. That's starting in 27th. Chevrolet Monte Carlo is one of our NASCAR classics from 2005. Matthew Griffin at the wheel of that. Another plethora of Porsches. Got a Ferrari 458 Challenge car from 2014. Patrick Milani in that car, down in 43rd, would you believe? Can't believe I'm saying that. We've got a 1998 Porsche 996 Super Cup car with Rob Parker at the wheel of that. Car 68 down in 46th place. We've got an Audi R8 LMS, the 2021 Audi R8 in the hands of David Ward. David carrying the number 111, the 111, and he's starting 53rd on this grid. Porsche 981, it's the GT4 Cayman spec car of Scott Key. He's sharing that car with Ron Zitzer later on this weekend, and he's starting in 62nd. Nigel Grinsell out in another car. This is a 2019 Porsche 991, and he's starting that car with Ben Curry. I'm not sure if Nigel's actually driving this car in this one. He certainly will be sharing it for the Daytona Classic group races coming up later on. We've got a Audi RS3. This is a TCR Audi RS3, TCR version for Danny Stewart and Scott Tyler. It's a distinctive car. It's qualified 70th. We will try and have a look at some of these cars around the track during this race. I mean, I know it's all about who's going to win, who's going to be across the checkered flag, across the finish line first. But I think being petrol heads, and the only reason you tuned into this Matador Motorsports live stream is because you're a petrol head. So I'm hoping you're going to enjoy the chance to have a look at some of this. I can't think of a better word for it. Eclectic mix of cars. We've got a BMW M4 GT4 spec car from 2019. That's fairly modern. Kevin O'Connell will drive that one. A Panos GT, the World Challenge car of Mark McKay. That's out from that car from 1999. Vince Barletta and Robbie Foley, they're already down to drive something else, I think we said earlier. The BMW M6, currently third in qualifying. However, they've got a Z4, BMW Z4 from 2010, another Turner Motorsports car. And whether it's Vincent or Robbie that is starting that car in 86th spot, we'll wait and see how that goes. Another plethora of Porsches, a 1969 Porsche 911S that we saw out earlier. That's the Dawn Myers car. We've got a 1967 911S of Nicholas Clements. That's going to be worth having a look at. And if you are out in the stands and you haven't had a chance to have a look in the paddock, then you know these are the cars that certainly I'd be poking my nose under the bonnets of. A 1972 911 ST of Lee Gioni. He's starting 99th. Nicholas Clements starting in 100th on the grid in his 1967 Porsche. The last on this list is Kevin Buckley, and he's starting in his 1967 911S, the yellow and black coloured car. Right, everybody's out of the pit lane. We have got a full plethora of cars that have come out. Let's see how many cars have tripped the timing beam. I'm going to need to scroll up and down my screen quite considerably, I think. Let me just step out of that one just to confirm how many we've got. We have got... I've only got 26 cars, so we were promised 105, Jeff Wright. You did mention that, and only 26 have come out. So we are not going to see that quite unique sight of a very crowded pit lane. So coming up after this race that we are going to cover with what I believe is 26 cars out there on the track, we have got our build-up to the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24. I'm going to be down there in the paddock on the grid just after Jeff's completed his podium presentation. We'll get an opportunity to join up with Marshall Pruitt, and Marshall and I will be having a bit of a wander. We've then got our grid walk. For all of you fans out there, you are welcome down onto the grid for the fan walk. We're going to line up Group E. That's our starting group for this year's Classic 24. And you're going to be able to get very up close with the cars and indeed the drivers of all of that, and get an opportunity to be on the grid, just feeling the fever build for the start of this year's Classic 24. Mission Foods have enabled us to bring you this event this year with becoming partners for this one. And if you haven't been able to get out to the event and you're watching from home on the live stream, well, big thanks to Matador Motorsports for that one, to be able to bring you these beautiful pictures from the Daytona Motor Speedway. Cars beginning to settle in 2 by 2. We've got some cars still on the back stretch just coming out of the Le Mans chicane, so we've got a bit of a split grid there, and I'm not quite sure why, but the pace car has peeled off. We were promised 105 cars. I think discretion being the better part of valour for a lot of our competitors and car owners, and they've decided to keep the cars pristine for what's coming later on. 12-lap races for this field as they pour into turn 1, and then out on the infield we've got the Chevrolet Corvette just eking its nose ahead of Brian Collier's Dodge. It looked like, yeah, the orange-coloured Dodge Challenger of Brian Collier just having to settle in behind the Corvette, and it was all about traction out of turn 1. Let's head down to the pits where Jeff Wright has got a bit of an update. Jeff, what have you got for us?
Just the start of the race, Joe. We just got started there. A split start. The Classic RS cars went second. Global GT cars now heading through the turn 6 area as they start our first. There's a latecomer there at 76 just now crossing the stripe. He was in the pit as I got down here, and for some reason having mechanical issues with that 76 car, but back underway now. He's going to have to play catch up here for the rest of the race.
Jeff, while I've still got you there, we were promised 105 cars. We haven't done that. I think a lot of these drivers and owners have thought, you know, that's going to be a crowded racetrack. We are risking going forward into the Classic 24 group races, and I think they've been sensible in their approach and haven't come out for such a crowded racetrack. We've got more of a conventional race of, I think, 26 cars out there totaling. That might be different now that we've got 27 cars are out there. I think that's been the course of action, is that right?
a quarter of the cars that we were expected to have out there, so that definitely makes it a little bit better. Would have been crowded, pretty crowded, even on this large Daytona International Speedway course.
Yeah, it would have been a very crowded racetrack, and I can understand the thoughts behind that. Thank you, Jeff. Just shout up when you have any more information. Meanwhile, Brian Collier has gotten back ahead of the Chevrolet Corvette, and Collier into the lead across the tri-oval for the first time. Bobby Kennedy is the Corvette driver in the red and white car as the Porsches come together in towards the West Horseshoe. That's the East Horseshoe, actually. Sorry, that's the East Horseshoe. Got my horseshoes mixed up there. And that's a midfield pack battle of the Porsches there. We'll see who that is. As the Global GT competitors come through towards the back of this grid, Todd Trefford, David Ogretlis, Angus Rogers, they've been Pavel Puchalski. We'll pick them up later on in this race. Right now, though, it's all about the RS Cup race that is taking place. The Global GTs forming a part of this one and have split themselves off. As the fields stream out onto the banking then, the leader already into the Le Mans chicane as the rest of the field head on down, flat out across there, accelerating towards the Le Mans chicane. Into the braking area there, it's a sharp left. You've got to get a lot of speed off the car there and then make the transition right, and then that's an acceleration zone, this part here. Getting back on the power, that's the number 47. That just making his way through the order. Getting the power down. Might be carrying the 47, but I certainly haven't got. That's Ben Robadaccio down in 20th place. Ben. Just lost him now. He is in 4th place in that number 47, down as a Porsche. That's certainly not a Porsche appearing on my screen. The number 47. It might be differently numbered, but it's certainly got big broad. That's the leader, though, I can tell you. And that is a fabulous example of the Dodge Challenger, the Trans Am version, the GT1 version. And that is a very, very powerful race car. Tube frame chassis, bodywork of the Dodge Challenger going on that. That's a Corvette, easy to spot that. Front engine, Bobby Kennedy at the wheel of that one. And the number 11 there. Whether or not he can catch the Dodge Challenger remains to be seen. The Challenger's got a little bit more horsepower, slightly more horsepower than the Corvette. Both V8 engine cars, of course, both similar power outputs, but putting the performance onto the track in a very dissimilar way, really. Certainly the handling characteristics of that big, massive front engine car. The yellow Porsche there coming through the chicane is Christian Romero. That's a 2012 Porsche 977, and he is currently 3rd, chasing down the 2 leaders. As just coming out of the infield section is the bright blue car, the Porsche there. That is Angus Rogers, and Angus is the driver that is chasing after Todd Trefford. I think that was Angus just getting by David Ogretlis, just coming out of the infield section there. We'll get a look and see who it is that's chasing this bright blue Porsche down for that part of the proceedings. And he's now coming into the world of the Global GTs, and he's going to have to get around some back markers now. The leading RS Cup is the number 14 of Todd Trefford, just ahead of the blue car, and we'll be able to clarify that this time by as they come through. David Agretlis 20th overall, ahead just behind Todd Trefford. Angus Rogers is behind Agretlis. Now I thought that had changed position. That's not quite right. We have got 9 laps of this Global GT and RS Cup race. We've split the grids up, but now we've got them all coming together as the RS Cup Porsches have indeed caught up with the Global GT runners, and they're all very much in the mix. Through the kink there, heading towards the West Horseshoe. And down the box, at least 2, maybe 3 gears. Get speed off the car. Don't get anywhere near the outside of this corner, because it's quite, the camera doesn't give that that offset camber any justice whatsoever. It really is quite steep there, and it's a great viewing spot there. There's bleachers all the way around that infield section of the Daytona Motor Speedway, where you feel really close to the cars on the infield section. You certainly feel the visceral nature of these high-powered sports cars. That's the run out of the Le Mans chicane, the relatively newer version of the BMW, there in the bright green colours of, I think that's Michael Browning in the number 163. Getting very crowded across the tri-oval, sorting themselves out. And the BMW there staying on the inside line. The Porsche having to take the longer way around, and this is where the BMW's handling will come in, but that Porsche's got a lot of power. Heading towards the East Horseshoe and getting inside a back marker there quite easily, slipped inside. BMW side by side with the Porsche, and the Porsche, if anything, has the grunt before they get to the kink and then onto the braking area of the West Horseshoe, getting ahead of him. And that's Christian Romero in the bright yellow car in 3rd place there. He's dropped about 2.3 seconds off the back of Bobby Kennedy, and into the pits has come the 76, and that's never a good sign. A Porsche 911 with the rear engine cover off. Some sort of conversation. That's Nicholas Carangellen in his 997. Never a good sign in these shorter races. Only 7 laps to go, so that number 76 pretty much out of contention completely now. And he had put in his fastest lap of the race on lap 3, so the car was going pretty well. However, that car into the pits and out of this race. Jeff Lyman there in the 2008 Corvette Z06. That's the leader, Brian Collier. And that's the Dodge Challenger there leading. And he's going faster every time by. Green timing appearing on the timing screen. And he's leading by about 8 seconds now. That car, you can hear that car before you see it. Absolutely a grunt of a car, powering that car around onto the short chute and into the Le Mans chicane he goes. And just look at how much of a handful that is. That's quite a heavy car. And Christian Romero up and in front of the Corvette now. Now what's happened to the Corvette is that Christian Romero now in 2nd place. And that is the number 47. That is the number 47. That is certainly not on my timing screen. But that's definitely a change for 2nd place, as Bobby Kennedy has dropped back to 3rd in the Chevy Corvette. Still no sign of him. Ben Bertolaccio he's on the timing screen in that number 47 as a Porsche. That is definitely not a Porsche. That's where the confusions come in. But we have got a change for third, as David Agretlis has come up into fourth place now, according to this timing. David Ward in the Audi R8. That car has come through in fifth place. David Agretlis fourth. Sean McCaig in the Porsche. But Ben Ribadaccio in the number 47. Oh, and that's the leader pulling off. That is Brian Collier. That is pulling off somewhere out on track. That is probably going to bring out a full course caution. Looks like he might be on the back straight there towards the Le Mans chicane. Can't quite see where he is exactly. I'm looking down at the starting gantry. That car has pulled off. He's way off track there. He's not going to cause a problem, but they will want to recover that car. Now then, that car has pulled off just coming out of turn 6. That's just coming out of the infield. And Brian Collier will lose the lead as the cars come around. That's the car that's going to be our new leader. Christian Romero in the bright yellow car is going to become our new leader. And he will have a little bit of time to wait before he will see. And still no sign of any yellow flags. I think the race officials are happy with the location of the Brian Collier car. He's way off on driver's left as he come through turn 6. He's not causing any problems. And that is the new leader of this race with 5 laps to go. We are well inside the second half of this one. So the Global GT and RS Cup race. This is the Global GT leader. And into second place now has gone the Ben Ribadaccio, Ben Ribadaccio in the number 47. Still down on the timing screen is a Porsche 911 from 2003. He's obviously had a choice of cars to bring out for this one, and he has indeed brought it out. David Agretalis now moving up into third place with David Ward in the Audi R8 now in fourth. We haven't seen much of them. There's the number 92 of David Agretalis. He has been chased around by the Audi, and if anything, that's going to become a bit of a battle for position. Not far behind them is Sean McCaig. So that's a 3-car battle breaking out there. The red Audi there just keeping back Sean McCaig. Fastest lap of the race from the BMW Z4 of Vincent Barletta. Could be Robbie Foley at the wheel of that one. That's moving up the order into 8. But here's a challenge on that position by the Audi. Oh, just ran out of space there to get by. And has to settle in. Comes out onto the banking. The Audi R8 of David Ward. Showing in fourth place. Let's see if he can get past Agretalis. Agretalis disappearing off my timing screen for a moment there, across the tri-oval now and into turn 1, and that's the Audi down the inside, round the outside, the Porsche down the inside and hanging on to that position. Agretalis staving off David Ward. The battle of the two Davids there for third and fourth. As they head into the East Horseshoe, they've got a back marker there to contend with as well. And Sean McCaig, the third car in that train, just getting around the orange Porsche there and putting a lap on them. This is a great race that's breaking out for the final overall step of the podium. Currently the property of David Agretalis just ahead of this Audi. And David Ward at the wheel of the number 111. Chasing him down, but being followed by Sean McCaig there. It's an Audi, the red Audi, the mate in the Porsche sandwich. Porsches of David O'Gretlis and Sean McCaig forming the bread, the red Audi forming the meat of the sandwich. As we look back to turn 1, that's the number 14 of Todd Treffert, and he is just ahead of Tim Haynes there. Another Porsche battle breaking out there. Onto the infield section there. Cars beginning to now wake up to the fact that we're only within 3 laps after this one of the checkered flag, so if you are going to make any sort of move, now's the time to do it. That's the West Horseshoe there. Treffert, who's had a great weekend here at the Mission Foods Classic Daytona Classic 24. He's had a great weekend as ever. One of the stalwart HSR family members, as that 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle still continues. They've got back marks to contend with. That's kind of stopping them really having a challenge at one another, but that's all part of the game, isn't it? It's how you get by the traffic, it's how you use the traffic. And at the moment, David O'Gretlis is doing a cracking job in that white Porsche there, just in the picture behind the yellow back marker. That's the Ferrari of Mulaney, I think that is. Is that a Ferrari? No, it's a Panos. That's how much the sun's in my eyes. Into the West Horseshoe then, and O'Gretlis using the traffic really well indeed and maintaining that cushion to the Audi behind him. It's the overall podium that these guys are battling for, and it's the 3rd and final step that they're racing for. Out onto the banking. O'Gretlis has got a cushion he can hang on to. Meanwhile, ahead of this battle, O'Gretlis in 3rd place. It's showing Ben Robertaccio in the number 47 in 2nd. Christian Romero in that bright yellow car, the bright yellow Porsche 997 is leading. That's the Audi R8 though of David Ward. As we've got 2 more laps to go for our leader. Robertaccio just coming through. The gap is 8.3 seconds to Romero leading. And then we've got the O'Gretlis Porsche barely ahead of the Audi as they cross the line, just behind this one. So that's the number 47, is it? All right. No, yeah, you did confuse. Well, the thing is, we've got Ben Robertaccio down as driving a Porsche. That's Alan Turpin's in his 997, but Robertaccio's car is certainly not a Porsche. That's where I was confused there. And that car there is making its way around. There is our leader, just coming out onto the banking there, out of the infield. Christian Romero, he was kind of handed the lead, wasn't he, from the Dodge Charger, the Dodge Brian Collier's Dodge Challenger, who got off and looked in a very commanding lead of this race. However, attrition played a part, and he had to pull that car off. It's been recovered now by a truck on the inside of turn 6. It's not causing any problems. That handed the car to Romero. So that's the 47 of Robertaccio, who is showing in 2nd place. We've got another car 47 there with... There's the confusion there. Why have we got 2 47s? This all-comers race is very much that. So 2 47s easily confused. Bradley was completely confused there. That is Ben Robertaccio. That will come through in 2nd place. The white flag has been shown to Christian Romero already. So that car just going into the East Horseshoe now. There's the 2nd place car of Ben Robertaccio. And that car just coming out of turn 1, heading into the East Horseshoe himself. As we will very shortly pick up the leader, no doubt, of Christian Romero, who has just going into the West Horseshoe. He'll just come into view any moment, just in the, as we continue to watch the second place car through the kink. He's got a bit of a lonely second place there. He's dropped back at least 10 seconds, I think, was the last time we checked. The battle for third still rages on with David Agretlis, Dave Ward in Porsche and Audi, with Sean McCaig not that far behind. The leader is already out onto NASCAR turn 2 and will be heading down to the Le Mans chicane. Christian Romero, once being handed the lead, was very much in control of this one, and has been a very hard driver to beat. He's got the Le Mans chicane to negotiate. He will take this understandably, tentatively. No reason to push through there. Very high speed section of track, lad. Very easy to get the car unbalanced, but no chance of that. And now he's just got to keep his foot in around the banking of NASCAR turn 3. He'll transition into NASCAR turn 4 and then come out of the banking onto the short chute and the run down to the checkered flag to take the Global GT checkered flag, which concludes our support races for the weekend. Here is the second place car of Ben Robertaccio. He completes his race, 6.5 seconds the gap there. And then we look back towards back down underneath us, and in 4th place David Ward. David Agretlis finishes in 3rd, David Ward 4th, and then Vince Barletta in 5th. Sean McCaig losing out there right on the last lap there, just out of our sight. Vincent Barletta, or indeed Robbie Foley, not quite sure. They're down to drive 2 cars in this race, so they're certainly driving one each. Vincent Barletta or Robbie Foley finally making that move on Sean McCaig and snapping that 5th place away from him. As Brad Ward comes through in 7th. Jean Audette is in 8th. Jack Gilsdorf in his Porsche will finish 9th, and then rounding off the top 10 is Gary Stanbury. We will head down to Jeff Wright, who will take the reins for a while through this podium presentation, get through a few cars. When we do that, I will then head down there and meet up with Marshall Pruitt. For now, though, we'll go through our programme of events. We've got the paddock to be prowled, no doubt, by myself and Marshall, leading up to the race start. The scheduled start of the race is at 2 o'clock, but before then, we've got our pre-race process to get through. The pre-race process starting with the fan walk. The fan walk opening up at 1:15. So we'll be moving the Group E cars to the pit lane about 1 o'clock, which isn't too far away. Then the fan walk opens. So if you are out there on the infield, please come along. It's open to everybody, and you are more than welcome to enjoy the atmosphere and the build-up to what is going to be a fine event. The Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24-hour. For now, though, let's head down to the podium presentation where Jeff Wright is waiting patiently. Jeff, it's all yours. Take us through what you have to take us through.
Standing on pit lane right now, Joe, as we are getting ready to head over to the podium presentation, wait for the cars to come in off the track. But a great job there by Christian Romero and Matt Griffin in the 47 car in the Global GT battle. In the Classic RS, John Trevor takes the win there in the number 14 car. And then Angus Rogers and David Agratella selling for 3rd one more time. We'll get a word with these guys in just a moment.
So while we wait for the podium presentations to take place, Jeff, just shout up when you have everybody present. We will take you through more of what is happening. Like I said, after the podium presentation, if you're here at the track, please make your way down for the fan walk. We'll be getting ready for our pre-race process, I suppose is the term to call it, isn't it? If you're watching on the live stream, we'll be going to a little break, and then we'll be back with you at about 1:20, where you'll be greeted by the fine sight of Marshall Pruitt and I, and we will hopefully have a chunk of people to talk to. And then we'll be going and having a walk down the grid. We'll be talking to the drivers that will be starting this event, the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24 this year in partnership with Mission Foods, and it's absolutely fantastic to have them on board and helping us be able to put this event on. We have a massive thanks to Matador Motorsports, who have enabled us to bring you a live stream of what is happening here this weekend, and that has been all down to Matador Motorsports enabling us to bring you all of these beautiful pictures from Daytona for this year's event. We're going to start with Group E, and that is this is going to come as a massive shock to everybody. That's a predominantly Porsche field. We have got a Chevrolet Corvette C6R, BMW Z4 starting at the front. But it sounds like Jeff might be ready to take us through that podium right now. Jeff, I'll leave it down to you. If you want to take over, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Joe. Here in Victory Lane at Daytona with Colin Doherty in the 92 car. Colin, great job. He's patting the car. It's a great machine for you. You're going to be running the Classic 24 with it as well.
That's right. We'll be in the Classic 24 here at HSR and having a great time with the car. You know, I've owned this car for like 14 years. It is just a ball of fun. And I think just goes to show you perfecting a car that you've owned for a long time. Doesn't have to be brand new, spanking new, fresh. Just keep on keeping on and dialing in those miles per hour, and that's the way you do it. HSR is just a great family for us here at DA Sport. Tommy McCarthy and his whole crew is just fantastic, and they just keep it going. And all the smiling faces at HSR always make me happy.
Well, they keep it going. You get to have all the fun out there driving around.
That's right. That's right. You know, Dorsey gave me a little tip, and if you're not doing his TOPS program with Stevie D and Dorsey, you got to stay low, man. You got to stay low. If you're driving up, if you're driving too much track, you can go like another quarter mile around here. You don't need to be driving. So it's pretty great, and that was the biggest thing I picked up from the TOPS program this weekend. So
yeah, classic tips from Dorsey there.
That's right.
He knows this place for sure.
That's right, Jeff. It's just amazing. And thanks so much for everyone putting this on, this ridiculousness, 10 years. I mean, it's just like, whoa, can you believe it, right? And it's pretty great. So thanks to everyone here at HSR as well as the DA Sport team. So thanks.
Good luck in the Classic.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeff.
Yeah. Colin Doherty over there in the 92 car. We're going to head over and talk to Todd Treffert now. We'll have Justin follow me here with the camera. We'll get a quick word. Beautiful 14J car. I'm not used to seeing the J on there, Todd. Kind of different color there, a little neon J on there, but that doesn't matter. As long as the car's running right, it doesn't matter what's on the car. It matters what's in the car, and that's you and a great engine and support from your team.
It is. 901 Shop obviously puts together a great piece to keep it running. It's great. Don't mind me sitting down. It was back-to-back races there. Scheduling was a little tough there for us, but worked great. Yeah, I mean, great race. Started to catch the back of the field there, and it was interesting, but yeah, made it work.
So a good rundown, good shakedown there for the Classic 24, which you're running with Colin as well.
Yeah, no, it's going to be good. Right, so we're in Group A with a different car, 2.5-liter car, running against another 901 Shop prepared with Johannes in the car, and we're going to have a big battle. There's actually 4 901 Shop cars that are going to be running nose to tail. It's going to be fun.
The battle of the 901 Shop here at Daytona. That's going to be a great show. I'm sure the fans will love it.
It's going to be great. Looking forward to it.
All right, Todd, we'll see you up on the podium here in just a moment.
John is the owner of this car, am I correct? But Nigel, I'll talk to you. You are renowned for driving all sorts of historic race cars. In fact, I think you're in more than 74 or something this weekend. But driving this Corvette, this is a brute of a car, quite frankly.
It's funny, it really isn't. It's a really, really friendly car to drive. You can tell the factory put it together for 24-hour races, and you can just drive it flat out for 24-hour races. And it's been wonderful getting John into it, because John's come from racing Morgans and all kinds of other interesting cars. I was going to say peculiar cars. That's not really fair about Morgans.
But fair on Morgans, for sure.
And it was quite a step coming into this for John, but from the moment we started driving it, you realise that the car is your friend, and it builds confidence and inspires you just to want to go faster and faster.
That's quite interesting, John, because as a gentleman driver, that's exactly what you want. I mean, it would be ridiculous to put you in something like resembles a firework when you press the throttle.
Exactly. No, this is a fantastic car, and just to say, it's my first time here at Daytona, and it's a real privilege for me to come here and race here. It's such a historic circuit, and also to bring this car back to race here. It's really been a special weekend for us, and I hope it continues to be like that throughout the racing. So,
John, tell us about reaction to this car. This is a living icon, breathing. Favorite car to hear go by. The sound is amazing, but wherever this vehicle is, people surround it. Tell us about that side. It has a life of its own.
Oh, it does. This is a real privilege to own this car. Amazing. And we raced this at the Le Mans Classic. And Magnussen, who, as you know, drove it in period, turned up. And I know Nigel's standing next to me, but he was like, any chance I could drive this again and maybe move Nigel out of the way? So no, you're right. Everywhere we go, everybody knows this car. They know the history of particularly Laguna Seca. You know, when it went into the wall there, everybody knows that. And it's a real, as I say, a real privilege to own it. And it's a real privilege to bring it back here to the States to race it.
Thank you so much for bringing this car out. We're going to go for a little bit of a paddock walk here, or grid walk, I should say, filled with Porsche's Joe Bradley, as is every sports car race in the world, seemingly heavy population, but we're so thankful because we have a variety of models, eras as well, some in very clear plain white branding, some full of plenty of stickers.
There's a reason, Marshall, why Porsche seems to be the mark of choice in historic racing. You and I know that these cars are renowned for being bulletproof. They pretty much are. And that, what with the Porsche customer service, you buy one of these as a privateer, race car owner, driver, team. There's kind of backup service with regards to finding spare parts. They're not rare. They are available off the shelf. And Porsche are very well prepared and positioned to back you up when you make that purchase.
Pure numbers. You look at how many Porsches we have, how many are available to go vintage racing. It's a perfect fit. You look here towards the front, we have one. Why don't we speak to our friend Patrick Lindsay quickly here. Young Mr. Lindsay, you in a Porsche. That is a very familiar sight. Tell us about the view here from the front of the grid. Friends at Turner Motorsport also have intent on success getting into turn one, getting ready for this race start.
I'm pretty confident on the Porsche mile an hour, but no, we'll see. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited to be here. Vintage racing has been fantastic. Thanks to Michael and the guys. Gary Beal, my old crew chief from when we actually ran this car here in 2013, along with Jeff Kruger, are helping me out this weekend. It's absolutely a blast. Historic racing is a whole lot of fun. We get to see cars that, you know, you and I have been watching for forever, and even myself got to drive a couple of them. So, no, it's fun. I think the car's running well. You know, mandatory pit stop. I was joking, it's historic racing. We should all have like a smoke break, you know, or something like that. I'll make it a little more fun, you know, more like true historic racing. So don't let the IMSA guys catch me saying that, though.
We'll try not to get you fined before we get the race started. Joe Bradley as well, someone you've spoken to for so many years.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick, we want to wish you all the very best of luck. You're starting from pole position. It's just to give an idea to the viewers who are new to the Daytona Classic, we're starting with Group E. Yeah, they get the accolade of being on this grid walk and feeling the fever that's beginning to build. You guys being a professional race driver, Patrick, do you kind of let that all wash over you, or do you get carried away with the fan fervour that we're feeling down here?
Well, I think for me now, I can enjoy it a little bit more. It's not a pressure cooker. We get to enjoy what this really is, which is the spectacle for the fans, to enjoy these cars in the environment where they ran, to just really taste the flavor where, for myself coming up in the professional ranks, this was it, coming to Daytona, that first night practice, I still get goosebumps thinking about walking onto pit lane and watching the cars run under the lights. So that's what this is, and I'm lucky I get to enjoy it in a car that I actually drove, which is extremely special, and watch some of the cars we competed against. It's fantastic. I think it's hitting all the marks and all the right feels.
And you're being greedy, aren't you? You're not sharing the car. You're going to do the whole race yourself.
I'm going to try. We'll see how it goes. But I'm just excited to run this thing and make some noise for the fans.
And happy so far, pole position, going to start from the front?
I wasn't expecting that. And honestly, I didn't understand really how the classing worked and when we were going to start the race. So it worked out that I'm on pole. I'm not going to complain. I'm going to try to drive away from pole. That's always the plan. So, but if it doesn't happen and, we come in some respectable number, that's okay too. Like I said, this is about enjoying it, enjoying the cars, being out here for the fans to enjoy what we always, just cherished in our hearts.
That's a very good point, Patrick. Have fun and enjoy it, but best of luck as well. We are going to move to the front of the grid where we've got some guests to chat to.
Very
Adam,
special.
where is Adam?
Special dedication, Joe.
Right, guys, what's this dedication, Chris? Let's talk to Chris Ward. He's going to talk to us about this. What's this dedication about?
We have a really tremendous presentation to make here. The winningest driver in all of the HSR Classic endurance races to date, I will add, to 8. So we have a nice presentation. Rick, would you mind coming over this way with Mr. Saal? And we shall make this first presentation. The performance of a decade. Mr. Gray Gregory, thank you very much indeed for everything that you've contributed to our wonderful sport. It's such a pleasure having you here today. I know that this will be your last appearance at the Classic 24, but hopefully not the last time that we see you here. It's such a pleasure to have you here. Big round of applause, please, for Gray.
Randy, why don't you tell us about what this means, knowing all of the success, the Triple Crown so far of HSR endurance races, this vehicle, young Ethan here as well, a fine contributor to its success. But tell us about what this means.
When we started the first year, 2014, I don't think any of us had any idea how fun this would be. Obviously, the success for all these years is tribute to that, but we did it. We came back again. We won one of the classes that got Gray hooked, and we just keep coming back more and more. We ended up in this car, the B26, for the majority of the years, which is probably one of the funnest race cars I've ever driven in my career. And just being part of this team, learning endurance racing, right? It's not always about being the fastest in any session, but not breaking, doing everything right. We've perfected that and had some of the best fun ever in my life. So I've enjoyed the hell out of it. I know Gray has, Ethan too. So it's been wonderful.
Hardcore competition. You look at all of the achievements here, everything that's been won so far with this car, this crew. This is what historic racing is all about.
You're awesome. Thanks, you guys.
Christoph, what I've got to say, Greg Gregory's Chevron, one of my favourite cars ever, and
British car.
It happened
you
to
happen
be,
to
yes,
like a British car.
Crew
Big
in the
surprise,
day.
Joe Bradley.
Well, not to do with nothing to do with that. It's just that was perhaps my favourite era. I was a kid. The 2-litre sports car series, the part of the World Sports Car Championship. I love to see 2-litre sports cars here. Let's have a word with one of our kind of new members of the HSR family. Chris Ward, Mr. Ward, you're Mr. President. You've been in position now. Is this coming into it's certainly your first Daytona Classic, but you're coming into the second year of office, I think.
This will be the end of my first year, so January the 8th was when I started at the helm. First, a big vote of thanks to David Hinton, my predecessor. David Hinton, over the last decade, and the late, great Jim and George Toomer and Jim Pace. I mean, what an extraordinary legacy that they have left. With the acquisition of HSR in 2022, the series seems to be in what we would say in England rude health, and I couldn't be more privileged to have this opportunity to be at the helm of HSR at this incredible time. We have a post-pandemic record car count, 141 entries in the Classic 24. We have more than 170 cars entered in the sprint race. It's a huge crowd. There's been lines out the gate all morning. Campers at both ends of the Speedway. An enhanced live stream for our fans this weekend. I hope they enjoy that. And of course, we got MP and you here, so full house.
Icing on an already very rich cake. Chris, I think I met you in January at the Rolex here, and I introduced myself. I said to you, if you remember, you probably weren't such long ago, I said, you've been given a massive toolbox to play with, a toy box to play with. And you have. You've got the rich history of the Daytona 24 Hours to build not just this event, but the whole of the HSR ethos on.
Now, Joe, you're absolutely right. It's a privilege, as I've already said. It's also a burden of responsibility that I feel. Yes. We, throughout this year, at all our events, I pinch myself when we have nearly 70 years of sports car racing history at on track at these wonderful, iconic racetracks that we visit during our calendar. I feel that sense of responsibility, not only because we're running a business, not only because we are customer racing focused and we need to make sure we have a friendly, warm, safe and inviting paddock for our competitors, not only because of the fans that come to every one of those wonderful events, but I feel the burden of responsibility to preserve that legacy of the wonderful sport that is sports car racing. So burden of responsibility, it's been a delight. The staff couldn't have made me feel more welcome. It's just been a thrill, and I'm so excited to get this Classic 24 underway.
Chris, also the growth of HSR. We've seen this so heavily this year, some wonderful announcements within the last few days, continuation of partnerships, expansion obviously with Mission Foods coming in, also talking about who's here. So much youth, not just old graybeards like myself seeing the cars we remembered as a kid, but kids here getting to experience these cars, iconic cars. Tell us about the growth of the series, the youth that's coming in, but also the key partners that are signing on.
Absolutely. You've already touched on some of that, MP. So for 2025, the introduction of a brand new Classic Endurance Championship, constituting 4 legacy races, for want of a better term. So where we are today, the Classic 24 here at Daytona, wonderful Classic Endurance race, the Classic Sebring 12-hour. A new race for 2025, the Classic 10-hour at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And then, last but by no means least, the famed Classic 6-hour at Watkins Glen. These 4 iconic endurance races are now coming together under the presented by banner of a wonderful partner of ours, Mission Foods, who have come on board for this race starting in 24, but then for multi-year through to the end of the decade. And it's foundation partners like Mission Foods that are going to continue the growth of HSR. I touched earlier on the live stream. Another wonderful partner of ours, Matador Motorsport, who saw the value in using the HSR platform to promote their business, and we're very grateful for them coming on board this year, and we hope this will be the first of many live streams, the high quality that we have today.
Pierce Marshall, an entrant, seeing value in supporting the live stream, so I love seeing the paddock rallying together to make HSR bigger and better and more.
In a DPI, no less. In a DPI, and that's one of the extraordinary things about the content in the HSR paddock. And you talk about youth and how we can attract youth to vintage and historic sports car racing. We talk about that 70 years of rich sports car racing history. You and I, MPs, spent a lot of time in the IMSA with the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It feels like yesterday watching the DPIs, but now they've been replaced by the LMDH cars in the GTP category there. But who would have thought you and I, a couple of years down the road, be watching DPIs? We got 7 of them here this weekend running in vintage and historic sports car racing. But from DPIs, and my analogy always from explaining to people, trying to explain our content, from DPIs to Morgans and everything in between. It's truly a unique paddock. At the famed Mitty event at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the 46th edition this year, I went out into the campsite, You meet fans around the campsite, the campfire end of a Friday evening at Midi there. 4 generations of families sat around the campfire, and I sat down with them, introduced myself as the new president, and you get to meet the people, and you get the great-grandfather or the grandfather who love, you know, the vintage Minis and the Morgans. Not just saying they're all British cars, of course, but the old Corvettes.
You too in your British cars. Come on.
And then you fast forward to the youngsters, the teenagers there around the fire, and I asked them explicitly, you know, what's your favorite content? And we had our HSR PC, the LMP3 championship there, and they all said, without exception, we love the LMP3 cars. We love the roar of that V8, the Gibson V8, and the modern prototype. So we're delighted to be able to have something for everybody in the HSR paddock. So.
Should also say a quick thank you, Joe, to everybody who's here camping, whether it's out in the tents by NASCAR Turn 3, inside the infield, horseshoe area. Folks have turned out in serious numbers this year for the Classic 24, Chris. So just love what's happening. This is growing the way that we would hope. And also, Joe Bradley, green flag is coming up here not too long.
And then in a blink of an eye, we'll be on the podiums tomorrow. Chris, all I can say is keep up the great work, you and your guys and girls in the HSR staffing of not just this event, but all of those events. And now we get to pay homage to another sports car great that I'm old enough to have been at the first, Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta. Yes, I'm really that old. But you know what? I think the HSR family is in very good hands, because I know you, and I know that you're just pretty much a geek like all of us and a petrol head. Chris, I know you've got a very busy day ahead of you. We all have, so I'm going to let you go. Thanks for talking to us and bringing us that update on what's going forward for HSR as an organisation, and certainly for this event. And I think the Matador Motorsport live stream is going to just bring more fans. They're going to look at this over the weekend and going to go, we need to visit there. We need to go. We need to be in those campsites. So great work by everybody. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you,
guys.
Chris.
60-year-old kid. I've got my driver.
Right, we've got, Sorry, Rick, you were going to say? You'll be right there. Right, okay. Who have we got? We've got a young man who's not even old enough to drink here.
16 years old.
And we're going to let him loose on the Daytona International Motor Speedway. So tell me, first of all, what's your name and what car are you driving?
My name is Tate Pritt, and I'm driving the Aston Martin way down there.
Right, and where are you on the grid for this start?
I don't know the number for sure.
Doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. One shot. Yeah, absolutely. Tell us what have you thought of the event so far? I mean, you're so young. You're still at school, I take it.
Yeah, it's my first event like this. I did Monterey Historics beginning of summer this year, and it's completely different. It's the track and stuff. I've never done anything like this.
Right, all the kids out there want to know just how accurate iRacing is to here. You've driven that, so how accurate is iRacing to what you've just been doing this weekend?
It was pretty accurate. I'm like 2 seconds off my iRacing time compared to what I am in this car, but yeah, like all my braking points and everything are pretty similar.
Yeah, it's a bit different in real life, isn't it? Yeah. What's the Aston like to drive then? Is it? I mean, what sort of background have you got? Firstly, somebody your age usually would be driving karts.
Yeah, I started off in a 993, 911, and I've just been driving a lot of Porsches, not much anything else. This is my first actually non-Porsche race car. So it's completely different front engine and like power brakes, power steering, but it's pretty easy to drive.
Very British themed, this Marshall, an Aston driver.
Stop this British stuff,
I didn't
Bradley.
line this
You're
one up, but it is
just a
Aston.
anything British. Let's talk to my friend Rick Knoop. Won a race with this man in 1989 at Sears Point back in the day, Sonoma Raceway. I was a mechanic, you were a driver. Pretty phenomenal. But all of your experience, Rick, racing in IMSA and so many things over the years, distilling that into helping to tune up the next generation, this young man here, someone who's benefiting from your knowledge.
Well, it's an honor, and I'll tell you what, I've been a guest instructor at the DK Driving School, and his father and Tate came in, and it was April of 2023, and I said, I know you've got a laptop, I know you've got a cell phone, but how do you get this good so fast? Are you a rancher? And he said, I sure am. Have you had dirt bikes? I have a bunch of dirt bikes. And we have gone down the road of a driver development program, and the kid is good, he's responsible, and the consistency is all there, Marshall, and I truly believe that being here at Daytona with you, David Russell, the Aston Martin, and he's just doing a fine job, and we really look forward to this session and the other 3 afterwards.
Phenomenal. Using HSR Classic 24 as a place to further young driver development. Best of luck, young man. We'll keep our eye on an Aston Martin probably moving forward here as we get closer and closer to that green flag. Joe Bradley, where should we go next?
Well, we really do appreciate all the fans coming down here and enjoy the grid walk with us as well. It creates a great atmosphere, doesn't it? And that's part of the event, I think, is the access. You and I work in pro racing where we are very privileged to have the access we do, but your general fan can't get anywhere near the drivers, the cars like we're experiencing here. So, like I said, if you are watching at home and you think, you know, what motorsport event shall I come to? This is the sort of event where you can actually come down and do a grid walk. You've got to be a VIP in other series to do that.
Reasonable ticket prices as well. That was another thing that I loved. Getting in this morning about 7:30. It wasn't a crazy long line yet, but there was a line to buy tickets. So the kind of thing that you absolutely love to see. Why don't we peer back here and look at all the folks that are starting to fill in. You can see here, there are truly folks who are loving to get up close to the cars, brought their cameras, getting to see these machines up close before they hit the track, Joe.
Yeah, let's bring Justin, our cameraman, with us. Come on, Justin. We're getting to that point, everybody, where I'm afraid, having welcomed you to the grid, we have a race to be getting on with, and it's getting very close to be thinking about clearing the grid for everyone apart from essential personnel. So if you could start thinking about that, please. Please start clearing the grid. That's a very good point. Let's walk back here, shall we, Justin? We've got some formalities to be getting through, and we're going to head back up to the grid. I know Marshall was on a mission there to find a real racing driver. So we're getting very close to the formalities of starting this event. Can we please clear the grid of all non-essential personnel, please? Please clear the grid so that we can get started with our race build-up formalities. Marshall and I, it's our job to wax lyrical, just to give a bit of an explanation as to what's going to happen.
We might be the 2 least essential people here. Nonetheless, we do indeed get to stay. But yeah, this is the fun time where we've seen, we've looked, we've enjoyed. Grid starts to thin out here. It's just the crew members, the drivers getting ready, getting balaclavas on, getting helmets on, getting truly prepared to head into competition. These are intense races, Joe.
That is a very good point, actually. We may be the most non-essential personnel out here. I just want to give the idea, our viewers the idea of what's going to happen here. So this is the first of our groups. This is Group E, and this will kick off the start of the event. We've got our cars of different periods. I say different periods. The groups are split into eras. However, there's been a little bit of a shuffle because just because a car is from a particular period, the difference in speeds to, say, a Cadillac DPI and a TCR Audi is considerable. So there's a little bit of jiggery pokery going on there, and we'll explain that as we go through the afternoon and into tomorrow. The live stream's going to be with us right the way through until this evening at 8 o'clock, where we're going to finish with a very spectacular fireworks display. The live stream will stop screening. We'll be back on tomorrow morning at about 6:55 to start with the 7 a.m. That's going to bring us the last race segments for all of our groups, starting with that at Group A, I think, at 7 a.m. The race is still going to continue through the night. The drivers will continue to do their what will be 42-minute race segments, and then there's a bit of a break, and then we come back to another race. So it's going to be very, very busy if you sat at home. Get your stock of Coca-Cola and popcorn ready.
We're going to get Joe up in the booth here soon. I'll be staying down here. A little bit on pit lane, lots in the paddock, lots on pre-grid to kind of tee up what's coming next. Indeed, this is where things start to get fun. We do finish up a little bit past 8 o'clock tonight. Those fireworks you mentioned, live stream-wise, we come back tomorrow morning, but the racing will indeed continue overnight. But lots of fun stuff here, and if you ever wanted to know how seriously folks are taking this event, we have, I spy, IMSA CEO Ed Bennett, IMSA President John Doonan, Chris Ward. There is serious support.
They're just race fans today, though, surely.
We
might
need to check their credentials. I'm not sure, and we all good to be here, but kidding aside, full support of IMSA, NASCAR. It's one big family here making this event happen. So Dorsey Schrader as well. John Doonan, come on in.
Mr. Doonan, I think we've got a couple of minutes to chat to you. When the IMSA organisation acquired HSR, it was so right, wasn't it? It made a lot of sense. It was logical.
It is logical. It was then, and it still is, and I think it's going to continue to be, because what you see here in the garage area, what you're going to see on track for the next 24 hours, that's our history, IMSA. And we're just so proud to have this property as part of the IMSA portfolio. The tracks we go to, we got the classic 6-hour at Watkins Glen, all of the endurance car championship races now presented by Mission Foods. You got the classic 10-hour at Road Atlanta. We're going to have the classic 12 here in a few weeks, and then we're going to couple that with the 12-hour next March, and of course, classic 24 at Daytona.
You've got a very rich history going back decades, and it's something that everybody is thankful for. We've got a lot of fans. The reason you're standing here, John, is because you're a petrol head and a geek just like us all. You started off life as a race fan. You're lucky enough to work in motorsports, as we all are. We do feel privileged by being here, don't we?
We do, and I love that about you and Marshall and so many of the others who work here. And then if I ever lose that spirit of wanting to be the little boy on the other side of the fence trying to be inside the action, and it's maybe time to go mow lawns or something.
Yeah. I've never forgot that. Just a fan with a microphone.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
John, tell us about grid size. Tell us about subscription. Huge numbers here this weekend. It tells us this is working.
Yeah, it is, and certainly, as Chris pointed out in his comments, we inherited an incredible property from David Hinton and his whole ownership group. We didn't want to change what wasn't broken, so all we've tried to do is continue to elevate this, and I think we're up 20 cars in the sprint races. We're up, 5, 10 in the endurance races, the Classic 24. So the sport's in a great place. Number one, it's about good experience for the participants, great experience for the fans, and I think we are going to put on an incredible show for the next 24 hours.
Last quick thing for you. Please help me to say a big thank you to all of our volunteer workers from the SCCA here making this event possible.
Yeah, there's no chance these events happen or any IMSA event happens and many other motorsports events in the country without the folks from SCCA. So huge props to all the workers that will stay up all night and help make sure things run smoothly and safely. And of course, huge thanks to the Mission Foods folks for coming on board. We announced yesterday a long-term agreement with Sasco. Dave and Robin have done an amazing job for many years, and we're glad to lock that in. So a lot of good things going here. Now let's go have some great racing.
Beautiful colors flying here, just the head of the grid, about to get ready for the real racing festivities.
Yeah, please welcome onto the grid the Embry-Riddle Air Force Junior ROTC Colour Guard. They're getting into position. We are only seconds away from the invocation, so I'll just wait for the nod off Rick to give me that, and you and I can again wax lyrical. We mentioned the DPIs, and we've got 7 here. I want to throw in a stat that I'm going to continue throwing in all day long and into tomorrow. The DPIs were the fastest sports cars in the world in 2022, and they went head-to-head with the World Endurance Championship event at Sebring. Hang on, I think we've got to just welcome our invocation by Pastor Jesse Jarvis of Christ Church, who will hand to now. Jesse.
Thank you. Let's pray.
Father in heaven, we thank you for this beautiful day to start off 24 hours of racing here in Daytona. God, I thank you for all the men and women who are here today. I thank you for the creativity and ingenuity. Thank you for these beautiful machines and the time we're going to enjoy together. I just pray for your safety over all of our drivers and teams. God, I pray we'd enjoy a beautiful day together, and we thank you for all of your rich blessings. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Jesse Jarvis of Christchurch, for the invocation. And I think we are now ready. Please be upstanding for the national anthem of the United States of America. Thank you, everybody. We're getting very close to that time. I did Mr. Chris Ward.
Race fans, both here at Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing, and those at home watching all over the world, it is time to get the 10th edition of the HSR Classic 24 Hours at Daytona, presented by Mission Foods, underway. Drivers, start your engines!
Thank you, Chris. As engines fire up.
Joe, I think this is a time where we avoid getting run over.
It's not a bad thing that we can't hear each other.
We have
we're just
German
going to clear the pit
cars.
lane,
We
guys.
have British cars. We have American cars. A delightful collection of machinery, Joe.
I just want to bring in Jeff Wright, who should be in position. Jeff, you've overlooked that scene. I'll be with you in a moment. I'll hand you with you and Marshall. You're going to have a chat, but Jeff Wright up in the booth. What's the scene like from up there?
We hope you enjoy this 10th edition, as Chris said, of the HSR Classic 24-Hour at Daytona, presented by Mission Foods here this weekend. So the car starts to roll off, and it will be one pace lap. And now the short commercial break. And now a short commercial break.
Rev up
up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Mission Foods on board this year as the sponsor of the Classic 24-Hour at Daytona. Title sponsor now for this year and years to come, as mentioned by Chris Ward on the interview a little bit earlier. The grid is underway. The pack is underway for Group E, Classic 24 Group E. They will start off, and then we will reset and go back to the top of the order. A, B, C, D, E, F is the order, typical order, but of course we're starting with Group E first, so we will detract them from the list a little bit later. We'll go A, B, C, D, then to F. After that group runs, then we'll reset A, B, C in order for the remainder of the event. So the Ford pace car, beautiful new Ford Mustang pace car, up into Daytona turn 1 as the field follows in behind. 30 cars scheduled for the grid there as one pace lap. I'll start going through the grid quickly here. In 30th position, Danny Stewart, Scott Tyler in the number 4 car, 2018 Audi RS3. Starting in 29th, Khalid Aidu in the 122, Russell G. and Craig Sutherland in number 17, starting 28th. Ben Curry and Nigel Greensall in 988. Jonathan Draper in the 62, that is a 2015 Porsche 991. John Emerson also has Nigel Greensall on board as a co-driver. David Richardson back in 24th position, starting there in the 06 car. Then we have Dan Amon and Owen Trinkler in the 69. They will start 23rd. Vincent Barletta will start 22nd in the 96. Then we have Jerome Jackalone, Mark Cook, Mike Jordan starting 19th. Patrick Lindsay, Steve Denton, David Russell will start 16th. Joseph Jackalone, Brad Ward will start 14th. Then we have Michael Merritt, Alejandro Chalwan starting in 12th. And David Paul will start 11th. Here's your top 10 now. As we get set to go, the lights are out on the pace car, and we will go green. Should hit it right at the top of the hour, and that's how all the races will go for the remainder of the weekend. They will start at the top of the hour for 42 minutes. Top 10, it's going to be Tom Magoni starting in 10th position in the 55, Gil West in the 59, Max DeAngelis in the 08 will start in 8th, Lance Williams in the number 65 will start in the 7th position, David Ward will start 6th in the 111. Top 5, Justin DiBenedetto in the 4A will start in 5th position. Sean McCaig in the 34 will start 4th. Top 3, Enzo Lucas in the number 81. 8 is Tom McGlynn. And your pole sitter is the 014 car as the green flag waves. We are underway for the Classic 24-Hour Group E here at Daytona International Speedway, presented by Mission Foods. We will go for 42 minutes in this race, a 3-minute mandatory pit stop required here in this series as the leaders start to hand out and head into the turn 3 International Horseshoe area. Looks like that Travis Betson car out front there, the 014. Then we have McGlynn in a green, purple, and white number 8 car, followed by Enzo Lucas as they work their way now into the turn 6 area, or turn 5, excuse me, at the West Horseshoe. And a spin there, but it looks like the 17 car. 17 goes around. And we get going again as they work their way up onto the Speedway 1 and 2. The rest of the field still following through the turn 5 and 6 area. The leader is kind of breaking away a little bit already. Great battle for the second position, though, as they head down and approach the Le Mans chicane. We mentioned yesterday about the handshake across the Atlantic with Daytona naming the chicane the Le Mans chicane, and over in France at Le Mans, they named that their chicane the Daytona chicane. So up on the high banks there in Daytona 3 and now in the 4 as they come into the tri-oval. The leader breaking away, great battle for second still, and then we'll cross the stripe. And it is Patrick Lindsay in the 173, followed by Corey Friedman, Travis Betson, Mike Jordan, Andrew Jordan in the number 77 car. In the third position, Vincent Barletta in the BMW GTD 2010 GTD car. He's currently in the fourth position, number 96. Then we have Michael Merritt and Steve Dunn in the number 898, Enzo Lucas in the 81, John Emberson and Nigel Greensall, that car in the 7th position. Sean McCaig, David Richardson already up to the 9th position in that 06 car. There we see the 1.7 or the 7.7 car that spun out a little bit earlier through the turn 5 area, West Horseshoe. They're back on the way now, so the field kind of already stretching out a little bit. The leader's kind of breaking away. Top first car, several second lead over the second, battle per second, but that battle has kind of settled down now. We have a car in pit lane already. There is a mandatory pit stop required for all of the cars. It's a 3-minute mandatory pit stop. Now that means 3 minutes on pit lane, not necessarily of stop time. So we have one pit call already, and that is the number 71. And that looks like a Camaro down there. They're doing something to the right side. Looks like he got some damage out there. So they have opened the right side door and now looking underneath the car and doing some repairs to that as the leader crosses the stripe. So it's Lindsay, then Betson, and then the Jordan car number 77. So Freeman chose the lead there in the 014 car over Mike Jordan, Andrew Jordan in the back. Enzo Lucas in 81. Sean McCaig and El DeMouillon in the number 34 car, currently running in 4th position. Then we have Alejandro Shawan, Tom McGlynn, as they work their way down the backstretch and heading towards the chicane. Lamont chicane, that's in the pretty good braking zone there. That's an opportunity for competitors to close in on the car in front of them. Gets pretty tight there through the chicane. There's David Richardson in the 06. He started back in the pack, which is unusual for him. He was 24th on the grid, but already up to the top 10. And across the driveway there he is in the green and white Porsche. And heading into turn number 1. So again, already the leader breaking away. The battle per second still pretty good right there. With the 77 and the 014, that is the Mike Jordan car and Andrew Jordan, as well as Friedman and Betson. up on the banks in Speedway turn 2. Now the car leans over. They have to lay in the gas there just to keep the car from falling down on the track. And now they are on the flat mark going into the chicane once again. The leader already through the chicane. The fourth place car catching up, looks like that is Barletta. Barletta in the 96 car, that's a BMW 2010 BMW Z4 GTD car. Blue and yellow color, of course, a popular livery in the IMSA series over the years. There's Lindsay across the stripe. Then we have Travis Betson and Mike Jordan right there together. 0.4 of a second separating those two cars at the stripe, with Barletta next across the stripe. Then we have Merritt and Steve Dunn in the 898. There they are in the 5th position. Enzo Lucas will be next across the stripe. So looking at that battle there, here's the battle back through the chicane with the 821. .821 is Brad Ward, shown back in the 23rd position. Let's see, X's out of the turn 3 International Horseshoe. That's that white Porsche there heading into the turn 4 area, a little bit of a kink to the left, and then they'll make the horseshoe turn over there at the West Horseshoe, we call it, which is 5, and then they'll head to 6, which blends into the Speedway turn 1. They'll have a little transition there, kind of upsets the car just a little bit there. 821. Looks like the front wheel off camber there. But he's being chased by a pack now as they head up onto the Speedway banks in turn 1 and 2 at the Speedway. Leader is still the 173 of Lindsay. Here we have the Corvette across the stripe there. Nice shot from the roof of the Daytona Rising Tower. And a couple of Porsches behind him trying to reel him in. Looks like a Camaro back there as well. Well, looks like Richardson next behind him. So Richardson's going to close in now on that Corvette as they head into the turn 3 area. A couple of Porsches right behind him. That is the Dan Amon, number 69 car, and Sean McKagan, number 34. So watching that battle here through the kink and then turn number 6. Richardson drifts a little bit wide. And they're still right there behind the Corvette, but not able to get around just yet. He will now head onto the up onto the Speedway once again. Now the Corvette pulls away with that big V8 power. They're heading into the chicane on the backstretch there. You can see that as they work their way around now in the banks over at, it's like Speedway 2. Watch that battle for a second. So Patrick Lindsay, excuse me, easy for me to say, shown as the leader in the 173 car. He is still out front. They're 6 laps in now already to this 42-minute race. No, it's not a lap count race, it's a timed race, so 42 minutes is the elapsed time. The cars all have to take the green flag. We haven't seen any, well, we saw one pit stop already, but the rule is the cars have to take the green flag on the track, and then they're eligible to start their pit stops. And as I mentioned earlier, pit stops not necessarily 3 minutes of stop time. It's just 3 minutes between the timing lines on pit lane. If you have if they show the pit lane here in the feed, you'll be able to see a couple of what we call sandwich boards, and that's where the pit lane timing starts. 35-mile-per-hour speed limit, and they make their way through that. Oh, good battle there through the turn 6 area as the Gulf Porsche is being challenged by the number 4 car. See if we can get a beat on that. That is the battle with Danny Stewart and Tyler. And now they head up onto the banks at Speedway 1. There's the 173 car. That is your leader, Patrick Lindsay, in the Porsche. So Lindsay across the stripe in the 173, and he is checked out from the field. Look, there's a big gap back to the next car. Is just now crossing the stripe, and that battle for second as the 77 car, Jordan up to the second position over Travis Betson in the 014, and Barletta still right there in the BMW. They're working around looks like a little bit of traffic there already. Tight as they head now towards turn number 3. And it looks like here comes Barletta to the inside. You see they were trying to get around that white and red Porsche. And that was the 1.7 car I talked about early on that had to spin early on. So they lost a little bit of ground from that. And still trying to get their wheels, if you will, underneath them. There's the Jordan car, Mike Jordan and Andrew Jordan. Mike is the dad, Andrew is the son. And they do a fine job of driving that Porsche around now as they will head up onto NASCAR turn 1 and open up the throttle. Has to be a cool feeling to get up there and just really just working your way through the infield, and then once you make that transition onto the NASCAR bank turns, just open it up and just hold on. There's we have another pit caller. The 199 car is on pit lane, and we just had the Gulf livery Porsche on pit lane. Now that's number 65. So they are conducting their 3-minute pit stop. You can take as many pit stops as you want, but there's only one actually required. Typically, if they have any issues, they're going to come in and take care of it. But we have seen it in the past where drivers have come in and then they might have to come back in again for some other issue. That's Lance Williams in the 65 car that we just saw on the screen. In for the pit stop. So I mentioned the 199 on pit lane as well. Seeing the 199. Oh, there it is. Alan Turpins and Martin Lauber in the 199 car. They're shown in 21st position in on pit lane. Excuse me. In on pit lane there in the number 199 car. That is a 2010 Porsche 997 2 Cup car. So, again, a couple of cars getting their pit stops out of the way early. Here now comes some more. We are just 18 minutes into it, so a little bit early. Well, maybe not. I guess it's almost halfway. So right about halfway. It's about right if they're going to do driver change. So we see a few more that roll into the pit lane. There's the Barletta BMW working his way through the chicane now, the Le Mans chicane, chasing one of the Porsches. That is a cool looking roadster there. Just kind of it's like the back end squat, and you got a whole big long front end in front of you. Now he's up on the NASCAR 4. As he comes down, we'll see if he drops off into the pit. Looks like he, well, thought he was going to head down there, but he's going to wait till next time. He goes down the track as we get a few more cars down on pit lane. Looks like we have one of the Audis down there. Number 111 on pit lane, as well as the 351. So they will get some service done there as we look back to the track and watch Dan Amon and Owen Trinkler in the number 69 car. They're up on the banks and heading down the backstretch. Now in through turn number 1. It's pretty tight over there. It's about one lane. About one car width, I guess, is about all you can get through there. As you work your way through that turn 1 hairpin, then it kind of stretches out, spreads out a little bit, and you were able to get side by side into the braking zone turn number 3. Now up on the bank turns, there's the battle between Barletta Joe, we are under, well, at least local caution here.
Well, we've got a car off in the infield on driver's left as they head down to turn 1. Now, I'm not sure whether that car has spun out coming out of the pits, Jeff, or spun out going onto the brakes for turn 1. But he's on kind of the grass apron just before the Hard Rock signage. And he's not moving, is he? He's...
I believe I saw him. I believe he spun out off the track there, so kind of be odd for him to be in that position coming off pit lane. But of course, certainly it's possible. But that's the number 55. Looking for him.
He's moving, Jeff.
In the field now.
Yes. He's got moving. He's moving. He's moved the car onto a pit apron. Not his own pit, because that's almost pit out.
That's no man's land down there.
Yeah, he's going to have to be recovered back to wherever his pit garage is or his pit apron is.
That is
I'm hearing, this morning when I said the forecast was for bright sunshine all day. Well,
here's the spin here now as you watch it on the replay.
Yeah,
it just touches the wall a little bit.
that looked more than just going onto the brakes and locking up, didn't it? That might be a puncture that kicked in there.
Well, we've seen that already here this weekend. There's been several
yeah.
cars that...
Well, it's very tricky. You've got to listen to your tyre engineers at Sasco Sports, and you've got to take their advice on what pressures you should be running, considering the banking and the angle of the banking. It puts a big strain on that left rear, on the right rear of any car. Doesn't matter which axle's driving the car. That left rear, sorry, I will say left. That right rear is really taking a hammering. And it's a concern whenever we race at Daytona. It's a massive concern for at all levels of the sport here. I am seeing a forecast, or even a report, that we've got splashes of rain. That's my forecast.
You can kind of look out over the beach over there, look at the condos over there, and you can kind of see it a little bit hazy. So
yes, is that rain in the air? Then that's not just haziness. That's actually
I don't
precipitation.
We don't. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of haze here in Florida. And we're getting some rain.
Yeah, pop it on one of our camera lenses.
In certain areas, this track is so large that it may be raining on the west end and not on the east end and whatever.
And it being Florida, Jeff, it rains and then it stops.
It's right about
instantly.
It's 2:23, so that's right.
Was it June?
Yeah, it's right on time.
You're from round here, aren't you?
I'm from yes, down south a little bit, but in Palm Beach area. But of course, I live in Atlanta now. But no stranger to rain in Florida. It's like you said, it'll rain, then it goes away quickly.
I heard it say when I first started traveling across here. If you don't like if you don't like the weather in Florida, just wait 5 minutes.
Just wait 5 minutes. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, how apt is that? We've gone full course caution, and I think that was in anticipation of needing to recover that car that has made its way off the grass apron, now back onto the pit lane proper. So he's out of harm's way, that's the main thing.
I think what happens, Joe, is he's in kind of no man's land on pit lane, even though he is actually on pit lane, but I think there might have been some debris on the track, and also they have a situation where there's boots on the ground, so to speak. So even though it is against the pit wall, either way it brought out the full course yellow, and that brings out the pit stops.
Well, that's a good point, actually, because the way that car just sleuthed to the left, it could well have left some tyre debris or something out there, and the race officials want to be certain that the track is clear. We've got a plethora of cars that have taken advantage of the full course yellow and have dove into the pits to take their obligatory stop, I think. And that's very sensible and very tactical to wait for a yellow. We're going to see this all race long, aren't we? When I say all race long, I mean all event long, where you've got drivers that will hang out there. They'll just hang on till the very last moments of the window before they dive in, just hoping that that will go full course yellow. And they've got their wish, haven't they?
Well,
indeed got their wish.
Indeed, we started seeing the pit stops happening at about 18 minutes into it. So it would be about the right time now anyway if they were changing drivers. A lot of the cars are listed with two drivers. So, but that doesn't mean they're going to change drivers. It's only a 3-minute pit stop. So by the time you get down on pit lane and do a driver change, if you're doing any fuel, it gets pretty tight with a 3-minute, with only a 3-minute pit stop. So a lot of times when you see the dual drivers, which you will on most of the cars, it means that one driver will do the first stint. There's 4 stints overall. So there may be another driver that's better at driving at night or prefers to drive at night, if you will.
Or can see.
Or can see,
That would be younger eyes.
Unlike ourselves.
Unlike ourselves, younger eyes are always better at night. Jeff, I just want to welcome everybody to the Matador Motorsports live stream here for the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24. And just to mention there, we have got the chat facility on the HSR YouTube site. So if you do want to get in touch, ask a question, indeed, give us some information if you know anything about the cars or the drivers. Indeed, as long as it's broadcastable, we can spread the word and please feel free to join in. Jeff and I need all the help we can get, don't we, mate? So it's live up there on the HSR YouTube site. If you're watching via the HSR YouTube site, then the live chat is about. And hello to Jim Keeter. He's out there at a NASCAR Turn 4, which is just to our left, and he confirms a bit of a sprinkle here at NASCAR Turn 4. So thanks for that, Jim. Great to have you along. You're at the track as well. So do you think Jim is out there in his camper on the inside of NASCAR Turn 4 with his live stream on his telly as well? Getting the best of both worlds. Seeing
I'm
the cars,
sure he is. I mean, why would he be, right?
The visceral experience of the cars as they come by, but also he's monitoring every single movement out there on track.
That is the best way to do it.
Brilliant way to spend the weekend. Because I'd be there. If I wasn't here, I'd be doing exactly right.
Maybe we should go visit Jim. So,
yes. What,
Jim will be out there.
Oh, you mean in
one
of our lengthy breaks?
Right.
Yeah.
One of our 12-minute breaks. All right, so the brand new HSR Ford Mustang pace car, they had one that looked similar to that recently, but this is a brand new one. I was talking to our Rick Goolsby, our series manager, and he was telling me, by the way, he was my rider here to the tower from the infield earlier, but telling me about the new pace car, beautiful new Ford Mustang pace car, and fitted up with a nice screen and lights, and it's all nice and pretty.
So the safety car driver who is now bringing the field around, the infield there, West Horseshoe, is the position of the car. He's actually watching the live stream,
right?
On a
he might
tablet.
be watching himself on TV there.
We've got 13 minutes of this Group E. It's their first race segment, the first 42-minute race segment, to be exact. The first of 4 going forward. I'll give you an idea when you next see these cars out on track. Their second segment is just before we go off air, actually, at 8 p.m. tonight. We'll see these cars back out. And as I said, I'll just let everybody know what's happening today. We are on air on the live stream until just after 8 o'clock, and we will be finishing with a big crescendo of a firework display. And before that, though, plenty of racing left, and with 12 minutes to go. Are you still monitoring the official channel as well, Jeff?
I am.
You are. Is any
very
word
quietly,
on,
but
any word on the?
I think I just heard them say we were going green, and you can look at the pace car and see that the lights are off.
Yeah,
so we will be going green this time.
That's a big
perfect
clue,
timing, Joe.
Yeah. So the lights have gone off on the pace car, so that means we're going to go green this time by. They're already at NASCAR 4, so just passing by Jim Keeter. And hopefully those sprinkles of rain have dissipated now. In fact, the sky looks a little bit of a different sort of shade of grey. It's light grey now. So the pace car peels off, Jeff, and we're going to be racing for just over, I should say, 11 minutes with Patrick Lindsay, the leader, but not the first car by as we release the field and go green once again.
Yeah, the first cars across the stripe are about the mid-pack cars, 7th, 8th, 9th, around that area. David Richardson shown in 10th in the 06, that beautiful Gulf livery car, kind of leading the field into the turn. Look at the Corvette now, carving its way through the Porsches. He's to the inside. You guys, you and Marshall down in the grid walk, in the fan walk, we're talking with the driver of that car. And look, he's reeling him in right now. He's going to try to make an inside move on that Gulf Porsche.
Yeah, he's trying to get by, isn't he?
Going to get held up just a little bit there, but he's going to look to the outside as they head into turn number 6 at the West Horseshoe. Still not able. The Porsches are too wide, so they're kind of blocking him right now. Not intentionally necessarily, but just the way it is. They're trying to get their own lines. But the Corvette is putting the pressure on. There he goes to the inside now as they head into turn number 6.
So he's finally gotten by one. He's got one more back marker to clear, and then he gets his foot in now. Again, discretion being the better part of valor. Pointless dive bombing these back markers in that Corvette. And do we know if it's Nigel or John that started the Corvette? I think did they say Nigel was starting on the? So much has happened since that grid walk, Jeff. So much. But anyway, he's got by and he has released himself to make up ground, and he's chasing down the Vince Barletta BMW. However, he seems to be just off that lap of Vince Barletta, and that's being caused by the safety car being caught out massively there, the Emerson and Greensill Corvette. He will be able to gain some ground on them, and he will be coming by now to complete 14 laps, put himself back onto the lap of the car ahead of him, but he's 1 minute and 46 behind. So that is almost a lap, isn't it? Patrick Lindsay through in first. Right on his bumper though, Corey Friedman, as they failed go into turn one. And somebody getting it all wrong, and I think he was helped. The white and red coloured Porsche, just as they came out of turn one there, just in the centre of the screen, got a little bit of a nudge, ended up going sideways. Great driving from the driver. Can't quite see the number there, Jeff, of that fella to see, and sort of give him a round of applause for hanging onto that car on the outside of turn, just coming out of turn one.
Might have been the 1.7, Joe. We will check that. That car had a spin early on, I think unassisted. And that is the 1.7, that red and white portion now through this Cayman, I believe, through the turn 5 area, West Horseshoe.
Yeah, now we're having another look at it, Jeff. It just gets a little bit of a nudge on the left rear wheel and then just completely ruins. It was the blue and orange car that came together with him. And I think it was, that wasn't a race for position. I think that was people getting tripped over by some back markers. The safety car certainly bunched the field together, hasn't it? And it's kind of everyone's out of sync now. Everyone's almost, if you caught the safety car wrong, like we saw the Emerson and Greensill Corvette, that's put them right on the back foot with 1 minute and 46 seconds to make up. Now, just to remind everybody, the format of the races here, if you finish this race and if you say you've got a 30-second lead on the car behind you, when you go into the second segment in your second part of the Classic 24, you will carry that 30-second advantage with you into that second segment. To say that in that second segment you lose 15 seconds and you're now only 15 seconds behind, you'll carry that into phase 3 and so on and so forth into phase 4, where you'll come out after 4 segments of 42-minute races, 4 42-minute races. So it is important to not lose out, and it's quite unfortunate, really, that the Emerson and Greensill Corvette had been caught out by the deployment of the safety car, and that is pure chance, of course, nothing deliberate, no one's fault. It's just the luck of the draw, and some you win, some you lose.
Joe, we saw the issue a moment ago, the incident with the 1.7 and the Gulf livery number 65. That car has some damage on it, of course, after that little get-together. So we came in down pit lane just to have it checked out, and now apparently enough damage that they're going to head it back to the garage and do some repairs on that car. It looks like it's running okay, but perhaps some handling issues there after the get-together with the 1.7 car.
Well, it looked like the right front wheel, didn't it? It doesn't take much to knock that toe link out, and the steering geometry is easily knocked out. And if you're just, a couple of 2 or 3 millimeters out of that, you're going to scrub the tyre and you're going to damage something, and it could have a knock-on effect and really end up damaging your car. Plus, you do not want to be going around the bank at 170 miles an hour in a car that's got a suspect piece of suspension hanging on it.
Yeah, that could get ugly real quickly. So when we restarted green here, we had 13 laps, and we're about 3 laps past that now, with Patrick Lindsay showing as the leader with 5.5 minutes remaining.
He's pulled a gap. The gap was very, very close to Corey Friedman, and he's pulled that gap now. Patrick Lindsay just come underneath us there. He's got a bit of free space. 4 seconds the gap to Friedman. And then we've got Michael Merritt, Steve Dunn there, Porsche 991 Cup car, right on the tail of Friedman as they're in a gaggle of cars going into turn 1. That's another gaggle of cars, and that's the BMW, isn't it, of Where is that BMW? That's Vince Barletta. Yes, he's 5th. So he's trying to get on terms with that little gaggle of cars of Michael Merritt, Mike and Andrew Jordan in the number 77 in 4th as well. Got a car off at the bus stop today, Jeff?
Yeah, it looks like the 199. Confirm that here in just a moment. Getting a look at it here. We'll get a look at it here in just a moment. But there is a car off over there at the bus stop.
Alejandro is out at NASCAR Turn 1, and it was drizzling at NASCAR Turn 1. Now that kind of tells us that the rain has passed over us and gone from NASCAR 4 to NASCAR Turn 1. Passed all the way down the front straight here, over the pit lane, and hopefully will just keep on going.
Yeah, head out west and leave us alone here for the remainder of the day and the weekend here.
Yeah, hopefully it will, yes. So we are 4 minutes away from our first checkered flag of the event. It is the first of our 42-minute races, of course. And it's the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24, the 2024 running of the event. As we've got cars now just crossing the line underneath us and going too wide into turn 1. We're going to see a lot of this. This is a predominantly Porsche-run class is Group E. Seems to be the car of choice, and Marsha Pruitt and I did discuss the reasoning behind that. It's because these cars are just, well, so relatively bulletproof. They are a great car to run. I had a bit of experience team managing for a team running one in Carrera Cup and GT Cup over in the UK, and they really are. They're just the lifing of the parts is, you know, they're just robust. They're pretty good, and even if you've got a poor driver who doesn't know how to drive properly, even, they just go on forever.
And not only are they bulletproof, but it's just a good-looking car.
It's a Porsche, isn't it? It's a Porsche. Something about that. I've got a few mates who are just mental about Porsches.
You have a big garage full of Porsches. Can you spare one for me?
I haven't got a full garage. I've got friends who've got
friends,
garage
okay.
full of...
Yeah, that's how it is for me.
I'm a Mercedes
All my
driver.
friends have Porsches.
I'm a Mercedes driver.
Oh. Pardon me. Do you have any gray on, my friend? All right. So back to the races now. We have 2 minutes, 24 seconds left. I think the white flag will be coming out next time as we're getting short on time here. The leader, 173, there he is through the chicane and up into NASCAR Turn 3 up on the high banks. And he will rail around there and come around to the travel. He has some traffic in front of him, so we'll see if that comes into play. The white flag should be displayed to that driver, to Lindsay, I should say. As he comes around, it's going to be tight, though, because he has a car right in front of him. He's going to move to the outside as he gets around another Porsche, the black and yellow and white Porsche. He goes by. The white flag is out. The final lap is underway here with 19 laps complete at the moment.
And even though, you know, you're running to the flag, you've got a 7.2 second lead, Patrick will be aware that if he keeps pushing to the flag, he increases that lead going into the second segment. And that's what you have got to continue pushing until tomorrow afternoon, and your final 42-minute run. So even though, you know, you might think, well, I'm 1 lap away from the checkered flag, I'll just nurse it home, 7.2 second gap. No, keep pushing and make that an 8.7 second gap. Patrick Lindsay, we spoke to on the grid, and he's having fun. You know, he's been around professional motorsport, and he briefly mentioned the intensity of that, being in that position where, you know, you've got a team of tens of people looking towards you, the driver, and that element of responsibility that you have to take on your shoulders not to make a mistake. Well, there's still that, absolutely still that. However, it's a much more enjoyable, it's less intense. The intensity is kept to the track. The paddock here at the HSR events are, as always, a friendly family atmosphere. And we'll just watch now as Patrick Lindsay comes out of the Le Mans chicane for the final time for this first segment and puts himself very firmly in the lead from the Corey Friedman and Bedson Porsche. I say Porsche, the first non-Porsche is Vinny Barletta in his BMW Z4, which is currently 5th at the moment. But here's the checkered flag waving now, and Patrick Lindsay from pole position will keep the Group E lead going into the next race for these. Coming up at, what time did I say, Jeff?
Middle of the night. He's going to be on at 12 a.m. So it's
No, he's got a one before that, hasn't he? Where are we?
See what happens.
Oh, yeah.
We'll run through the order.
Midnight, yeah.
We started with the E cars. We're
Of course,
We're
right.
going to jump back to A, B, C in that order. Of course, we'll skip from D to F, and then that will conclude at 7:42
Yes,
for F,
yeah.
and then we reset, and basically everything from there on is all in order. A, B, C.
So these drivers could if they're not driving anything else, they could go back to the hotel and have a lovely dinner and a little snooze.
It's just now heading
Get
towards
back
3 o'clock, so
get back here for 11.
That's 9 hours away. So
yeah. So Patrick Lindsay taking the win by just on 8.5 seconds there, Jeff, and that was a great run to the flag for him. Corey Friedman was second. He hasn't got any gap whatsoever to the Michael Merritt Steve Dunn car. 0.1 was the gap between second and third, so that's going to be enjoyable going forward. The Jordans, Mike and Andrew, they're sharing the number 77. They were a further 3.3 seconds behind them. Vin Barletta was 8.5 seconds back in 5th. Sean McCaig a further 6.5 seconds back in 6th. And then off the lead lap. These are the drivers off the lead lap. The first one, I think, caught out by the safety car, wasn't it? And the just unlucky positioning on the track of being in the wrong place at the wrong time when that safety car was deployed and how you were picked up. And it's the John Emberson and Nigel Greensall. Oh no, they've just clicked by. They are still on the lead lap. So Emberson and Greensall still on the lead lap. Is that the last? No, we've still got some cars coming through. And I suspect that might well be Enzo Lucas, Dan Amman, who's sharing the car with Owen Trinkler. Did you say Owen Trinkler started that car?
I did not say.
Yeah, right. I just thought I heard you. Let's see. No, that's it. That's all the finishes. So the first car off the lead lap is the car in 8th place. That's Enzo Lucas. He's completed 19 laps. The leaders down to 6th place, who I've just mentioned, all on 20 laps. Now, that's going to play back into Nigel Greensall's being able to reduce that 1 minute 21 deficit to the leader for Nigel and John. It's still a chunk of time to eat into, but they're going to be starting on what is effectively a bit of a recovery drive already in this early stages. Dan Amman and Owen Trinkler, they finished on 19 laps in 9th place. David Richardson, a further 10 seconds back in the 06 in 10th. And then we had the number 22 of Alejandro Charwan. Joseph Giacalone in the number 8, he was 12th. Tom McGlynn, 13th. All of these drivers on 19 laps. Brad Ward, 14th. Mark Cook finished 15th. Then we had Ben Curry, who was sharing also with Nigel Greensall. And then we had, in 19th place, on 19 laps, Danny Stewart and Scott Tyler. Khaled Aidu in the number 122 rounds off the top 20. We've now got a chance to head down. Marshall Pruitt has been prowling the paddock. What sort of... we've heard about sprinkles of rain, Marshall. Is that something you've found? Okay, we're not quite ready to pick up Marshall down there. I do hear engine notes, engines in the background.
Ethan Shippert, we are here on pre-grid. You have an amazing Chevron B16 you're going to drive. Wonderful story coming out of effectively a mom and pop garage in Georgia back in the day. Tell us about this machine you're about to drive. It is pure glory.
Well, it's been owned by the Gregory family now for some decades. First Bob and now Gray. Gray's driven it to many positive finishes over the years, lots of wins. He's won here in the car with he and Randy Buck. We are running it this year as sort of a 10th year thing. It was 10 years ago he ran this car here for the first Classic 24. And we're so happy to be here again this weekend. So this year it's just Randy and I sharing the driving duties. So
why don't we walk around and take a look at this car? For sure. Glorious slice of British engineering. You've got some natural air coming into you here. Tell us about this. What is underneath the bonnet?
So it has a Cosworth 1.8 liter Cosworth FVC. Basically, it's half of a DFE. So most people know that the FVA, well, I don't say most people, but nerds like me know, nerds like us know that the FVA was the sort of the test program for the DFE. So this is the 1.8 version of that engine. You can rev it to a little over 9,000, but we try to shift around 8,500 this weekend. It makes a little over 250, 260 horsepower, somewhere in that range. Not much compared to the V8s in and around us here, but myself and the other B19s also have the same engine as well. So
this under 2-liter Formula, one that is special due to smaller size, smaller displacement, but an absence of weight. This car doesn't have the giant V8 horsepower, but it can compete with them. Tell folks about this. What is it like to drive this car that is so nimble and spirited, just doesn't have a trillion horsepower behind you?
Well, you trade off. You know, you can get them in the infield and they come back past you on the banking. The delta between what they make up and where you can get on them or gain on them is really where it's at. And there's a number of markers around the circuit where if I'm ahead of one, say coming out of the bus stop, I know I've got to be at flagpole X to beat him into turn one, or vice versa. I know if he's 2 car lengths closer or something, he's going to smoke me before we get to one. So it's a trade-off. You sort of play the hand you're dealt, and it's endurance racing. These are old cars, and although they're all gone through as if they're modern, it's still old designs, and you do the best you can with what you got. So
tell folks about making this trip annually. Your shop out at Sonoma Raceway, Shipper Racing Services. You look after a lot of vintage cars, you and your wife. Great business that you run. You also happen to drive, but it's one thing to be here local in Florida to come to the Classic 24. It's another thing to send an entire crew out from across the country. That's dedication.
Well, Gray and John Enoch and Randy were doing this for a couple of years with Phil Riley and Company, and then this car is still looked after by Phil Riley and Company. But I've been so fortunate to work with Gray in the last couple of years, since 2020, and so it's a big deal. This is always a great way to close off the season. We love coming to Daytona and then Sebring. It's a fantastic way to end the year. HSR puts on an excellent event, and this is really not only the end of the season, but always the high point of the season. We love coming here. Just such a great event. And for amateurs and gentlemen drivers to be able to get onto the banking in the middle of the night is really special. It's really special. Just not something guys like us would get to do otherwise. So,
when you and I spoke earlier, sun was out, a little bit of clouds, but blue skies. We don't have a lot more in the way of skies left. What are your thoughts here about the possibility of rain, conditions changing? This could make things complex in a historic race.
We're gonna just do the best we can. We don't have rain tires. We've got grooved slicks, so we'll just do the best we can with what we got. So, fingers crossed for dry weather.
Best of luck. We're gonna let Ethan get ready for his race here. David Hinton, how are you, sir? I need your help, first of all, telling me what color is this? It's in the range of green, but having watched a lot of Muppet shows over the years, I don't know if this is a Muppet color or what it is, but this is phenomenal on this Lola T70.
Muppets are driving it, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, so it is actually the original livery of the car. This car raced in 1969 in the Springbok Championship in South Africa, won that championship, came to the Sebring 12 Hours in 1970 with Frank Gardner, Mike Helwood, and the owner Mike Duty. And then after that, it was purchased by Steve McQueen's Solar Productions, and it was an extra in the movie Le Mans. And then it went on to several different owners, including Bob Aiken. And Damon and Dean brought it about 7 years ago now, and we've been campaigning it 3 or 4 times a year.
Beauty. If you look at the pure beauty of the car with the doors flipped open, the hatch here, just an iconic shape. Speaking of iconic, this event, something that you've put so many years of your life into, David, I'd love to get your thoughts, knowing that you've stewarded HSR, helped to get it where it is now. We have our friend Chris Ward now in that presidential role, but I'm sure you look like a proud papa here looking at this event and HSR growing year by year.
Yeah, I just had lunch with John and Ed, and I told them, I said, it's in the best hands possible. I said Chris is doing an awesome job, and with John and Ed's leadership, I just see bigger and better things. I got it to where I could get it, and now they're going to take it to the next level, and I'm so excited for the future of HSR.
It's perfect, the exact spirit of endurance racing, handing that baton from one leadership group to the next. Why don't we keep wandering down the row here and take a look at some of the amazing cars. We have a tree of Lolas up front, a couple of Chevrons right here. John in the orange car, we just spoke to him a little while ago, participated in the race in that gorgeous Corvette to open the Classic 12, or 24 I should say. And what would a historic event be without Shelby Cobra representation to the right? Yellow, loud, everything that these cars are known for. Just incredible history with that Cobra name. Also love the amount of safety involved. Full head surround, full cage. We might be celebrating the sports past, but we do indeed have all of the safety advancements possible, and the ability to lose your hearing, as loud as these cars are. A couple minutes to the car rolls off here, take part in the next race.
Thank you, Marshall. Has he got the best job this weekend? He's down there. He's breathing in those fumes, those exhaust fumes. That's my environment, Jeff. I really, and thanks for that little soundbite, Marshall. That was tremendous. There's a bit of a protocol, Jeff, to when the cars are collected in the collecting area. I call it the collecting area. What's the American term for that area?
We call it the grid here, where they just are.
Pre-grid, isn't it?
Pre-grid, grid. Right. Either way, it's how they're going to be set. And I guess it would be pre-grid because they're going once they send them out, they have to get lined up on there.
It's a rolling start, so it's effectively the grid, isn't it?
Right.
Yes.
So
there's a protocol of when the drivers and the teams have to bring their cars down.
It is. There's a schedule that Chris Ward put out, I think, to certain people that are making announcements down there, and I think they're making announcements from the garage for the grid. But typically, at about 30 minutes past the hour, and you should be following along. All the drivers and teams should be following the schedule. About 30 minutes past the hour of the current race, then the next race should be starting to head to the grid. And it seems like a long time, but it's not.
No,
it's really not. No. So 30 minutes, and then about 6 minutes later, they'll do it.
If your race is at the top of the hour, you really should be at the grid half an hour before that.
You should start heading that way.
Yes,
you should definitely be there by the 45-minute mark. So 15 minutes before the race starts, you should be in the grid area. So definitely, because the race starts at the top of the hour.
Yeah.
You don't need to be getting there at 5 minutes till. You need to be already in place at 45 minutes.
That's right. So we're leading these cars out with about 5 minutes to the flag. Now then, the grid sheet that I've got in front of me, Jeff, that bears no resemblance whatsoever to the grid that has formed out there. This is Group A, I can confirm, and this is one of my, if not my favourite. I mean, I'm a big fan of the contemporary prototypes, the DBIs and the older Daytona prototypes. However, there's something about not just about the Lola T70s, it's not just about the big prototypes of the age, it's also about the classic Porsches and the 9146 Porsche. That was the mid-engine Porsche that was brought out in that period of late 60s. That is.
I don't know where that came from, Joe, but
I have got a grid now in front of me, so I can take us through it. I just want to say a big hello to Derek Drinkwater. He was here last year with the Monstro, remember? And
yeah, that was a great story.
Yeah, it is a great story. Yeah, he did travel around the US. He's here in spirit, though, and he's here sat at home watching on the live stream. Derek, we need you back. Please, do your best. We'd love to have you here with that car, or indeed any car. Shall we have a look at the grid, Jeff?
Let's do.
Yeah.
I think you only have the only one, but
the number 60 is a Lola T70 Coupe here, Mark 3B Coupe here. It is one of the prettiest cars here, one of the best prepared cars here. This is the car that won this group last year, in the hands of Gerard Lopez, the owner, and Marcel Fassler. Yes, Le Mans winner and works Audi driver Marcel Fassler came out last year, won Group A. They also won their other group in Gerard's DPI. So that was a double win for them last year. Well, this year they are aiming for a double-double. Double-double, tall and trouble. Yeah, double-double. So they've put this car on the pole position by quite a margin of 1:50.9. Tony Seiler was the driver that got as close to them as anyone else did, 1:55.6. And Tony is in the Lola T165. Now, very similar cars. The 165 evolved into the T70, effectively design-wise. The 165, very, very tricky car to drive in period, very short wheelbase. It was a car that ran in the Can-Am series. The Lola Car Company perfected the chassis, the chassis design and engineering when they revamped the 165 and evolved it into the T70. But right now, we really appreciate Tony Seiler bringing out his T165. He shares the front row with Lopez and Fassler. Not sure who's doing the first race here, by the way. I'm not sure if it is Lopez or Fassler. We'll find if that information comes from you. We saw Damon DeSantis and David Hinton. We spoke to David Hinton, so it's Damon DeSantis in that Lola T70. That's the bright green one that Marshall's just been speaking about. Alongside Damon DeSantis, Greg Gregory in the Chevron B16. We spoke about that one as well, the little Cosworth engine car, the B16, very, very fast indeed. In fact, it kind of looks like it shouldn't have any right to be up there with the big powerful prototypes. But that shares the second row of the grid. Third row of the grid is the Emberson and Greensole Chevron B19, one of my favourite cars. This one from 1971, again from that period of 2-litre sports cars. And we have a green flag, and already we get going, and it's the Lola T70, the white with the blue and red striped bonnet, that gets off and into the lead. Tony Seiler follows him through turn one. The green Lola T70 there is the Damon DeSantis car, and then that's the bright red Chevron B16. So in grid order as they get down to the East Horseshoe, and already, look at that, the winner of Group A in the 2023 Daytona Classic 24 is off and starting where they mean to go on. Rest of the field and the GT class of Group A making their way around through the kink on the infield, already heading down to the West Horseshoe. And there's one of those Porsche 9146s that I was talking about, and just look how nimble that mid-engine car was around the outside of the more cumbersome Di Tommaso Pantera, the number 19 car, being driven into that corner, but having to really sort of back out as he got the car to turn in. Stephen Lisa there with it's a 1973 Di Tommaso Pantera, and the more nimble 9146 Porsche, showing how quickly and how much speed he could carry into the corner. The Lola T70 of the lead, that's the 165, that's the one without the roof, the open-top sports car. That's the second place Tony Seiler car. And just look at that, the coupe, the Mark 3B coupe of Damon DeSantis off and chasing him. Now get ready for the rumble as they come underneath us, Jeff, because the ground is going to shake. If you've already had them by you out there on track, you know what I mean. I hope we can get that across in the live stream. The Matador Motorsports live stream is hopefully going to convey it, as we've got a change. Look at that, and that was pure speed. I'm not quite sure whether the T165, the open top loader of Tony Seiler, had a problem there, Jeff.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened out there with him. He's just falling back to third. He's only 0.2 of a second at the stripe, so look for him to come back around.
Yeah, he overtook him on the stripe, and it looked like Seiler was standing still.
Right.
Maybe
David
he missed
DeSantis.
gear or something.
Yeah, perhaps that. Damon DeSantis, David Hinton, the number 27 car. That's the kind of a, what would you call that, lime green or a, what color green would you call that, do you think?
Yeah.
The green car.
It's kind of a sickly green, isn't it?
It's
and I mean that affectionately.
Kind
of
of odd, yeah. A light grassy green.
Battle of the chevrons going on the infield. We've got the Chevron B16 and the Chevron B19. The B19 is the orange one. The B16 is the close top car, the red one there. Great car, B16s. They are very well sought. They're very much sought after. There wasn't that many built. I think that's why they are so rare. But that's a great Chevron battle of crew.
We looked at that on the grid. There was a special presentation at the beginning and during the fan walk and the opening ceremonies. Greg Gregory, Randy Buck, Ethan Shippert in the 1970 Chevron B16, and they are the winningest. That's the winningest car in the Classic 24 series, and I believe I heard that this was Gray's last Classic 24. I don't know what that's about. Maybe he's retired from racing.
Great sights and sounds of the Chevron B16 on the banking here at Daytona. What a sight that is as well, as he comes out of NASCAR 4 and across the tri-oval in front of us there, just beneath us. The rest of the field coming out of NASCAR Turn 4. This is the fastest part of the track. And we see that the fastest time there on lap 2 went to Dim DeSantis. 154.7, 155.2 for the leading T70.
So following Todd Treppert around there, you see the camera shot there as he works his way through turn number 1. Typically we see him in a blue Porsche, number 1.4, but now he's in the red and white. Red and white 2.5 liter 1972 Porsche 911. He has he's had a pretty good weekend here so far in the WeatherTech Sprint Series and the Bureau and Chronograph Endurance Series. Been on the podium several times. Actually, he's been so busy that he's actually missed a couple of podiums because he's been in the next race. So,
yeah, saw that.
Certainly a family affair there. Great story there with his dad, Bill Treffert, racing here, his sister, Dawn Myers, and then, of course, her sons, Benjamin and Andrew Myers, racing out here. So certainly
I get that now. You've made that connection for me.
Yeah, family.
I've been calling their names.
There you go. Family affair with the Trefferts and Myers.
Yeah, you've made that connection now.
Yeah, the brothers.
Only took me all weekend.
The brothers had a good battle earlier, and Andrew had won yesterday. Benjamin won today, so they each have a win here at Daytona this weekend. And they were running the Carbers a little bit earlier. So they're not going to be out here, I don't think, in the Classic 24. But there's a cool looking car there, number 79. That's Alon Root, I believe. And the 79, that is a 1965-2002 Shelby CSX. Number 79, he's up on the banks.
Yeah, Alan Reuter, another stalwart of the HSR family. And I mentioned the B16 there, and James Redmond's messaged me to remind me, of course, that another member of the HSR family, Brian Redmond, back in period, was the development driver on that B16, of course. Brian from the same part of the northwest of England, actually, and he was the man behind bringing that car up to competition capabilities and development driver. So one of the first people to ever drive a B16 was one, indeed, Brian Redmond. Give our regards to your dad, would you, James? We do miss him at these meetings. Hope he's well.
I think he lives down in the Bahamas. Is James still here? I wonder.
James is here this weekend.
He's here. I saw him yesterday. I don't know if he went back to Vero or
I meant
not.
to catch him for a chat, but we were sort of rushing around like idiots.
Of course, James, previously the operations director or the event director here for HSR
course,
several years ago.
Yeah,
back when I started with HSR back in the day.
Yeah, there's the
it's been a while.
The Randy Book, and is that Todd Shepherd who's going to be sharing that car? I'm going to take
Ethan Shepherd.
Ethan Shepherd. Sorry, I'm going to take a punt and say that's Randy Book at the wheel of the number 44. The Chevron. Sorry, not the 44. Yes, it is the 44. The Chevron B16. I was talking about the other Chevron.
Well, it's a different number on that car because previously they'd been number 26 on that yellow Chevron. So
yeah, that's the Emerson and Greensall car, and that is the number 1. And one of that car was showing number 5. That's the B19, 1971 B19 of Alex McAllister.
Hey,
that's
you just shorted it up. That works.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
I'm looking down on the pit lane to see if I can see who might be down there and determine the drivers.
Well, the pit stop window is, of course, open. The pit stop procedure is that you will be, it's a mandatory stop. There will be one mandatory 3-minute stop, and it's got to be within 29 minutes of the race start. So we have only had 8 and a half minutes to go, isn't it? Right? Yeah. Just coming up to 9 minutes now. So plenty of time to take in your, got a full 20 minutes yet, Jeff, before you start thinking about closing that pit stop window door.
That's way early right now.
So yeah, it really is. 33 minutes to go in this race segment.
I saw Nigel Greensall down there on pit lane. So it looks like he has teamed up with John Emerson in the number 1 car, currently running in 5th position. The 71 Chevron B19 is. So it looks like he will possibly get in the car. He's kind of halfway suited up right now. David Hinton is down there as well, and he should be climbing into the Damon DeSantis car, number 27, who currently runs in 2nd. Doing a fine job holding on to 2nd with 4 laps in. And there's Craig Watkins coming around. It looks like the number 82 behind that car. That's a great battle for position. Watkins in the number 46. Actually, that's Robert Spence in the 63 car. How about that? So Watkins and Spence. And Johannes Overbeck is the driver with Craig Watkins. So we talked to them a little bit earlier this morning on the podium from a race that Craig Watkins had made his way up there to. They were looking forward to this race. So not sure who started off the race, but Watkins and Overbeck, the team for the number 46 car, holding off Robert Spence, who is a hot shoe there in the number 63 car. 4 laps in. A lot of the drivers now still turning in their faster laps as we get further and further into it. There's the number 15 car up on the banks out of NASCAR 1 and 2. Don Dimitriadis and Gerstel and Tenkate, drivers for that number 15 car. That is a 1965 Ford Mustang. Showing the 4.7 liter. Kind of reminds me of when I was a youngster. My brother-in-law had some cars like that, so I wonder if any of those ever made it into a race car. Now up in NASCAR 3 and 4 quickly, he was quickly through the chicane there, the Le Mans chicane, and now the view from the rooftop.
Great views here at Daytona, no matter where you are, whether you're in the stands or the infield. If you want to get really close to the action, get on the infield part of the circuit. It really is a visceral experience. Right up to the barriers, there's bleachers on the infield, just at the kink and down towards the West Horseshoe. On the outside of the West Horseshoe, there's some, and on the outside of the East Horseshoe, you see the cars coming out the corner, and they're just sort of letting the cars breathe out of the exit curb, and it's just, you just feel like it's right underneath you. It's great to see. And then, of course, the experience of being in the stands up on the Daytona Rising grandstands, the huge grandstands here, getting right down high up, gives you a panoramic view. There isn't anywhere on this track, Jeff, that you can't see. And it is, you can follow a race, you can follow any part of the race. It really is a phenomenal place to come and watch race cars from. I urge anybody, if you're thinking about a trip to see a motor race in the United States and you are a big fan of historic racing, then this is the one. The HSR Daytona Classic 24, powered by or presented by Mission Foods this year. I kind of like the term powered by, to be honest. We're all powered by food, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
And I do like Mission Food nachos.
I think they might go along with that.
Have we been brought up any Mission Food nachos, by the way, with some salsa?
We haven't, but it sounds good.
We haven't. That
doesn't
sounds
it?
good, yeah. Anybody out there?
Yeah, perhaps somebody's hearing us right now. Maybe, I know they have a feed going in.
Event sponsors, we can do that. Yeah, really promote.
I know they have a feed, a TV feed going in the Chicane Bistro there, who is, that's the dining tent for the drivers and officials. So perhaps somebody down there could hook us up with something.
Yeah, problem is they can't get those, can they?
Anything can happen, Joe.
Let the magic prevail. Where are we in the proceedings? In 13 minutes in, just over 13 minutes in. We've got about 28 minutes remaining. And it's still the Lopez Fazla car. Not much of a gap though, Jeff. 1.7 seconds. Damon DeSantis keeping them earnest there. The leader crossing the line. That is a really fabulous looking Lola T170. It's the Mark IIIB version, of course, the coupe here. And it's kind of motivating me to finish off that Tamiya model that I've got. It's not mine, it's Hindhoff's, but I've half built it for him. I'm going to have to do that.
I'm sure he'd appreciate that too.
No, he did. He said, "Hey, Bradley, you do this. You've got more time in your hands." It's like, that was about 10 years ago. I've kind of half... Anyway, the winter's coming. The winter is here. The dark nights. That's what I will do. I promise you, John, I will finish off our Lola team effort. So Jeff, with the Lopez Fazla car just making his way, look at the speed difference there. That's the Di Tommaso Pantera there. And you see that closing speed there. That's considerable closing speed into the Le Mans chicane, which isn't exactly a slow part of the track. Yes, it's a heavy brake off a flat out top speed, top gear, flat out maximum speed, but it's not going to be as fast as what you are now. You're building up speed from the exit of that chicane, and this is the longest, fastest stretch where the engines are absolutely reaching their limit. You gear the car to be maximum revs all the way across this tri-oval here, just maxing out, hitting that red line as you come across the line. And look at that, the gap to Damon DeSantis now gone out, back out to 2.9 seconds. So the Lopez Fazla car making his way through traffic and lulling us into a sense of maybe DeSantis was catching him.
So Damon DeSantis there in the number 27, and David Hinton is ready to get in that car. We're starting to see pit stops here coming up here in just a few minutes. We're about 15 minutes into it, 16 now. So the pit stops should start happening here as we'll get about the halfway point. Then we'll start seeing those cars come in for driver, or maybe not driver change, but it looks like, as I talked about earlier, Nigel Greensall and David Hinton, they were ready to get in the car, so I think they might be splitting that duty. Some of the teams opt not to do that. They just do, one driver will do one stint, the next driver will do the second stint, so on and so forth. We have two stints that will happen, two segments, I guess would be maybe a better word, that happen during the evening hours, the nighttime hours. We will run round number one right up until 8 o'clock, and then we'll have the, at 8 o'clock, we'll have the first race, or actually the second race for Group A. Second race for Group A will happen at 8 o'clock, and it will also be our fireworks display during that time. And then the remainder of round number 2 will continue on through the night up until about 2 o'clock. And then round 3 starts. Of course, we do have a time change tonight as well. It is the fall time of the year, so the clocks will fall back. And we'll have essentially 2 1 o'clock races, so to speak. But again, round 2, or segment 2 and segment 3 will all happen during the dark hours here at Daytona International Speedway. And then, as Joe said earlier, we will go off the air at 8 o'clock just shortly after the fireworks display begins. And we'll watch that and enjoy that. And then the live stream will be going off the air, as well as commentary. And then segments 2 and 3 will be overnight, and then we'll be back first thing in the morning at 7 o'clock, just before 7, to pick up the 4th and final segment of the Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by Mission Foods, or if you, as you say, Joe, powered by Mission Foods. There's the number 7 car coming in down on pit lane. That is Tony Seiler.
Yeah, Seiler in the T165. A beautiful example of that car. I'm going to put the binoculars on, Jeff, so I can have a proper look at that. Seiler not sharing the car with anyone, and looking like he's not needing to take on fuel. It's a 3-minute stop, so that ticks around very, very quickly. I'm going to save my paddock intelligence for later on when we get the Lopez car in, because I've got some paddock information coming out emanating about that car that's currently leading. Seiler came in the pits in 3rd place. He will, of course, drop down the order while he soaks up his mandatory 3-minute stop. And remember, just to remind everybody, that the 3 minutes is counted from when he trips the beam coming in to tripping the beam going out. That must be 3 minutes. So he's not exactly static on the apron for 3 minutes. You've got really clever teams will time it. They'll know how long it takes at the speed limit in the pit lane from pit in, and then releasing the car with just enough time to get to the line before the 3 minute ticks by.
And without stopping as well. If they stop on pit lane, if they're a little bit short,
yes.
If they stop, they will be penalized for that.
Not allowed to stop, but you can go slower.
You can slow down, but if some of the cars we've seen.
But as a driver, Jeff, you rely on your team saying go.
Of course.
You get up to the what is the pit lane spit limit? 35 miles an hour. As the second place Lola in as well, we've got 2 Lolas in. We've got the Camaro in as well, the number 2. That is one of my favourite cars here this weekend. It is the David Roberts.
That is a beautiful 69 Camaro.
It absolutely is. If I lived here, Jeff, that would be my daily car. I would find a 1969 Camaro, and that would be my daily. I just love those cars. Another, this time a Porsche into the pits. What's the number on that car, Jeff, as we look?
That is the Don Myers car, number 52.
So pit stops are plenty here. We'll stay out on track with the Chevron. This is the bright orange 1971 B19 of John Emberson and Nigel Greensall into and out of turn 1 through the little kind of S-bend chicane there. That's not really a slow chicane. It's a flat-out acceleration zone for that car. Centre of the road there, you might think, well, that's not the racing line, but into that East Horseshoe, the centre of the road is cambered quite heavily to the outside, and the camber starts on the straight bit towards the corner. So you'll find kind of in all forms of motorsport, even if you come here in January for the Rolex 24 hours, you will see that the cars in the WeatherTech Sportscar Series will kind of take that similar line down the middle of the road to turn in. There's the leader, another lap completed. We've got 20 or so minutes remaining. And the Lopez Fazla car, I can tell you a little bit of intel. They've been playing with the dive planes on the front of that car. I'm not quite sure, my intelligence source isn't enough to say what they were trying to do, but they've been swapping out different designs of dive planes on the front of that car. And when you've got a driver like Marcel Fassler in the car, you know that you are optimizing how that car is performing. And Gerard Lopez, of course, what a plethora of experience he has, owning and running his own Formula One team at one point, and not exactly a slow driver himself a very able driver, and it's such a very strong lineup in that Lola. So they've been chasing a bit of, I think, car balance there. And in comparison to that, the bright green car of Damon DeSantis now handing that car in the pits, now handing over to David Hinton, who, as I say that, pulls away and almost pulls into the path of the number 2 Camaro, but David Hinton now pulling away. Now they have got no dive planes on the front of that car, so it's all about straight line speed for them.
No planes. And talking about David Hinton, he's actually still on pit lane. He was suited up to get in the car, but apparently Damon said, no, I'm good. I'll stay in the car for now. So, but they weren't set up for a driver change, but it didn't happen. So, not sure if Damon's just feeling good or he's just having a good time or what it is. So
he's enjoying his driving.
David, I think, likes driving at night.
Right, get your binos out. Let's see if there's a driver change there for the bright orange chevron. That's in the pits as well. While we continue watching out on track, the leading Lola continuing around. We keep an eye in the background on what's happening pit stop wise.
There is a driver change going on. Looks like Nigel Greensall is getting into that car.
So he's getting in, Nigel.
Nigel is, yes. He was on the pit lane there. And of course, you have to change the seat cushion in those cars because drivers, different statures, different heights, so they have to refit the seat for the comfort of the driver, as much comfort as you may get in a race car, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's not so much about comfort, Jeff. It's about race driving comfort is different to driving your car to the shops or to the beach. It's about not moving around in the car, for instance. You don't want to be slammed against the side of the seats. I mean, you know, it's the same from go-karting all the way up to, you know, Formula One level. The driver's got to feel, you've got to feel snug in the seat. You can't be, you know, being flopped around you.
I think most race fans knew what I was talking about, but yeah, I get it. You know,
yeah. Well, I know you know what you're talking about,
right.
but I'm just making,
I understand.
You know, there might be an audience out there
who's not like driving your Mercedes.
No, it's not like driving on a Mercedes. Absolutely not. No, I have got an armchair. For a seat, which heats me in the winter and cools me in the summer. It's an old Merc. It's not a brand new one. There is Damon DeSantis enjoying his time so much, he stayed in the car. He's crossed the line now, and he will continue to chase back down. We're still waiting for a pit stop from the leader, of course. And we will wait and report on that one when we see it. Meanwhile, the bright green Lola of Damon DeSantis, his teammate was ready to take over, but for some reason he's obviously feeling fit. You know, it's cooled off considerably even since we started this event at 2 o'clock. The bright sunshine was very, very hot down there when Marshall and I were doing our grid walk, and since then it's gotten a lot cooler. And as into the pits has come one of my favourite cars. Craig Watkins sharing that little Porsche with Johannes van Overbeek. That's been on track quite a lot, hasn't it, this weekend? Got 16 minutes remaining, so the window is about to be shut. The leading Lola is in. Another bit of intel from someone now trackside. That car is running very, very low, right on the deck. So it's running more, it's running less ride height. It's running really low to the ground. So the aero on the car, maybe the dive planes are connected to what's going on underneath the car. Of course, when these cars were around in period, it was all about the airflow over the car. The airflow under the car had pretty much not been discovered. That was discovered in the early mid 70s. It was really refined by Colin Chapman and the Lotus 79. It started off with the Lotus 78 and other F1 cars manufactured. Then along came the sports car people with the Porsche 956s and the 962, which were basically just two huge Venturas. And then the IMSA GTP series with their cars, which just looked like huge wings with a massive engine bolted to them to push them. And the underfloor aerodynamics became a thing that you just could not undiscover. It was discovered and it became a thing. But this Lola T70, it is running low, but it's all about the airflow over the car back in this period, late 60s. It was all about getting the car to cut through the air as quickly as possible. Just to remind everybody, with not that long to go to complete the first segment for Group A, we have got the live chat open on the YouTube channel, on the HSR YouTube channel. Please get in touch. Get in touch with any kind of intelligence that you might have from the paddock or trackside. We had a couple of weather reports from Jim Keeter and Alejandro at various points on the track. Keep your questions coming. If Jeff and I can't answer them, we've got Marshall down in the paddock, Marshall Pruitt, renowned journalist, prowling the paddock and stalking people for information. We'll have more from him at the end of this race. The leader, I can tell you, is back in the race as we monitor the progress of... Now that's one of our chevrons in the field. It's great to have more than one chevron, I've got to say. I'm a big fan of that mark, not just because it's British, because I'm a big fan of this, the 2-litre sports car period. The 2-litre sports car period back in the 1970s, kind of the LMP2 of the World Sports Car Championship at that time. And it was, I think it's because the way they're made, the monocoque chassis, aluminium monocoque chassis, absolutely accessible form of motorsport. Quite a pure racing car back in those days, weren't they? And an aluminium monocoque, suspension attached to it, and then, you know, you just went to work with the motor, got the car to handle, got the engine running right, and you were in business. Great period of motor racing being brought to you by the HSR Time Machine, as I like to call it. The B19 was around in the early 70s as part of that World Sports Car Championship, and there is my favourite of all, the Chevrolet Camaro, the 1969 Chevrolet Camaro, one of the earlier iterations of this car, and looking absolutely splendid there. David Roberts sharing with, what is T. Sullivan's first name? I know we haven't got room to. We'll find that out, but that Dave Roberts car, one of my favourites currently. Trying to find out where that is in the field. We'll have to do that later when we get the timing and scoring back up. For now, that car making its way around. That car's already pit stopped. We have run out of time for the pit stop window. Everybody, I think, as everyone who was owed us a pit stop has now served them. I think we're about to slam the window shut, actually. Jeff, are you... I'm pretty sure I saw a regulation where the pit stop window, you had to be out of the pits by the time the window shut, or is it you've got to be in the pits by the time the window shuts? But so once you're in the pits, that's it, we're inside the window. Where did I see that reg?
You have to be in by the 29
right,
minute
that's
mark.
it, you just have to be in.
Right. It's only a 3-minute pit stop required, but you can take as long as you want. Of course, you don't want to take too long. You're going to lose time out there, but you have to be in by the 29-minute mark. Previously, we've said that you had to be out by a certain time, but that actually doesn't apply, because why would it, right? So as long as you're in by the 29-minute mark, you're good.
So we're getting towards the final 10 minutes then, and that is our leader, the Group A winner from the 2023 event here, and Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fassler. They are targeting a double-double this year. It's a big ask, because these cars, these historic race cars, there is an attrition factor, remember, as well. They were in period and even present day, then they are understandably not as reliable as modern day machinery. We kind of have engineered out the attrition factor that comes into modern day sports car racing. And it's quite a surprise when we see a modern day race car encounter a problem, and it's usually in the electronics department. Well, there is very limited electronics and computery going on these 1960s sports cars, 1960s, mid-70s. So inside the final 10 minutes of this, the first 42-minute segment of the afternoon for Group A. And I can tell you that the lead has gone out to just over 12 seconds now for so 12.2 seconds to be exact. Tony Seiler 32 seconds behind Damon DeSantis. Now Damon stayed in the car, didn't he, and didn't need to hand over to David Hinton. Greg Gregory, Randy Buck sharing the B16, the 1970 B16, the red coloured car. In fourth place, the Emberson and Greensell, now Nigel Greensell at the wheel of the number 1 car. That's a B19 Chevron, built in 1971. Only 35 cars, only 35 B19s were made. Designed by the late great Derek Bennett, of course. And staying on the lead lap then, Alex McAllister, he's in the other of the B19s. Alan Reuter stays on lap 15 as well, he's on the lead lap. And then that's the 7th place car of Alan Reuter, the Shelby CSX. Todd Treffert, the first of the cars just off the lead lap there in the Porsche 911. The 2.5 litre 1972 version there in 8th place. That's the number 15 Mustang, and that is Don Dimitriadis. He's down in 17th. That's the 1965 car. It really is a classic, isn't it? I love to see those mid-60s Mustangs. They're muscle cars, aren't they?
They are.
And Damon DeSantis is off, Jeff. Sorry to break in, but Damon DeSantis in a cloud of smoke. Now, I really hope that's tyre smoke off a spin rather than engine smoke. The smoke has cleared. The smoke has cleared. Where is the car?
I don't see the car. Where'd he go?
Yeah, the car. Where'd he go? The car has disappeared in a cloud of smoke, actually.
Yeah, I think he ended up on the other side of the tire wall there over at 6, because they are waving yellow at 6.
No. Right, let's see it again. We're going to have the joy of a there it is. There it is. That is not tyre smoke at all. That is a catastrophic engine failure, I would say. And Damon, going behind the barrier there. That's why we can't see him. He's where that recovery vehicle is. That's brought out the full course caution because he's actually in the runoff for turn 6.
Right.
So, that is an absolute tragedy. Damon DeSantis running in second. He will not finish this race. He completed about 35 minutes of it, didn't he? And with 7 minutes remaining, actually 6 minutes remaining on the clock, but 7 minutes for Damon DeSantis. He will. Do you think they've got a spare engine? Do you think that's it done? I'm just being sort of.
I don't know. That's out of the Heritage Garage, so David Hinton's going to have some thinking to do.
Yeah, they're going to. But it's whether they've got a Chevy V8 in the crate, isn't it?
Yeah, I kind of think not at this point, but.
There's a lot of work entailed, isn't it? It's not just a simple case of bolting an engine in and off. If that's a catastrophic failure, then you're going to have bits of metal floating around in the coolant and in the oil pipes as well, I would imagine, as well, wouldn't it? So that's a shame, that, because that was a car that was challenging. That was challenging our leader, Tony Seiler now takes over in second place, almost 53 seconds behind that car, the number 60. That seems to be just edging his way forward. For just under 5 minutes of this race remaining, we are under a full course caution, and with Jared Lopez, Marcel Fassler leading by almost a minute from Tony Seiler, we are going to see the Damon DeSantis Lola dropping down the order. As another car being recovered as well, Jeff. That's the number 24. That's going to be way down the order now, isn't it?
That is the Brady Refening and Jack Refening car, number 24. Blue and silver. I'm not sure what happened with that car, but they are loading it up. Looks like over.
Oh, that looks like a broken left suspension. We'll be back in a moment. Let's catch our breath for a little bit.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
So 3 minutes, we've gone green with 3 minutes remaining. We've got a car entering the pits, Jeff, but I'm pretty sure that's not a car entering the pits, that's the pits car. I got excited
well,
there.
It is a car.
I thought a regulation irregularity there as the pace car pulled into the pit lane. Yeah, welcome back. I had a little snooze there, didn't I? We were in for that Mission Foods ad. We are almost at the first checkered flag for Group 8. And it's a white flag that flies along with the green one, which means one more lap to go for the Lopez and Fassler car. What the full course caution has done, of course, Jeff, is taken away that what was almost a 1 minute gap, and it's brought that down to 8 seconds now, which is great for us. So I think it was 55 seconds or so, the gap between the number 60 and the number 7. That has disappeared now because of the full course caution. As we watch that very nimble handling Porsche 914-6 go through the Le Mans chicane. That's the number 72.
Just got passed by your favorite car, the Camaro.
Yeah, I saw that.
With Roberts and Travis Sullivan.
Yeah,
the co-driver there.
Here is the current leader then of Group 8. And he will be greeted by the sight of the checkered flag when he's negotiated the Le Mans chicane, bouncing over the curbs. They've taken away the grass there, so the drivers were telling me very, very hard to pick out where you are turning in and where to position the car in that kind of massive expanse of tarmac out there. The traffic defined by the positioning of the curbs. Very tricky, even more tricky during the night, but it's going to be checkered flag for our Group A leader. Comes underneath us now, and the checkered flag flies. So the Lopez Fassler car finishes on 19 laps completed. We had more laps completed by the runners in Group E, by the way. Remember, no overall winner out of all of our groups there this weekend. We have no overall winner. We have a winner of each group A through to F, so it's not about which group has achieved the most mileage underneath them. It's all about just who wins each group. So Tony Seiler finishes 8.2 seconds behind in second place. Nigel Greensoul finishes in John Emberson's Chevron B19, and that's in third place, 31 seconds behind. Just under 2 seconds behind them is Randy Buck in the Chevron B16. and that's going to be a race that will continue. Alan Reuter will finish on the lead lap as well as he crosses the line, a full 52 seconds behind. 19 seconds behind the Randy Buck car. Alex McAllister finishes 1.4 seconds, almost on the tail of Alan Reuter, and Alex McAllister in 6th place, the last car on the lead lap. Just rounding off a quick rundown, the Long and Althoff SPF GT 40, that finishes in 7th. The Watkins and Overbeck Porsche 911 finishes in 8th. The Agratellis and Lopez Santini Porsche 911 finishes in 9th, and then rounding off the top 10, Todd Treffert in his 1972 911. So Jeff, that's Group A. It's going to be a hard car to beat, that one, isn't he? Jared Lopez knows how to put a race team together. He's done that at the very, very highest level of this sport when he was in Formula One. He's doing the same here at the Daytona Classic. He hasn't just hired any racing driver, he's hired Marcel Fassler. You can't really optimise the job any more than that, can you?
Certainly not. Certainly not. That car just now coming down through the NASCAR 4 for the cool down lap. Then we'll head down on the pit lane here and complete the first session of 4 here for the Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by Mission Foods. So we mentioned Todd Treffert in the 10th position. Behind him, Craig Sutherland, Aaron Nash in the 98 car, finishing 11th over Robert Spence in the 6.3. That's the bright yellow Porsche. Then Don Myers, number 52, 13th. Don Dimitriadis and Alan Tenkate in the number 15 car, finishing 14th. And then Steve and Lisa and Alan Lisa finishing in the 15th position.
Hello to Paul Smith, who has messaged in. The 69 Camaro is a magnificently wallowing boat, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant to watch. Yes, exactly, Paul. That's exactly my thoughts as well. You can really see the dynamics of the car, isn't it? Especially through the Le Mans chicane, those changes of direction. You know, the softly sprung Camaro, relatively softly sprung Camaro. You can see how much it fights that. So yeah, absolutely great observation there. Will Peter Pettinger, hello to you, Will. I didn't see what happened between the mint green Lola and the metallic blue Porsche. Any details available? I don't think they were connected. The mint green Porsche, the mint green Lola had a catastrophic engine failure, and then what our cameras caught up on was the blue Porsche, the metallic blue Porsche, being recovered at the same time. Basically, the Lola the engine blew, and it blew its engine. As we've had Woo B1E. It looked like a left suspension failure, yes, when it went on the truck. So yeah, I think you spotted that one absolutely spot on, Woo B1E. So, Lenzo's Sardonic Sports Cars, Racing and More. For anyone interested in more information on the car, 5 minutes guide made for your viewing pleasure. Yeah, we'll pick up on that. I'll pick up on that during the week when I'm watching this back. Thanks everybody. We are live chat. The live chat is up and running on HSR's YouTube stream now. For now though, let's go down to the paddock where Marshall Pruitt has been doing some more stalking. What have you got, Marshall?
Joe, I have one of the greatest pair of hands you will find on this continent, Neil Brown, chief mechanic par excellence. Sir, I want you to tell us about this amazing Mirage chassis, the motor that's in it, its provenance. The sound's beautiful. It goes 1,000,000 miles an hour. Chris McAllister does not take it easy on any of the cars that you prep for him. Tell him what we are looking at here.
It's a 1972 Golf Mirage. Powered by a DFV engine, Cosworth. It was built as a Le Mans car back in its day. Derek Bell drove the car. Unfortunately didn't win Le Mans in the car. Had reliability issues back in its day, but we're trying to make it to the end of the races these days.
Neil, you take care of so many amazing cars that Chris keeps alive. What is that responsibility like? I know I would be quivering knowing the value of some of these cars, but indeed the spirit of Chris, he wants to go out, push hard, have fun, but what's it like preparing cars that have so many zeros after the comma that I can't even count that high?
You can't really take the value of the car into account. For me, it's the historical value of the car. And there's still a lot of pressure involved, you know. When you want the car to be safe, but you want it to be fast, it's a challenge, but it's a good challenge.
How did your career before this, as a frontline race car mechanic, chief mechanic, in the pro racing levels, how does that inform what you do here? Or is preparing historic cars very different than what you did in other bigger open wheel series?
It's very different. I mean, you still have, the car is basically the same, but in the pro level, the pressure's a lot higher, and everything is about making the car go fast. Here you're trying to maintain the historic value of the car and keep the car built the way it was in its day. So you sacrifice speed for originality.
Last question for you. So the car has been on this planet for many decades, well-defined, highly refined. How hard do you push from a setup standpoint? We know that the car could be easier and more compliant to drive, but not as fast. Or it could be a little more knife edge to give you more performance. Where do you or Mr. McAllister fall in that range of the setup of the car?
We really don't change the setup of the car that much. We never get enough time at any track for Chris to become consistently comfortable in the car and to make a change. It takes so long to get the car, to learn the tracks, especially here. We've not been here with this car. So you'll pound around for the driver to learn the track. And generally at that point, when you're getting ready to change the setup, it's time to go home.
Neil Brown, one of the great characters in the paddock, bringing excellent vehicles here on behalf of Mr. McAllister at HSR. Why don't we go for another walk here on the grid, Chevron right next to it. Talk about two beautiful vehicles right next to one another. Little minutia of getting the mirrors just right. Of course, you do that when you plan on getting in front of everybody, having to see cars behind you instead of focusing on what is in front of you. And next here we have a car that is just so iconic and beautiful. Porsche 935, Ted Field, the Interscope company, Interscope Records. So many cars bore these colors back in the day between open wheel sports cars, primarily Dr. Jim Norman driving this monster twin turbo flat six motor flame breathing car. If you look down low, the gorgeous things about the 935s, many of them as they were built, you can see the turbos, wastegates, the exhaust, everything that helps to pump 800 plus horsepower through this amazing German motor, but also just the creativity involved with the car. If you look at it from the back, you see the width of the fenders. You look at the body line here, the central portion of the chassis. Look at the sheer width required to cover over those massive Goodyear tires at the back. Also at the very top here, NACA duct to feed air into those turbos, serving dual purposes. But just the 935 era, so much creativity, really did help the thoughts, the creativity, the inspirations that would come soon after in the IMSA GTP formula. We'll keep walking down the grid here, get into some more GT machinery. Porsches galore. I see a Ford Capri that is pure delight. This is the variety here at an HSR event. Bespoke, custom-made prototypes, production-based GT cars, fantasy machinery like a Porsche 935, and then we keep walking. The white and blue Texaco sponsorship on the front. This Ford, this Capri's, amazing looks, amazing sounds. Anybody who's gotten to see these cars run in the past absolutely loves them. And deafening joy. We have our man Bobby running down, holding the 3-minute board. We're getting close to firing off this class. Also get into the world. Heavy presence in motor racing with Japan. Datsun here. 240Z. Classic car. Hugely important in IMSA's formative years in the 1970s. A lot of flame-breathing cars out of Germany, but certainly Japan well represented. Notice, for the sake of cooling, a slight lift. The back of the hood here, just the little grace notes, make sure the cars can survive endurance races. More Porsches here and a BMW. Batmobile era BMW. Classic BMW colors. How do you not love everything about it? Up front we have the prototypes, the 935 that we mentioned, and here is coming out of the tail end, we have yet another 935. Talk about a rocket at the back of the field. The Martini colors, among the most famous in motor racing. And now it is time to get another class underway, rolling here, Classic 24 at Daytona.
Yeah, isn't that fabulous? That is just pure, beautiful art. It's the only word I can use, Jeff. Art. That Martini 935. Martini is one of the most iconic liveries and my favourite livery on any racing car. Whether it be Formula One, sports cars, whatever. In fact, that's my favourite livery on iRacing.
It just works. On iRacing as well, huh?
Everything I race in iRacing. If you ever come across somebody running a Martini livery, it's probably me. We are bringing these cars out. We've got 15 cars that have qualified for Group B. And I know I said Group A was my favourite. It's kind of like choosing your favourite child, this lot, isn't it? Can you choose a favourite group, Bradley? Yes, of course I can. It's Group B. Because they're the ones in front of me.
Next time around, it'll be Group C.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, you know, the Gulf Mirage, the Mirage M6, this 1972. This is the car that went on to be developed into the 1975 Le Mans winner with the likes of Ix and Bell, who drove that car to the win in 75. It remained as part of the Le Mans 24 Hours. It raced here at Daytona in that livery as well. The Lola T298 that is currently being driven by Mr. Jim Farley, Mr. Ford, to give him his full title. Has he brought that car out? Has Jim Farley brought that car out? I'm not sure. He's certainly on the list to be on pole position. Chris McAllister is the driver of the Gulf Mirage. Jim Farley ahead of him on the front row with a 156.3. Chris McAllister alongside. We've then got a Chevron B36, a 1976 Chevron B36. Graham Alderman sharing the car with Andy Willis. We've got two 935s in 4th and 5th. That's Mike Smith's 935. He's sharing it with two drivers down to drive that one. The number 00, Jim Norman, sharing with Joshua Norman. The 1980 935, the 1973 911 RSR of Angus Rogers, sharing that car with Kevin Wheeler. Kevin Wheeler's company, of course, the team, the preparation company behind putting that car on the grid. Fourth row of the grid is Yves Samama, sharing with Scooter in his 1974 911 IROC, with Gary Gould in the Frisbee GB2, the 5-litre car from 1981. Gary Gould sharing that with no one, as he wants to do all of the race himself. Fifth row of the grid is Nick Matthews with the Ford Capri. Nick, we spoke to yesterday. He's got that car in the livery that it raced at Le Mans in 1973. It was one of the classes at Le Mans. I think that was one of my first cars, Jeff, a Ford Capri.
Oh.
Yeah, I was very popular with the girls getting a Capri at 17. Okay. Very popular.
How long did you have it?
It's what I needed. I needed help. How long did I have it? Oh, I had it about 3 or 4 years. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Did it work for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I ended up getting married.
Well, okay.
To the person who. Anyway, that's another story. Craig Conway is alongside on row 5, and he's in a Porsche 911 IROC. Datsun 240Z from 1972 is the property of Joseph Viola, and he's 11th on the grid. Pavel Puchalski is in his Porsche 911 in 12th. The 1980 Porsche 930 Turbo of Benoit Fretin and Thomas Fretin, they are 13th on the grid. They're in car 44A. I don't see another 44 on the grid, but 44A, that's where it's down on the sheet as. Another 1974 911 RSR, David Roberts, sharing with Travis Sullivan, is 14th, and Robert Summerall in his BMW 3.5 CSL. We have not got Jim Farley, has not joined us, which is a shame, really. The Lola T9298 not making an appearance. Not quite sure what, if any, their issues were. But the field coming round to take the green. The lights are off on the pace car, so we're about to go racing. This is the first segment for Group B. And this really is my favourite group, Jeff. Honestly.
I can tell.
Pace car in. We've got the fabulous sight of the Gulf liveried Mirage that will lead the field away from that Chevron B36. There is no Frisbee that has made an appearance as well. So Gary Gould not out in the number 4 Frisbee, as the field of 13 cars for Group B make their way through and out of turn 1.
Joe, looking at the leaders heading through turn number 5 over there on the West Horseshoe. Is there pretty well bunched up the number 5 car leading now over the number 34. They come out of turn number 5 heading towards 6. Number 5 on the inside. Now they swap places there as they go into the braking zone. Way slow there, and now another pass on the inside of the number 5 car. Getting back underneath the 34, or the 34 under the 5, excuse me, as they head up onto NASCAR 1 in the NASCAR turn 1, then up on the banks.
Through and already in the NASCAR 2 then, and it's easy to pick out, isn't it, Jeff? The bright blue and orange car leading the field round. 3 cars breaking away from the rest of the field, no surprise there, as they head on down to the Le Mans chicane. It's the Chevron, the B36, leading the Mirage into the Le Mans chicane, and then we've got the Interscope livery car, the 935, That's Porsche 935 Turbo, pushing out all of that power, powering that car around the banking. Back towards us and across the line. Are we going to see the Mirage find its feet maybe here on the straight? Doesn't look like it's got the legs of the Chevron, mind.
Not just yet. We're coming into the braking zone there in the turn number 1. Here's a battle between Rogers and 52 IMSA Mama and the Porsches. A couple of Porsche 911. One's an IROC model, the other an RSR of number 15, Angus Rogers. We've seen him on the podium several times here this weekend, yesterday and today, and IMSA Mama as well. And with Scooter Gable there, as we watch that battle heading there into the International Horseshoe. IMSA Mama not able to make a pass just yet.
Was it Angus that had that spin this morning in one of the support races?
I think he did. There was.
He was chasing Agratellis, wasn't he?
He did have a spin. Yeah, there was an issue. They were racing hard there. There were a couple. They were talking about on the race control that they were racing hard there through the chicane, and maybe
it was the chicane, wasn't it?
Maybe got together just a little bit, and Angus had the advantage, but Agratellis went in there a little deep, and then he did admit that he got past Angus Rogers, but he backed off, gave him the spot back, and then Rogers had it proper, but then he had an incident. He had a spin, and basically reversed it back to what it was. So these guys, well, not the same guys here, but he was having an issue earlier.
And I was saying this morning that they were taking it easy,
right,
in the support race, taking it easy to keep the cars for this afternoon. This is where they're going to come into their own, isn't it? The Chevron still maintaining a lead. You know what, Jeff? I wouldn't be surprised if this turns out to be one of the closest groups we have this weekend, with just a couple of laps gone by. We're just about to complete 2. The Mirage just beginning to find a bit of pace to maybe come back towards the Chevron for a moment there. I thought Jim Norman was going to be challenging the Mirage in the 935. That doesn't seem to be the case, though. He's dropped back off the back of him now.
Yeah, it's falling back just a little bit now as the leaders cross the stripe. It's still the 034. The 3-4, Graham Edelman cross the stripe. Then McAllister in the number 5. Just turned in the fastest lap, so we're only 2 laps in, but that's the fastest lap so far with 1:58.004 in the Mirage. And the 935 is now reeling him in a little bit through the turn 1 area.
1972, that Mirage raced here at Daytona, and famously the race was shortened. Now the race was shortened in the belief that the 3-litre Ferrari 312BB and the Cosworth engine Mirage, all based on Formula 1 engines, wouldn't make it to the finish. But wasn't that also to do with the fuel crisis? The global fuel crisis? Or did they put the blame on the global fuel crisis? But the reality of it was they thought that those cars wouldn't make it to the finish. So they shortened the race to 6 hours. So that, thanks for reminding me of that, because you forget that, don't you, when you look at the results? You forget that that wasn't a 24-hour race, that was a 6-hour race. Right. To accommodate the Formula 1 based sports cars at the time. And the Alpha 33 as well. That was part of that era as well, wasn't it? The Le Mans didn't get short, neither did Sebring. Sebring ran longer, 12 hours, of course.
You see that battle there with Mike Smith moving up to the 5th position in the 1M, and now they're heading on to the backstretch. He's chasing down the number 15 car of Angus Rogers. That's about a 4th position. And that car started in the last position, has already moved up, and now is in the top 5.
Wow, and it's great to see that car. That is, I think, Mike Smith's car. We spoke to Mike Smith in previous years. That's a replica 935 Martini livery car. There he goes. Powers past the Angus Rogers Porsche and up into 4th place with plenty of time remaining, 35 minutes to be exact. We've just coming up to 9 minutes, just over 9 minutes of this first segment completed now. Mike Smith in that exquisitely liveried car. I could watch that all day, actually. I know we're not going to. We're going to watch a few other cars, but Mike really is on a charge. And he's done what he had to do, hasn't he, Jeff? He started from the back. He knew he had to come through the field and get on terms with. And let's just see where he is in relation. He's only 14 seconds off the leader. He's only 14 seconds off the chevron.
Look at the motorway there from the number 15 car. Both Porsches there, but a little bit different look. A big different look because of the huge wing on the back of that 935, replica or not. I think that's one of the fan favorites, those 935s out here. And now they work through turn number 5 out of the West Horseshoe, heading towards turn number 6 to the inside. Angus Rogers pulls up on the tail there of that Mike Smith car. Smith's going to hold on to it now as they head up into NASCAR 1. And they're trying to pull away from that 52 car of Yves Samamba, but he's about a couple seconds back there as they work their way into the NASCAR 2.
The Datsun 240Z there. That is the car of Joseph Viola chasing down Craig Conway now in the 74 Porsche 911 IROC and getting right on the tail of him as he comes out of turn 6 and onto the banking. We'll just see what the difference in the power is of the Datsun and the Porsche seemingly having the legs. Hello to Romit, who's watching our YouTube feed. He's a bit disappointed that we didn't have a straight through. I think it's Romit who says this. He's a bit disappointed we didn't have a straight through 24-hour race. We've never ran the Classic Daytona as a full 24-hour race. These are really old classic cars, and this is kind of matching exactly what happens at other classic 24-hour races like the Le Mans Classic. It's a segment split into, each class gets 4 segments. It's actually a 168-minute race at the end of the 24-hour period of racing.
Right.
It's exactly what we do at Le Mans.
That's what I tell my friends. Like, you know, the 24-hour race, they have of course, the Rolex here at Daytona, and of course, you know, we can't have another 24. I suppose we could, but I tell my friends that it's not a 24-hour race, but 24 hours of racing. So I explain all the details to them.
Some of these cars are 60 years old.
Right.
And
probably not going to make it.
They wouldn't have a 24. They wouldn't make it through a 24. As we just heard, they didn't make it. You know, the Mirage was only given a 6-hour race at Daytona because they were suspected it wouldn't make the distance. So some of these cars in period wouldn't have done a 24-hour race. There's the Capri. The Capri is certainly one of my favourite cars. It's a 1973 RS26 2600. This car ran here at Daytona, ran at Le Mans. Drivers Jochen Mass, Hans Heyer, Jackie Hicks, some pretty high level superstars have been driving that Capri in period, and that car is liveried exactly how it ran in the 1973 Le Mans 24 hours. Do we have a challenge for the lead there, Jeff? Is that what we've just picked up there? That's the Mirage, the second car in. That's the Chevron that's leading, Graham Alderman.
Yeah, still leading there. McAllister in the number 5 car, just a few seconds back, or probably less than a few seconds. There they go into turn number 3 in the International Horseshoe. About 3 car lengths separating. Now a little bit wide there for the second place car, number 5. I was watching that battle a moment ago between the Capri you were talking about and the number 241 Jägermeister livery, number 1973 Porsche 911. A little bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car. I think it was just maybe brake smoke as it was hard on the brakes in the International Horseshoe, but able to get back out and they continued the race. So, but the battle for the lead, number 5 is still going there through the final turns there over at 6 and heading up onto the banks at NASCAR turn number 1. They have some traffic in front of them, so we'll see how they negotiate around them. The number 34 car up high on the banks in NASCAR 1. There's a battle with the Capri you were talking about, the Jägermeister Porsche number 241. And they're coming up on one of the red Porsches there. Looks like it's Conway in the 79.
Well, he's just been overtaken by Joseph Viola in the Datsun. So he's already been overtaken by a front-engined sports car there. That's the car just ahead of it. He's about to be a long-nosed front-engine car, is perhaps what I was trying to say. He's got another long nose, this time in the shape of a Ford Capri. I had the Mark 1.5 from, it was a 1973 was about 10 years old when I bought it. In the days when 10-year-old cars weren't very good, Jeff. It's had the exact same lights at the back, the same light cluster.
Really?
As that one. That's a Mark 1 Capri. The Mark 1.5 was that shaped Capri, but with a bulge on the bonnet.
Okay.
That was it. It was a flat bonnet, the Mark 1 Capri, and then the Mark 1.5 came along before the facelift Mark 2, which was exactly the same car, just a different design.
A little bit different design.
Yeah,
Same engine? Different engine?
Yeah, pretty much. They ran the 1600 and the 2-litre overhead cam, which had a very dubious oil feed system to the cam. They were renowned for ruining their camshafts. Here we've got a challenge as the Capri goes by, and we've got Nick Matthews. That's not Nick Matthews, that's Pavel Puchalski, of course, in the bright orange Porsche, who just missed his braking now. They were almost 3 wide there, the Capri and the 2 Porsches. That's allowed Nick Matthews to go ahead of Craig Conway. Now Craig Conway gets into the slipstream. Oh, and that's not good. That's a Ford V6 motor that has absolutely obliterated itself. That might have been on the upshift. Out onto the banking, a cloud of smoke. I hope he hasn't dropped any oil.
He was sliding around a little bit. I saw the back end kick around a little bit,
right.
so I think they will probably
right.
They will probably go. I'm not saying, but I'm anticipating a full course yellow on that because he did slip around a little bit there, slide around as he came onto the pit. Of course, he might have just been trying to steer it on there, but
that's a brand new engine. I was talking to Nick. Oh, it's not an engine. The good news is it's a blowout. Is it a blowout? Did I see that? No, it's an engine.
Tires look good there.
No. Yeah, we've got oil on the wing there, Jeff. See it spewing out. Now, that's a brand new motor.
Wow.
That was just installed the other day. I'm not going to speculate as to what's happened there, but he was accelerating out and across the banking. I was kind of hoping it was the tyre. I don't want to lose the Capri here after, 20 minutes or so? Yeah. We've had 13 minutes. We've had 13 minutes of Capri, and there it just went, didn't it? Bang. It just went bang, and well done.
Look at the driver just got out and just quickly walked away. He's done. He's, I'm sure, not happy about that.
Ah, what a shame. What a shame. That is a catastrophic failure. That's a rod through the side of the block and all sorts, isn't it? Let's see if we have indeed dropped some lubricant on the banking there at NASCAR's 3 and 4. Remains to be seen, Jeff. You've got the official channel. Is there any talk of it? Talk about the surface change over there?
I'm not hearing anything just yet.
Okay.
But I am monitoring. So it looks like all the cars are making their way through there. He was kind of low on the track as he came through, so
he was on the lower line. Yeah,
it was. Perhaps he felt something happening and got down there. Here's the braking moment here.
Yeah. Now then, remember manual shifting going on there. I'm not going to speculate without talking to the driver.
Through the chicane up onto NASCAR 3.
Yeah, and then just accelerating out. But I mean, downshifting is where you really can damage a motor. But again, I'm not going to speculate that. That might have just given up the ghost. But it is a brand new motor. I saw that. That was one of the most pristinely prepared race cars I can see in that whole paddock out there. And we're talking about a high level. Right, so information from the pits that we have got just an oil pipe that has come loose on that Capri. Yes, that's just an oil pipe. That's not a catastrophic failure. That's just oil smoke billowing out. Brilliant news. Brilliant news. Thanks. Did you say that was from Chris, by the way, Clark? Yeah, Chris Ward, our president, has messaged that in. So that is fabulous news. I'm happy now. I'm happy now. My favourite child is not finished yet. It's going to be down the order. It's going to be down the order, yes, but it's going to be able to start regaining, and he's obviously dropping down the order. We lost Robert Summerall's BMW 3.5. These iconic 1970s super saloons are dropping like flies, but Nick Matthews will be back. No doubt about it. Nick Matthews and his co-driver will be back. Hopefully they can repair that and get that sorted. We have still got 25 minutes of this first segment to run. Group B is out there at the moment, and that's being led by Chris McAllister, now in the lead and in the Mirage just easing its way forward into the lead of this race and ahead of the Chevron. Now that's the number 44. And that is I've got down here as the 44A car. That's a Porsche 930.
Yeah, 930 Turbo. Who's that? Benoit Fretin?
Yeah,
Is that how you
Benoit
pronounce that? Benoit Fretin? Fretin. That's the Fretin team there, number 44A.
Yeah.
Leaders working into the NASCAR 1 and 2, out of NASCAR 1 and 2.
Yeah, he's already at Le Mans chicane, Jeff. There he is.
Already back
in.
over there. We're watching that number 44 car. Now they work their way through the chicane there, as you said. The number 5 car, McAllister, 4.9 second lead over the number 34 car. And looks like the 34 car off pace a little bit as they head into the NASCAR turn number 3.
Oh no, that would be a shame because he was only 5 seconds behind, but he was holding the pace, wasn't he, in the early stages, certainly the first 10, 13 minutes or so. The Chevron was leading and looking like he was leading comfortably. He's down across the tri-oval, Jeff, and you know what? These are pure racing cars, aren't they? They've got a 3-pedal pedal system. They've got a stick shift. You've got to be timing your downshifts up with the dexterity of a ballerina on the pedals as you downshift, and it's so easy to get that wrong. As the 935 is in, the 00 number, Jim Norman, Joshua Norman, Porsche 935K, the Interscope liveried car.
What a beautiful car that is.
Yeah, it is. It really takes us back, doesn't it? Yeah. Danny Ongais, one of the drivers, the Hawaiian, drove that car at Le Mans and here at Daytona.
So it does not appear to be a driver change going on there. They're checking something, checking tire pressures, of course, and checking something inside the right side of the car. Of course, they just open the doors just to cool it off a little bit.
Yeah.
It's very warm.
Yeah.
Very warm in those cars, so they open the doors just to get some ventilation in there. A lot of times they will put a handheld blower in there just to kind of put it right on the driver, sometimes on the engine to keep the engine, cool the engine off a little bit, but equally they are getting overheated or at least heated up. There's the number 201. That is Summer Hour across the stripe. He's in 12th position in the BMW. So we are 19 minutes and 20 seconds into it. We should see some other pit stops happening here in a minute. They have they brought out the flatbed there for the Capri. And hopefully we'll be able to get that out of the way safely. We should have some pit stops coming in here, I would think. So hopefully they can get that car out of the way, the truck out of the way, before that perhaps affects anyone. Here comes the leaders. Here comes one of the leaders, though. The number 5 car in on pit lane, number 5, Chris McAllister in the blue and orange Gulf Mirage.
No, Chris McAllister is in the Chevron, Jeff, and he's just taken over the lead, I think. Chris McAllister's dropped. Sorry, no, the Chris McAllister. All right, that was not my fault. That's Graham Edelman. That Chris McAllister on there, and I just read that. Chris McAllister is in, you're right. I'll tell you what, Jeff, come in again, do all that. You were spot on, I was wrong. I'm going to lie down for a bit. Start again. Chris McAllister's in the pits.
Joe, I'm offended that you doubted
I know.
me.
When I was reading the screen,
What are you going to do, see?
Yeah, I was drawn in the wrong direction.
You were watching the car on track, I was watching the car in the pit, so we're good. And hopefully everyone out there is good as well, having a good time here at Daytona International Speedway for the Classic 24-hour at Daytona presented by Mission Foods. Oh, a little slip there by the number 5 car, or excuse me, the 34 car. Kind of wiggling around there a little bit through the turn 5 area. Thought the car slipping and sliding, maybe it had maybe a tire going down, but seems to be okay right now. And now we're looking at the battle through the chicane with Summer Hour at the 201. They get up onto the high banks in NASCAR 3.
Yeah, I thought that car had dropped, but down it hadn't, had it? It's certainly off the lead lap. Robert needing to come round and complete his 9th lap. Affectionately known as the Batmobile CSL, wasn't it? 3.5. I want to say a quick hello to a few people chipping in. Race Fan, hello to Race Fan, hello to Caleb Freelove, and Forever On. They're joining us on the YouTube feed. hello to Gaz Bury, who's tucking into an Indian in an Indian restaurant. How he's getting away with watching a live stream on his phone whilst he's having an Indian meal in a restaurant, I do not know. He's obviously out with the boys, not his wife.
Perhaps we'll get the information on that. There's
Yeah,
the 00 car.
Maybe his wife doesn't want to talk to him. Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah.
You don't want to talk to me? I'm going to watch racing.
Yeah, have a bargee for me, will you, mate?
There's the
Pop it on
00
with pickles
car
as well.
back out on track as they get ready to load the Capri. As I mentioned a moment ago, the number 5 car on pit lane. There you see it. Just waiting on time now. Everything's been serviced on the car. Chris McAllister. And again, 3-minute pit stop. Now they're going to send him underway. It's a 3-minute pit stop between the timing lines, not necessarily of stop time. They're having a little trouble getting the car started. But there it goes. It fires off. He's back underway.
Beautiful, isn't it? Gulf liveried. The Gulf Mirage, one of those iconic race cars from the early mid-70s. Really is. I mean, look at the size of that rear wing. They're just beginning to discover aerodynamics proper by the time we got to the mid-70s, and that wing's producing a lot of downforce. A lot of downforce.
I think that would look good in my garage too.
What, just the wing?
Oh, that, yeah.
What, would you make a table out of it?
Yeah, that would be cool.
You get a lot of buffet on there, mate.
Yeah.
A lot of picnic on there.
They better have some friends come over then.
Yeah, well, that's where it falls down, because you'd be struggling on that one, wouldn't you?
Right. So he's back underway as one of the Porsches goes by as he blends back into the track out of turn number 2. Looks like that was Yves Samama getting by him there in the 52.
Yeah, it was, just as he pulled out the pits there. It'd be wanting to get the tyres back up to temperature. They will cool off. I mean, the ambient temperature here is what? I think it's still 26, 27, possibly even 28 degrees. It's beginning to cool off. It's gone overcast, if anything. And if anything, Jeff, is that sky, the sky from to our right is where the weather is travelling to. The weather coming to us is to our left, am I right?
Yes.
So that's got blue sky breaking through the clouds. So that the humidity here might begin to lift as we get into evening. We're still a couple of hours from, at least a couple of hours from sundown. 77 degrees. Sorry, I was using our money there, wasn't I?
Right.
28 degrees.
So
it's 77 degrees for
70
everybody here.
for the Americans.
77 degrees. That's warm. That is warm. But still, the Mirage tyres will have cooled off. He served his penalty. He served his pit stop. No penalties have been applied. The Chevron has taken over the lead. Graham Alderman now leads. And the next car coming through will be the Angus Rogers car. He's sharing that car with Kevin Wheeler. And it crosses the line now. Let's see what the gap is. 51 seconds as that car. So that car there, the Chevron, that we're watching on our live stream, is in the lead by 51 seconds. However, it still has to pit stop, and it will have to take a mandatory 3-minute stop, pit in to pit out, and that's when it will all sort itself out. And I can't see any reason why the Mirage won't take up the cudgels of the lead of this this Group B Race 1. So we shall see. Meanwhile, behind these two, Yves Samama in third, Joseph Viola in the Datsun in fourth. That's a great run from him. The BMW coming back into it, I think.
Sauer in the 201 focused on him heading into the turn 5 area. He's making a right-hand sweep around there.
Yeah, that's an interesting story on the Mirage. I'll just wait until we pick up the Mirage, and then when we do, we'll tell that story. Still plenty of time, 16 minutes. Right now, there's the Mirage just coming by the BMW. How
perfect
fortuitous is that? Yeah, perfect timing. There's Bob Summerall just getting back in it. Bob continuing around in 12th place. The Mirage was developed by John Horseman, who was the engineer that sorted out the 917 Porsche, which was a very unstable and, quite frankly, as Brian Redman quote unquote, dangerous, bloody dangerous car, I think is how Brian described the car. The Oostenrijkring test, Oostenrijkring was the fastest closed circuit in Europe, if not the world, certainly at that time. And he sorted it out by creating the 917K, which was the long tail. not the long tail. The 917K was the one with the big high wings at the back, the side wings, and the big barn door rear wing. And you can see that thinking on the Mirage. He's brought that thinking of the huge rear wing, and that's what we were describing on the Mirage earlier. Great stuff.
There we see the number 34 car. That is your leader, Graham Edelman, in the Chevron B36. Up on the banks over at NASCAR 2, heading down the backstretch into the chicane. There's the number 52 car. Yves Samama finally checks in on pit lane as we are 27 minutes into it.
And that's out of third place, Jeff.
Out of third place for sure.
For their pit stop.
And it shows Scooter as the co-driver, but I don't see any driver changes going on with that car. Again, a lot of times they will just do one driver will do one stint, the other driver will do the next stint. Some of the drivers, as I said, some of the drivers prefer to drive at night. They're better at night. They can see better at night. So Scooter, if he's going to get in the car, he may do both stints at night and then tomorrow morning.
Scooter's the younger driver, isn't he?
I believe.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that would
just
explain
like I'm younger.
Yeah, that's like you're going to do the nighttime stint. So you can see.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
No,
we're both blind, Jeff.
Not with these glasses.
Yeah, we're both ready.
So we see the 15 car on pit lane as well. That is Angus Rogers, and he was coming out of the 5th position, I believe. And actually shown in 2nd on the scoring feed right now. So he'll perhaps drop down a moment. And then the 262 car also on pit lane. And an update there. That's Joseph Viola in the 262. There's a good shot of the 52 car of Yves Samama. They've just had a little.
Yves Samama on the pit lane there, coming to the end of his pit stop. And Yves, as we have seen, will not be handing over to Scooter. There's no sign. Well, there's no sign of any crew there as well. There's the BMW of Bob Summerall. Kind of holding up a little bit, 935 in the scope car. The interscope car should blast past this car.
There he goes.
On the banking. Yeah, makes light work of that one. At the moment, the lead is still the Chevron B36, so we'll wait to see that car come on pit road. The 935. Oh, and there's the Mirage. Oh, the Mirage has broken. We mentioned the story of the 1972 Daytona 24 hours being reduced to 6 hours because of the attrition of these Formula One engined sports cars, and we've been racing 29 minutes and we are emulating that period of sports car racing. He's pulled off just on the outside of turn 1. He is in the way somewhat, and I suspect, Jeff, I know you're on the official channel, we might get.
Here's the replay of it as he crosses the tri-oval and start-finish line going into turn number 1. Let's see what happens here. Into the braking zone. And
he pulls off, doesn't he? Just pulls off,
turns
right
over there.
Yeah.
Going to try to tuck it against the wall. These drivers have been briefed on where to go, and really kind of not really a good spot over there. There's orange paint on certain areas around the track on the wall where they can pull off, but nothing there. He's kind of has to pull off over there in that area. And we saw the number 44 car when we were watching that. When he first went off, we saw the 44 car.
That was a bit of a mystery there as we saw the Mirage just pulling off to the right. Quite a mystery as to why that car back going. We haven't pulled the full course caution because the Mirage has pulled back off. And I don't know whether he just maybe missed a gear or something, couldn't get it. He maybe had a handful of neutrals. Remember, stick shift gearboxes on these cars. Chris McAllister finding his way. Now we'll see, that car is already pitted. So if he has to go in the pits, it will be complete loss of time here. He's done his mandatory 3 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on this car. He's just making his way around now to, is that NASCAR 3 and 4? Is that NASCAR 2? Yeah, he's onto the back stretch. Yeah, heading down to the Le Mans chicane. Seems all right, doesn't he? I mean, he's certainly at high speed there. Looks and sounds fine, I'm being told, from out there on the track. Turns into the Le Mans chicane. I'm just wondering if he's just got a handful of neutrals there. Well, the gearbox seems to be working now. He's now coming out of there, accelerating, changing gear. 4th, 5th, be a 5-speed box on that one. 5-speed. Hewland Mark 9, Mark 11. We'll see if he peels off into the pits. It's not looking likely that he is. No, he's out there. So whatever that delay was, he didn't sort of go into turn 1 in a cloud of tyre smoke, and found himself just turning. He literally turned right at this point here. He kind of turned right there. He doesn't turn right this time though. He turns left where he should.
He's out to the edge of the track out there. Now, certainly, just a good point to mention, there's no requirement for them to come in. They have to come in for their mandatory pit stop, but if something happens on the track, unless the team calls them in, like he ran off the track, there's no requirement to come in to report for anything. That happens during practice and qualifying, but during race mode, there is no requirement to come in if something happens to your car. You can continue racing if possible, and that's what he's doing right now. And the team apparently is good with the car as well as the driver, so he's staying out there and maintaining the 5th position right now. McAllister is.
Yeah, he lost a bit of time there, and I'll tell you who he's lost time to. He's lost time to the Chevron. The B36 has served its pit stop and now pulling away on pits while we watch the Mirage coming out of the infield and onto the banking. It will be chasing down that. All right, he's got 1, 2, 3. He's got 3 cars between him and the Chevron. There's the Chevron there. Now that car just coming out of the pits, that's the East Horseshoe. So just getting back up to speed, but 15 laps completed. It'll be 16 laps completed for Graham Edelman. Jim Norman in the 935, the Interscope car, is in 2nd place, 53 seconds behind the Chevron. The Chevron there just at the West Horseshoe now. Just getting back up to speed. Now, we were too busy. We were distracted by the Mirage. I didn't see whether or not there was a driver change on that Chevron. So we'll, with the current best time of a 1:57, we'll see if there is any discrepancy or difference between the lap times from the current driver in that car.
I don't believe there's a driver change, but again, we were distracted by that.
Great view of these cars, and our live stream brought to us by Matador Motorsports. Big thank you to Matador and all of the people at Apex who are providing the pictures and the production. Some great pictures. Accelerator. It's Excel, the number 8, so that's Accelerator messages in. Love to see these beautiful cars racing in Daytona. Yes, it really is, and we're so happy and delighted that we can bring you the pictures from the Classic Daytona 24. And once again, a big thank you to Matador Motorsports for enabling us to do that. I'm pretty sure that everybody is going to be spreading the word over the course of the next few hours. That's the 241 just getting down the inside of the 44. That's Pavel Pachalski for 9th place. Benoit Fratin has to. I thought he was going to come back on him for a moment there, but he hasn't. He's settled in behind the orange car, and that is a position move there at turn 6, and it looks like Pachalski is pulling away a bit of a gap there in 9th place.
I was going to say he's putting a little gap on him there as they head down the backstretch towards the Le Mans chicane. Here they go into the braking zone there. With the Mission food banners out there in place. As you mentioned, the grass has been removed in the chicane area, so a whole totally different look out there. The 241 gets through there clean. The 44 a little bit slower through there. See some flames coming out of the back of that car as he gets up onto NASCAR turn number 3. The 241 is already out of the picture. We will pan out and get a shot of where he is, but there he is coming around through NASCAR 4. The 241 car, Pavel Pachalski in the 73 Porsche 911, and he will cross the trail over here right in front of us.
Great livery.
Put a gap on that car.
Yeah, well, absolutely pat on the back from Pavel to livery that car in the bright orange livery of Jägermeister. We're inside the final 6 minutes of this first 42-minute segment for Group B. The start official will be getting ready to unfurl the white flag in a few minutes' time. That'll pass by Pavel up into 9th place. He's 13 seconds behind Craig Conway the car ahead of him, who is likewise just under 9 seconds behind Joseph Viola in the Datsun, who at the moment is showing just off the lead lap. As the leader there, the Chevron B16, the Chevron B36, 1976 mid-70s car, being chased by this car here, Chris McAllister, who lost a chunk of time, didn't he? Did Chris, pulling off at turn 1. It's a bit of a puzzle there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we can find out what happened that.
Well,
we've got
a roving pit reporter in the
do.
form of our HSR president Chris Ward, who seems to be quite happy to fathom out. And
not only is he the president, but he's a pit reporter. So
get him a little notepad so he can go and make some investigations.
He probably types it in on his phone. There's the 34 car now through the International Horseshoe, all alone out there. Kind of a lonely ride, but that's okay because he's in the lead. So if you are going to be riding lonely, ride in the #1 spot, right? So there he is, the Graham Edelman and Andy Willis car, Chevron B36. Now working through the turn 5 West Horseshoe. Looks like the car slides a little bit through there as he gets on the gas.
Yeah, I mean, there's no limit on the amount of tyres you can use in this event, is there? You could have a fresh set of tyres for each of the 42-minute segments, couldn't you? So, yeah, they are sliding the car around. It's all down to how big your checkbook is, of course, when it comes to tyres. I'm pretty sure Sasco Sports would be advising, you need a new set every segment, mate. Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah, I was going to say they get them from Sasco, which, as mentioned yesterday, there was an announcement that there was a deal formed for the next several years.
Multi-year contract deal with Sasco Sports to be the sole tyre supplier to the HSR series and all of the events that HSR run. Into the final 3.5 minutes then, and Graham Edelman in that Chevron B36, he's managed to keep about 24.5 second gap to Jim Norman.
So, Joe, we're just hearing from timing and scoring that the 34 car, your lead, a little bit of a wiggle there going into turn #1. That car was a little bit late coming into the pit lane for the mandatory pit stop. And that means he will get a...
Yeah, I'm just wondering how late he
will
was,
get a 40-second pit stop penalty.
40-second penalty added to his race time. That's going to put him in... Well, that's going to put him in 6th place. He's going to be the first of the unlapped cars. Or first of the... Yeah, the last of the unlapped cars, isn't he? In 6th place. Everybody else is going to move up, and it's going to put him 40 seconds behind Jim Norman. So that is, and I'm wondering just how close he was. The white flag flies though, and as the leader on the road is the Chevron of Graham Edelman. Not sure if there is any pit the car radio. He'll be unaware of this until he comes in. It's certainly not the driver's issue as to when he comes in, or was it? A little bit of a communications issue there. Onto the back stretch then towards the Le Mans chicane. Into the Le Mans chicane for the final time. What have you found out, Jeff?
Ironically enough, the number 34 car was 34 seconds late into pit lane, so he's going to get 40 seconds added onto that. That's going to be the penalty.
So what, 34 seconds plus 40 seconds?
Well, he's going to get, yeah, that's ultimately what it ends up being.
Wow.
I think they take the 34 seconds away from you and they add another 40-second penalty. So that's going to hurt him.
Right. Okay. Wow. He will come through to take the checkered flag though, and on the road he finishes, or he is the first finisher underneath the checkered flag. We'll take a look at just what the gaps are. We've got a Porsche 935K3, the Interscope car, just coming through the banking now, and onto the shoot stretch towards the tri-oval. Jim Norman, Scooter Gable, the drivers in that car, and the gap is 21.5 seconds. So that's a that he will effectively be our leader going into the second segment. And we've got Group B. That will be the next time we'll see that on the live stream. We will see that in the morning. The next time we'll see that on track here at the track will be it's the 9 o'clock race, just after the firework display, just after we go off air.
Well, so that's the advantage of this multi-segment format here for the race. Even though he's going to get a 40-second penalty, he's going to have a lot to make up for the next 3 segments. But he's going to possibly have an opportunity to get back into it. So checkered flag is out. The 00 car making his way around the cool-down lap. There's the number 5 car across the stripe. Looks like he will finish in the 5th position as we watch the cool-down lap on the 00, and now panning out to see the tri-oval and the checkered flag waving for the rest of the field. 241 car goes across the stripe, and just a couple of more cars to make their way around.
Yeah, we wait for the rest of the runners to come through. 19 laps completed. Now then, the Group E runners completed 20 laps in their 42 minutes. Jeff, I want to say it. So 19 minutes for Graham Edelman in the Chevron. We'll wait to see how that penalty pans out and where he will take the start of the second segment. Jim Norman in the 935 will finish second, 21 seconds behind, a further 20 seconds to the other 935. This is the Martini liveried one of Mike Smith. 17 seconds behind them in fourth was Angus Rogers and Kevin Wheeler in their 911 RSR. And then we have Chris McAllister in the recovering Gulf Mirage, only 10 seconds behind Angus Rogers in that 5th spot. And then the last of the cars on the lead lap, Yves Samama, is sharing the number 52. He's 11 seconds behind. First car off the lead lap is the number 262. That's Joseph Viola in the Datsun. And only 6 cars remain on the lead lap. Let's head down to the paddock, though. MP has found another victim.
Indeed, we have the most beautiful bully on this grid, Joe Bradley, Richard Lloyd Racing, Porsche 962, some 14 seconds faster than many of the cars in the class. Why don't we catch up with our friend Philip Kadori here very quickly. He was going to climb into his car here, rolling off at the front of the grid. Young man, you have brought an amazing machine here across the pond. Dream of running this at Daytona. It is fast like a rocket in the most gorgeous pink as well. Give us a feeling. What is it like strapping into an iconic Porsche 962 at Daytona International Speedway?
Well, thank you for having me here. It's an absolute delight and a pleasure to be running it here. These cars are so special. They are the cars of the epoch for me. I've been lucky enough to run it this year in Monterey at Laguna Seca in the summer, and I thought I've got to run Daytona. Here, just as you join the banking, you start accelerating, you go through the chicane, you pick up the pace again, and as you come across the line, you glance down, you see 190 miles an hour come over the dash, and you think this is pretty special for a 1989, 1990 car. We run about 800 horsepower in this thing when we're on max boost, and it's brilliant.
You've brought an amazing car. You've brought an amazing co-driver as well, the Marino Franchitti. Brother, you love historic racing. It is so much a part of your life these days. American Le Mans Series champion. You've achieved everything professionally. Tell me what it's like coming here with your friend Philip, knowing that you have this gorgeous car, legendary car to drive.
He did tell me earlier this is the high point of his career. Yeah,
it was filled with so many low points, to be honest, so anything's high after that. But Marino, seriously, you've driven everything everywhere. What is it like climbing into this, knowing that Porsche, with that Lufthansa of yours, your association with Singer, Germanic blood in this, Scott?
For sure. I think when I was 8 years old, all I wanted to be was Derek Bell, to drive a 962 at Le Mans or Daytona, and getting to tick that box this week, I'm so thankful to Philip for allowing me to share the car with him. It's getting up on the high banks here is unbelievable, and this thing is so heavy in the steering. There's no power steering. You transitioning into the banking, out of the banking, you can't move the wheel. It's just incredible. It's just such a fun experience. The noise, as I say, it's just I'm imagining my 8-year-old self thinking how cool this is.
So we had hoped that you would be competing against a dozen other Group C cars, GTP cars. Indeed, there's an interesting variety here, but admittedly, there's a bit of a video game feel where you're going at 2 or 3x speed. Some of the cars not quite as fast. What is that like having to manage with not everybody being at similar speeds in a priceless vehicle like this?
It reminds me of old school 24 Hours of Daytona, I'll be honest. You know, you're coming down there not sure what someone's going to do or where they're going to go. It's interesting, but it's so exciting to be here. I think that the HSR organization is so welcoming and friendly, and I'm hoping that Philip bringing a car like this and people seeing that will get more cars here in the future, and it's just important for me that even if there's one Porsche Group C car here, 962, I think that's almost enough. I'd just love to see a lot more Group C cars out there, and hopefully we can get that in the future.
Last thing for you, Marino. So one thing about the 962s of this era, they were all different. The factory cars weren't necessarily the same bodywork profile as the privateer cars. Can see some little grace notes of side pods tucked in here and a lot of dive planes and whatnot. Tell me about that side of this as well. Seemingly each 962 of the era was bespoke in some way.
Well, Porsche couldn't build enough of them, so they were happy to allow other special people like Fabcar and Richard Lloyd Racing that ran this in period to build the car. This one is a very late car, 89. I think this was the last 962 to get a podium in the World Sports Car Championship. So it's a very important car. My wife's family were really good friends with Richard Lloyd and his family, so it's quite an important car to me personally, and it's. Again, there's so many cars out there that are historically important, and it's always more special when you get the opportunity to drive something like this rather than just something that was, you know, run-of-the-mill or didn't do too much. You feel the history of these things when you're behind the wheel.
Beautiful. We come here to enjoy the cars, but we also get to see dear friends like Marino Franchitti as we move down the grid. Delightful representation, a staple of the Sports Car Club of America Sports 2000 class. Pro racing as well, a lot of great drivers to come out of that. IndyCar champions, sports car champions, and next to it a venerable Porsche 911 based entry with one of the great rear wing designs ever, and that is stacking wings upon wings upon wings. And the venting, the air cooling coming into the whale tail. You know a Porsche by the sound. You can close your eyes. You know you have that flat six motor in front of you. And behind us here, we get into some Italian machinery. Ferrari F430, if I remember correctly. It's the spirit behind the drivers and entrants here in HSR, where there's so much passion to be found. Pocono Sports Car. Love being here. This is a marquee event for so many. We get to come out and enjoy and watch as spectators. Sometimes we forget the drivers, the mechanics. They love to come here as well, circled on the calendar as an absolute highlight of their year. So they get to go race and have fun, but let's not forget that also the passion within them, that's why they're here. That's why they make the time. That's why they buy or maintain these amazing historic cars here in HSR. And in terms of iconic, if you look at what's sitting here on the back, prancing horse badge, the famous Ferrari logo up top, and then thanks to the see-through engine bay at the back here, what do you get? The cam covers for that V8 motor. Who doesn't want that sitting at home, in the garage, or as the perfect table to eat off of? Move further down the line here. It is a bevy of Porsches, many of the 911 variety, but also 944, 924 era Porsche Turbo Cup. Gorgeous. Very popular in the Firehawk Endurance Series, IMSA Series back in the day. It's a dedicated class for these cars running in Canada. Rothman sponsored. Next to it in red, traditional Ferrari red, number F430. Porsches and Porsches. And we have a BMW down here towards the end as well. So the staples of sports car racing. Wherever you go, endurance racing, you're going to find the marks, the models that we see here represented for so many years. And if you like a bit of light speed versus, call it normal speed, at the very front we have a Porsche 962 worth millions upon millions of dollars going to start up front and try and fire through. How long will it take? I'd love to get Joe Bradley's thoughts. How long will it take until Philip Kaddouri and Marino Franchitti come through and catch the tail end of the field? It is a bit of a mismatch, but we love mismatches and also indeed love the variety. You look at the two Porsches here in silver and in white next to it. Again, just the variety, the creativity where you have a fully bespoke wing mounted, and right next to it, a more traditional old school Porsche whale tail. Andile sticker on the back, and the 000 magazine, a great publication by Pete Stout. Owned by Alan Benjamin, wonderful entrant. Also, the great Barry Waddell, co-driver, B-Dub, spotter, IndyCar, sports cars, winner of the Rolex 24, with Meyer Shank Racing, his son, an excellent driver as well. You get families here. Alan Benjamin, historic racing is just part of his blood. You'll find him in a range of really inspiring Porsches that he owns, seemingly everywhere in sports car racing. And here we have yet another Alan Benjamin entry. And we're moving one of the Ferraris towards the front. We're adjusting the grid, getting a little bit of moving around here of cars, so freestyle it a bit. And we are getting here close to rolling off for yet another race here, part of the Classic 24 here at Daytona, all brought to us by Mission Foods. Apparently this motor, powered by Superman, another nice little grace note, which I didn't catch before. Cool part of looking at these vintage machines is also looking at the logos on the car. Renlist.com, massive part of the Porsche world. You see the old fixie wheels, huge part. Grand Am Racing in particular back in the day, American Le Mans Series participation there. And I also love seeing some of the original era logos. Grand Am Rolex Series, 2001 Rolex 24 participation sticker. Its original GT logo there as well. Period correct. So many things about this car that evoke great memories from back when it ran more than 20 years ago, but back out here to give us some beautiful things to enjoy as the cars get ready to roll off.
Thank you, Marshall Pruitt. And how have I not met up with Marino Franchitti yet? I've been down in the paddock. I have not bumped into him at all. And that's just wrong. That is very wrong. We only need one 962 to open the door, the key to the door of the world of 962s. A car that was designed to replace the Porsche 956 It was introduced at the end of 1984. It replaced the 956 in the IMSA GTP Championship. And before we even, you're going to have to stop me now because I can wax lyrical for hours. Let's go for a little breather before we get into this Group C race.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
It's Group C coming next. No, not that Group C. We have got a Group C car, though, in the form of the Philip Kaduri and Marino Franchetti's Porsche 962, a 1990 car. I was just waxing lyrical about the 962. Obsolete in the 956, where they had to change the design to fit the regulations of putting the driver's feet behind the front axle. And they had to lengthen the tub for it to be eligible in IMSA's GTP class. That kind of obsoleted the 956, which was a very successful car. And as we heard Marino say, the Porsche opened up the possibility of other engineering companies like Richard Lloyd, which was the builder, the company behind this car that we see out in the hands of Philip and Marino. I'm not sure we heard Marino say which of the drivers would be starting that car. We have got some times in front of us from the qualifying sessions. The 962, out and out, the fastest car out there, Jeff, 14-second gap. And as Marshall intimated there, it's going to be interesting to see this car come around. He intimated to Marino it's going to be a bit like a video game, and with a 14-second deficit to the fastest car out there, that's going to be pretty much what we're going to see.
There's going to be a big hole there as the field makes its way around through the chicane. We'll see what happens when we get the green flag here in just a moment. Here through the chicane, the Le Mans chicane, as we talked about the handshake across the Atlantic.
Yeah,
it's called the Daytona chicane over at Le Mans.
The first chicane on the, which used to be called the first chicane.
First chicane, okay.
Yeah. On the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans was renamed the Le Mans chicane, and if you look at the helicopter shot, it's it's called the Daytona chicane. And if you look at the helicopter shot, it's got the it's got the signage, the Daytona logo, just like we see here, the Daytona logo,
nice.
Sort of painted into the road. That's on cool. The off track, I mean. Brilliant that handshake across the Atlantic to match the technical regulations for LMDH and GTP. We've got the same cars racing in the World Endurance Championship as we have in America. There is a beautiful crossover. We are absolutely living in a halcyon period of international sports car racing. Right now we're going back in time, going back to the 90s and the like. We're going back even earlier in some cases here, back into the 80s as we get this underway. Green flag fly.
Philip Kaduri at the number 69 will cross the stripe first and lead the field into turn number 1. And see how quickly that gap opens up there over the rest of the field. Travis Betson and Corey Freeman in the number 14 car, a 1995 Porsche, as they head into turn number 3, International Horseshoe. The first of two, what we call horseshoes. We have the East Horseshoe and the West Horseshoe. The East Horseshoe, affectionately known as the International Horseshoe.
Yeah. Is that the one that's called International Horseshoe? We've been referring to it as the East Horseshoe and the West Horseshoe.
That's the one I call. That's what I call it. I hope I'm correct on that.
First one is International.
That's what I've been calling it. So yeah, just got confirmation that it is the International Horseshoe. And I don't think there's a particular name other than the West Horseshoe for the second one, but. One fancy name, I guess, is up there. This is number 69 up onto NASCAR turn number 1. What a beautiful car that is. Pink 1990 Porsche 962C. And you already see, look at the gap already, Joe.
Yeah, running in its original contemporary livery for Richard Lloyd Racing. Already pulling out a gap. The rest of the field, I can report, have made it out onto the banking for the first time without any kind of incident to report. Yes, it's going to be a case of no one's going to catch the 962, so that one's pretty much going to disappear into the distance. We've got the support classes that are going to duke it out for the honours of who can finish behind the 962. We've got again a plethora of Porsches. I did notice there that the Jaguar XGR7 of James Gouet and Andy Wallace has not made the start. That car had a few niggly problems in practice and qualifying yesterday, didn't it? And it's a bit of a shame that we haven't got another GTP style of that era car coming out. It's Kaduri leading, Friedman in the Porsche 993 RSR in second. We've got a Ferrari in third, which is great news. The Andrew and Ben Myers in their 2001 Carber, they are sharing that CS2 Sports Racer, and that's how fast that is, mate. It's in fourth.
Doing well. They talked about it earlier on the podium. Each of those drivers, their brothers, Andrew and Benjamin they each have a win here at Daytona already this weekend. So they're sharing Andrew's car. That is Andrew's car there, the number 51. So I would guess that he's probably behind the wheel right now.
Well, he's chasing down the Ferrari ahead of him there. That red Ferrari there, Patrick Milani and Chris Hall, is being chased down to the point where under the rear bumper has gone the Myers Carber, and it's not going to be long, Jeff, before he has a challenge. They're heading towards turn 6 now, which will bring them out onto the banking, and maybe the power of the Ferrari that's just going to pull away from that little 2-litre car, isn't it?
Yeah, going to pull away a little bit, but that sleek car there's the leader now working through the chicane, number 69. And we'll keep an eye on that other battle as we just talked about with Myers. But yeah, kind of sleek there as they're up on the high banks and down the backstretch now. But there's your leader. He's already over in the NASCAR turn number 4 and coming around. Huge lead of him over the rest of the field. The next car is just now getting into the chicane as the pink 962 crosses the stripe.
Yeah, there he goes. It's going to be a case of how quickly. What you betting that he's going to be into traffic in? I'll say 2 more laps.
So we're on 2 laps now. 2 laps complete for that car anyway. Yeah, I'm going to say probably by the 4th lap. I would agree with you on that.
Yeah, I think so. We can't.
How much should we lay down on it? $2 maybe?
Oh, at least.
Okay.
At least.
Cup of coffee. Cup of coffee, perhaps?
Yeah, it'll be my turn to get the coffee. Friedman across the line, 21 seconds the gap, and then a further 6 seconds to the Ferrari. And then we've got the Andrew and Ben Myers Carber 2.2 seconds behind at the line, I should say, not the flag. Kenneth Marlin in his Ferrari 360 Challenge. He's 5th overall. Alan Benjamin in the 964 USA Cup car in 6th. And then just behind him, Gary Stanbury in the 944 Turbo Cup version. Stanbury in the number 177 in 7th. We've got Sharon Edelman and George McDonald sharing the number 36 Porsche 944. Michael and Colin Schmitz are sharing his Porsche Cayman, and then Ray Schaefer and Carsten LeBlanc in their 944 rounding off the top 10. The top 10 of an 18-car field. So we're just missing the Jaguar, Jeff. Everyone else has managed to come out and race. And the Carber has indeed cleared the Ferrari, as I was just monitoring the timing screens there.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be too much of a surprise. They got around them. There's the sleek low to the ground. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's got it's got a more nimble handling in the infield. However,
down on the power on the straight.
Hasn't got the power on the straight. Yeah,
and
here
comes the Ferrari right now.
Yeah, exactly. 2-litre Pinto. Clark's talking in my ear. I wish you were on air, Clark, and then we could have a conversation. He's in my ear. It's only a 2-litre Pinto engine. I know, no one knows it. Clark is the voice in my head. He's my imaginary friend.
Clark is the unicorn, right?
Yeah, Clark's a voice in my head, everybody, and he's telling me things to say it.
One of the many voices in Joe's head, I might add. So the Carber is still out in the lead there, well, ahead of the Ferrari, I should say. And they work their way through the banks. And now we have it's like a BMW and a Porsche heading through the turn 6 area and out onto the to the banks at NASCAR turn number 1, the green BMW.
Yeah, great to see.
That
Great
is,
to see
looks
that more contemporary car, isn't it? Is that an M4? No, it's an E46.
Camden Jones.
It's down as a 330i. That is the number 471, and that is the Steve Gambler, I should say, Steve Gambler in the 924S. So that was a popular Porsche as well, another front-engine car, the 924S, late 80s car, wasn't it? It was a very aspirational car for a young teenager like me. I was never going to be able to afford a 924. I can now, but I prefer a Mercedes, which has got much more leisurely seats in it.
I remember eyeing a few 924s back around that time.
Yeah, the rich man's Capri, I think is.
I was already married back then. I was already married back then. I couldn't afford a car like that. So.
The number 29 is Patrick Fialt, and that's a 964 Cup car from 1990. He's currently in 14th place. Having a look at cars on the infield, that's a 944. The number 55 is Ray Schaefer and Carsten LeBlanc-Ray, who is employed by Porsche, actually. I'm pretty sure Ray is still employed by Porsche. He's currently, that's our top 10 runner.
I talked to him earlier in an earlier race podium, and he said, yeah, I haven't talked to you all year, and I haven't been on the podium all year, but he was happy to be on the podium here talking to me at Daytona. There's the number 36 car now on pit lane, the hood going up on that car. Or I guess you call it the bonnet, right?
Yeah, yes, we do.
Rothman's Porsche. That is Sharon Edelman and George McDonald. So they have, looks like some kind of possible engine problem on that car.
That's the car that Marshall mentioned. There's a few 944 Turbo Cup cars. We'll see them with Rothman's livery, which is what they ran in that Canadian series.
Right.
And that was a support race package to some pretty big events up there. The Montreal Grand Prix, Formula One, the Trois Rivers Formula Atlantic race. I'm not even sure whether it would have been, maybe GTP at Mosport and the like, the Vancouver Street race for Indy cars. That was a very well subscribed and supported series. Rothman sponsorship, tobacco money. Everybody was very rich, and it was a very, very well subscribed series there. And you can see how many cars we have from that. I haven't put an amount on there, but every grid we've seemingly had, from certainly in our WeatherTech sprint races, which have been supporting this main event. There's been a 944 Turbo Cup car in it somewhere. There's loads out there.
We're looking at the 55 car again. We saw the 80 car a moment ago. Philippe Krauss, Martin Lauber, Alan Turpins, and they're currently in the 11th position, but they are following that number 55 car of Schaefer and Carsten LeBlanc in the 88 Porsche 944 Turbo Cup, working his way through the turn 3 area, International Horseshoe.
Yeah, just getting to grips now and enjoying. He's been around this event for, I think, since the very beginning, hasn't he, Ray Schaefer? Big supporter of the event. That's the little carber pulling away from the Ferrari, so the handling of that little nimbly handling sports race. I mean, that's just a big wing, isn't it? Even down the sides, you're retaining the air across the whole body of the car. That gives it a very, very manageable handling characteristic in the infield. He can go deeper into the corner on the brakes. It's lighter, of course, so he accelerates out, but it's simply a 2-litre Pinto engine. That's the overhead cam. The Pinto engine, I forgot that's what you guys called it. That's in the Capri.
Right.
That was in my Capri, I should say. It was a popular car. But that's where that car, the Sports 2000 series, not just in the United States, but pretty much across Europe and big in the Benelux series. That's, Belgium, Luxembourg, Netherlands kind of area, and the UK. They were a very, very popular race car because the engines, the Pinto engine, it's meant to do 100,000 miles. So under race conditions, you could really, I think you're only allowed to blueprint the motor and blow the cylinder head out so that it made the chambers, the valve chambers, breathe better and exhaust better.
We're talking about the Myers brothers there, and that 2-liter pencil engine. That was the American bulletproof car back in the day.
Yeah.
So, of course, bloodlines there, they are Todd Treffert's nephews. So it's not a surprise to see them really on the gas. And now they get by, it looks like the 55 car as they get into the high banks in NASCAR Turn Number 1.
Yeah, and just pulling that speed on the banks of NASCAR's 1 and 2, and then heading down not exactly the fastest part of the track list, or the fastest part of the lap. It's this run from the Le Mans chicane all the way across the tri-oval. That's where you just eke out a little bit more speed than you do at that point there. And very smooth driving from the Myers. Do we know who is in the car first?
I think Andrew is in the car. It's his car, so I'm guessing that he would probably start it off. There's the leader, a shot of the leader once again, that Porsche 962. And working through the turn 6 area.
Yeah, he did
all by himself.
That car is being kind of managed, let's say. I'm not going to use the term nursed, because you can never really nurse a race car. You've still got to rev it. But a 1:50 on lap 2 for that car. Lapping now in the 1:56s, so there is no real reason to perhaps absolutely rag it. I've just been sent this picture from Marshall. It's definitely Philip Kaduri in the car, isn't it? Yeah, because that's Frank Kitty. Nice. Yes, I miss you too, guys. Yeah, love you too.
Nothing but love there, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. You can say that. When they stop doing that to you, mate, that's when they dislike you.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
If they don't pick on you, that's a bad thing.
He's right. He's right, Marshall. I am number 1. Yeah. Just said Marino says I'm number 1. Yeah, that's what I tried to explain to him in the production meeting. He wasn't having it though, was he?
You're the best, Joe. Leader in turn number 1. We look now back to the yellow Ferrari. It is the number 15 car, and that is Ken Marlin. Ken Marlin in the 2000 Ferrari 360 Challenge car, working through the turn 5 here in West Horseshoe. And behind Marlin is the Alan Benjamin car, number 21, and Barry Waddell in the 1992 Porsche 964. So they are a few seconds back there as they head up onto the NASCAR Turn Number 1. NASCAR Turn 1 up in the high banks and start heading around there. They will motor around into the to the Le Mans chicane. Pretty good clip of speed there, as Joe mentioned a moment ago, but then you're going to get even more coming out of the chicane and around here across the tri-oval in the Turn Number 1.
It's easy to get that Le Mans chicane wrong, Jeff. It just kind of it urges you to go into it quick. Every time you go through it, you think, and people like Marino down there with Marshall can probably interject here because he's actually doing it. But yeah, you kind of it's so fast on entry, so you're turning in. If you haven't taken off enough speed to get the car to turn in, to get the rear end to grip, then you're going to be in trouble, and the car gets all out of balance. And it's so important because the speed you carry into and then through and out of, that regulates just how quick you are on the fastest part of this track across the tri-oval, and it really matters.
Definitely matters. There's a nice shot of the 072 car, Michael Prevost, in the 2007 Porsche Cayman, blue and yellow in color. He's up on the banks.
Oh, we've got a very slow going Philip Kaduri. He's on the apron, down off the banking. He is
there he is in NASCAR 4.
NASCAR 4, so he's not that far away. So problems for the 962. The car that had an absolute massive lead is going to not come through in the lead. He's going to peel off into the pits. And problems here.
Oh,
now that's a wheel. Now, does that look like a wheel from a Porsche 962? That looks like the car is leaning over to the. This is where we'll get to see it, Jeff.
Look at that, a big
as
hole.
as it comes onto pit road. Now that's strange. He's had almost 16 minutes of running on that wheel. So whether that's a hub failure or a thread failure retaining the wheel, that's a very, very strange one.
Maybe our peer reporter Chris Ward's down there. We can find out.
Yeah, yeah. I know Marshall Pruitt is still lurking with a camera.
So the green BMW out there on the high banks, heading through out of NASCAR turn 4. And coming across the stripe now with 24 minutes and 50 seconds elapsed. There is the number 69.
Yeah, BMW coming. I think that BMW was just pulling off. There's the Carver, and that car currently now in second, inheriting that second place as Philip Kaduri and Marino Franchitti, former ALMS champion, drops down the order with that car starting on pit lane. Now it might not just be a simple case. Now, all right, they're going to take in their 3-minute pit stop here, but that doesn't look like Marino is getting his helmet on, does it? That looks like both drivers with helmets off. They're having a chat. And while the mechanic inspects underneath that rear wheel arch, we'll keep an eye on that while we monitor the cars out on track. There we go. So mechanic at the wheel, just checking what is going on in there, and that's very, very odd for a wheel to just come loose. It might have just worked the nut loose. The retaining pin has come away, and the wheel being put back on there. We haven't got a driver ready yet. Who's going to put their helmets on first? Is that Marino getting his kit on? I can see Philip Kaduri just off the side of the track. So yeah, you'll be able to see down there with the binos, the binoculars. Keep an eye on that. See
driver's not preparing to get in the car yet. Marino is not. So he's kind of talking to.
Yeah, I mean they've got a 14-second lap advantage, and yeah, I mean they've got a 168-minute race to pull back whatever they're losing here. They are still just dropping to 14th. Yeah, 2 laps off the lead lap now. They've dropped 2 laps already. That's how quickly time can ebb away from you here. Now then, Philip Kaduri, the starting driver, he's come back over the wall and he's having a look at that. Meanwhile, out on track, we've got the BMW back down on the apron, the bright green M3 of Camden Jones coming down into the pits. Yep, he does. Meanwhile, into turn 1 has gone the Porsche he was chasing down. That's is that Jean-Marc Duval? What's the number on that car? Is that 497? Yes, it is. Car number 497 is the Schmitz. Michael and Colin Schmidt sharing that car. That car's currently in 6th place. So that car had just gone by the BMW to put another lap on it. Car in 6th spot.
So Joe, I see Marshall down there in the in 962 pit, number 69, 962 pit. So he's gathering some information. So we'll get a report from him, perhaps when we go to him after the race.
Yeah, maybe. I know he's got his WhatsApp on him as well. Still no sign of any drivers reaching for their helmet. They are put a wheel back on that right front. We've got cars taking in their pit stops as well, whilst these cars circulate out on track. The number 80 pulling in. That's the Felipe Kraus Porsche 944 in from 12th spot. The Carber is in as well from 2nd place overall. Meanwhile, with just under 21 minutes remaining, we have just clicked by. We've still got a wheel from that 962 out there, and it's just off track at the bus stop chicane. It's not hurting anyone, and it's certainly off. No, and that was quick. Who's that taking that car out? Is that? Yeah, it's going behind the wall actually. Yeah, I thought that there was a mechanic that jumped in and took that behind the wall.
It was actually Kadori got back in there.
Was it Kadori, was it?
Yeah,
Right.
I thought he was going to get back out, but he got in without his helmet on. So a lot of times drivers will do that. They'll put their helmet on inside the car because it's easier to do that without.
Let's just consider what happened there. I know we didn't catch that on camera. We certainly caught the wheel coming off. You're travelling at 185 miles an hour towards the bus stop chicane, and as you go on the brakes, you see your right front wheel detach itself and continue accelerating towards the bus stop. That must be disconcerting slightly.
I bet it is. There's the number 59 car.
And just to finish on that, what you don't want to do is just bang another wheel on for that to happen again, because you might not be so lucky next time. So they've taken it behind the wall. They're going to inspect that hub. They may even have another upright that they can put on there, as we've got the leader into the pits. Have we? Car 14? Is that
14
the leader
is
just
the
come
leader. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he is. Yep, thought it was. Corey Friedman and Travis Bedson sharing that car, and not looking like any driver change going to happen there. It's a simple bleeding out of air, just maximising the tyre pressures on that number 14. Look at the size of that rear wing. I really do love that. That's going to push that rear end of that car down massively. Yes, you're on telly.
Yep.
The man in the white T-shirt doing a star jump.
We see you down there.
Yeah. Give your family a wave if they're watching at home. It was this big. Honestly, no, it was that big.
They're telling fishing stories.
Yeah, I think
fishing
so.
stories down there now.
I
We've been
think
over at
so.
Lake Lloyd.
Remember, 3 minutes to pit in. No, it was this big.
No, it's not big.
Mine was bigger.
We could go all night.
Yeah,
hey, you know what?
absolutely.
We will go all night. We'll be racing
we might as well.
all night here at the Classic 24. There's
Yeah.
the Ferrari coming down pit lanes. We still wait for the 14 to get back at their way. That's still your current leader at the moment. And there goes the Carver back out. That is your second place car. So
That's the number 80 taking a bit of strange route. Trying to fathom out where that is, Jeff. Is that on the where is that? The car was behind the Ferrari. Look at that. Well, he's at least got something to do and something to wear, Matt. He's going to get put. The Ferrari's going to eke away, and he's going to have to absolutely drive that little Sports 2000 car like he stole it in the infield. Here we go again then. Deja vu. Oh, he makes short work of that though. No, I am not going to follow you around for a few laps. I'm going to get this done now. And it will be, we think, Ben Myers. Did you say Ben Myers started the car?
I think Andrew started the car. I think Andrew has the black helmet, as I recall. So,
all right. So Andrew now at the wheel of that.
Yeah, lengthy pit stop there for the number 14 car. They should be back underway already, but
I didn't put a stopwatch on that, Jeff. But yeah, I mean, it feels like 3 minutes goes, doesn't it?
Very relaxed out there.
From in to out, but. They are still holding the lead. No one has gone through and taken the lead from them. So they're all right. Now he moves.
I was just going to say, I saw the driver put the car in gear, and still kind of a delay on that even.
Yeah, I think it's the time that just sort of, it's hard to judge when you've taken your eyes off it. You come back, you think that's been there ages, but I'm pretty sure the team will have got that right. Mind you, the Chevron team didn't get their pit stop right, did they? They missed the pit stop window.
By a big margin there. There's the Carver through the chicane.
Yeah,
really. More cars coming down pit lane. And
really hustling it through the chicane as well.
Really on the rails here.
Yeah, looking very, car just beautifully driven through that. Those two changes of direction, all important, because it's all about your top speed now. That little Pinto is absolutely revving to what will be about, 6.8? 6.5, 6.8. I'm not pretty sure you're not allowed to modify the engine to any great extent other than what it was meant to be. Into turn 1, heavy on the brakes.
Yeah, traffic in front of that car, the number 80. That's the car we were watching a moment ago. And now he gets by on the inside. And there is the car coming out, a car coming out of the turn 6 area, number 14, Friedman and Betson.
Yeah,
watched that car a moment ago.
Is he going to retain the lead, Jeff? He's on the banking through NASCAR turn 2 now, heading down the back straight. Corey Friedman did not get out of the car. We presume it's Corey Friedman rather than Travis Benson. It could be, it's a 50-50 punt at who's at the wheel of that one. We are into the final third in a moment. And there, you can really see the car suspension really working hard, isn't it? As he changes direction through the bus stop. That's the first time I've said it all week. It's the Le Mans chicane. Handshake across the Atlantic. First time I've called it the bus stop all week.
Old habits are hard to break, huh?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I heard some driver coaches talking in the paddock. More than one driver coach talking to their respective drivers, and they refer to it as the bus stop. Old habits die hard, yeah, but it is referred to as the Le Mans chicane. That's its new name. That's what we'll stick with.
There is the number 15 car of Marlin. He is shown back in the 8th position. Ken Marlin in the 2000 Ferrari 360 Challenge car. He's up on the banks now in NASCAR turn 2. They're trying to motor away. There is Gambla, 471 Steve Gambla. He's in 12th position, just dropped down a position as the number 80 moved up a spot. So Gambla in the 1988 Porsche 924S. There, and here comes the Marlin Ferrari.
Where are they in the field then, Jeff? What's the Kenneth Marlin's 4th? Bit of a Ferrari battle taking place, bit of a Ferrari challenge race breaking out for 3rd and 4th as Marlin chasing down Patrick Mullaney. He's sharing that car with Chris Hall as ever. That's the 497 that we spoke of earlier. That's the Michael and Colin Schmidt's car. That car currently 9th. Out onto the banking now. I think everybody's served their pit stop, haven't they? And in great style, Corey Friedman.
I hope so.
Corey Friedman came in, pit stop, went back out, didn't lose the lead. Got a lead of 45 seconds.
Yeah, hold on to it. We're just past the 29-minute mark, so whatever cars are on pit lane now are certainly there in time, whereas we're about 30 seconds past the 29-minute mark. So I think all the other cars have been on pit lane already. So these cars are safe that are on there right now. We only have one more that's still positioned out there as we watch the number 14 car work into, where is that? Over at the turn 3 area, International Horseshoe. And now it gets underneath I think that was the 77 car.
Yeah, he's driving a very solid race here. I think the pressure's off. He knows the gap that he's got to the Sports 2000 car, but as that is the number 77. That is, or is that the 177? Yes, it is. Gary Stanbury. Just didn't quite see the one. Another of our 944 Turbo Cup cars, the Rothmans livery down the side. Through turn 6 and onto the banking. Really pushing on as well is Gary. He's in 5th place. He's got a gap of 18 seconds to make up to the first of the Ferraris in front of him. Kenneth Marlin ahead of him. And let's just take a check on the lap times. Marlin in the Ferrari lapping very much quicker. 4 seconds difference in their best laps so far. So a bit of a big ask. He's in a bit of a race of his own in that 5th spot. But it won't stop him pushing on. He pushed right onto the flag. Love the way these cars handle. That's a proper race car. didn't see much, obviously being from the UK. I didn't see anything of the 944 Turbo Cup Series, the Firehawk support, and the sessions or the series that they had in Canada. But I am going to have a look on YouTube to see if there is anything out there.
What would we do without YouTube, right?
Absolutely. You can find anything on there. I found myself 25 years ago on the American Le Mans Series. Really? Yeah, down in the pit lane. I was a lot thinner. I had brown hair.
And they didn't shut down the network.
No.
Despite you being on there. What would we do without YouTube? We wouldn't be watching this live feed from Matador Racing. So certainly we're glad that they have sponsored this.
Yeah,
live feed here.
Everybody at home, you've got a big thank you to Matador Motorsports for this. It really is down to them to have supported this live stream. And great work from all of our camera people out there. I haven't got their names, Clark. You're going to have to let me know their names so we can give them the right. But Bailey, Justin, our cameraman down in the paddock. Clark, the voice in my head. I believe he's real. He talks a lot of sense. Now and again. John and Braden. Yeah, got it. Right, got the two Johns on cameras. John and Braden. Great work from you guys out there. And great work from Justin, who has to put up with Marshall in the paddock, of course. That was he obviously drew the short straw, didn't he? But great work, great. I mean, that beautiful camera angles that we've got for you here, really bringing you the essence of not just these cars, but the track as well. And these cars on this track, I think it was, who was it that said, there was one of our viewers, there it is, Accelerate. Love to see these beautiful cars still racing at Daytona. Yeah, absolutely. Luna the Space Cat. I wonder who is going to win. Well, we're going to have 5 winners at least, aren't we? Or 6 winners. Yeah, we're going to have 6 winners for you, Luna the Space Cat. And yes, I think it's epic too.
Yeah, each group will be awarded separately at the end. You mentioned earlier there's no overall winner. I think we did that in the beginning. We had overall winners, but they moved away from that.
I remember that the overall winner was the car that had completed the most laps over the course of the 168 minutes. The 442-minute races amalgamated to give us the distance. And it was invariably the faster prototypes, wasn't it? You were always going to find that.
Right. But those are going to be what's here today, the Group F cars.
Yeah.
So, but they don't do the overall anymore. It's just the top 3 in the groups. There's the number 15 car, Ferrari, Ken Marlin. He is coming out onto the back straight, I should say, and has some traffic coming up ahead, coming up in front of him. We'll see if he gets around him cleanly through the chicane. But yeah, definitely the prototype cars would be the overall, because they've completed the most laps in the least amount of time is what it boils down to.
Yeah, it was interesting though, the first race that we had kicking off the event for the Group E runners, they completed 20 laps, whereas both Group A and Group B, they only completed 19 laps. And with 7 minutes remaining, Corey Friedman, who is currently in the lead by 51 seconds, that's how dominant he has been in that Porsche. He's probably on course with 7 minutes, about 18, maybe he'll just squeeze 19 laps. But it was 20 laps completed for our group, which is predominantly, contemporary Porsches, wasn't it? It was the grid was massive with the Corvette and a lot of those Porsche, fairly new Porsches, grid full of them, very, very fast race cars.
So 19, 20 laps, we're talking about that. So go ahead and this will be an opportunity to, in your own mind, whoever you are out there watching on the feed, on the Matador Motorsports live feed or anywhere around the track, go ahead and make your pick for the Group F cars coming up a little bit later. How many laps do you think they're going to get? That's the prototype cars. Those will be the prototype cars. So go ahead and make your your bets.
I'm going to give them a bit of a clue and a bit of an assistance here. The lap time of the pole sitter in Group F is 1 minute 36. The cars here, Corey Friedman put in a 2 minute 2.6. His best time here is a 1 minute 59. So that'll give you an idea that these Group C runners, we've lost the 962 Porsche. That's a shame, and that was 14 seconds quicker than everyone else. But they're all, the cars outside of that 962 are predominantly GT class cars. I'd like to see the 962 come back out. Just receiving information that the number 136, that's the Patrick Milani car. That's the car we've got in our view there, is it? Yes, it is.
That's it.
Yep, that's the one. A 30-second penalty for a 30-second penalty for a short pit stop. That means he tripped the beam and pit out inside of the 3 minutes. So, and you know what? You can trip that beam at 2 minutes 59.9. You will get a penalty. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's 30 seconds if you're short, 40 seconds if you're late.
If you're late, yeah.
Either one hurts you a lot.
I know some crew chiefs who will be absolutely. They will want to cross that line at 3 minutes 0.1.
Right. Go ahead and
3 minutes.
Go ahead and give up the second.
A tenth of a second. Yeah.
I mean, the 10th of a second.
I've raced in events like this, and I've kind of been like, I don't mind a second, you know. But some engineer friends of mine, one of which has won Le Mans twice in LMP2, he said, "Oh no," he says, "a tenth of a second is where I want to be." It's like, jeez.
You have to be good.
That's why you won Le Mans. Not like Le Mans has timed pit stops, of course.
Right. There's the number 51 car of Andrew Myers, Benjamin Myers. They had a good battle going. We were watching that just a moment ago. One of the Porsches out there was kind of fighting with him a little bit and not letting him get around. Well, he was side by side with him, but he wasn't giving up and not letting him get by. But he finally got by him there in the turn one a moment ago. Last time around, and here he comes.
Yeah.
Across the tri-oval.
There he is there. Maximum speed there at the tri-oval. About 3.5 minutes remaining. And gap out to 59 seconds behind Corey Friedman, the leader. There he is there, the number 14. Green lap times coming through. That means it's a personal best lap time for that car on lap 17. He's obviously heard our broadcast and said, right, I'm gonna beat 19 laps. I'm gonna start pushing.
He has 3 minutes and 10 seconds to get it done now.
Just looking at the flag marshal down below us, getting ready with the white flag. Just see as he continues round the banking, and then he will come off the banking, chasing down. I've got to say, he's not the only one who's putting in green lap times. The fuel load's obviously coming off these cars. The Ferrari of Patrick Milani, he's chasing back. I wonder if he's been told he's got a 30-second penalty because he's just put in a 2 minutes 2.6, which is his quickest lap. But all the way down the order, back down in 14, Jean-Marc Duval, 2 minutes 18.2. He's pushing on as well. That's his quickest lap of the race so far. So they are pushing on. So I've got a feeling, Jeff, that the leader there will get the white flag next time by.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're watching the leader going through the International Horseshoe and just heard from race control that the white flag will be flying next time by for that car. The Friedman and Betson 1995 Porsche 993 RSR. The Kasich livery on it. Number 14 now working his way through the turn 5 area.
Yeah, he's got a bit of traffic up ahead of him. A Ferrari and a BMW. That BMW currently in 15th place. Camden Jones in the 46, the 330i. The Porsche leading this race. Big short work of that one, taking the high line on the banking at NASCAR 1. Transitions into NASCAR 2 now. And then the run down to the Le Mans chicane. Pick your braking point. He's got that yellow Ferrari ahead of him. I can't make out what that car is in front of him. It's
one of the 944s.
It is a 944.
The 59 or 55 car there.
Yeah, and discretion definitely the better part of valor for Corey Friedman, who just tippy-toes behind these two cars. He doesn't want to trip over them and cause any damage or delay himself in any way. That's the is that the number 15, Kenneth Marlin Ferrari, in the. Yeah, he's going to be. That's going to be third place for Kenneth Marlin after we apply the penalty for for the Patrick Mullaney Ferrari, of course. So the Ferraris are going to swap positions. The white flag flies for the leader, and that, the yellow Ferrari ahead of him. That's Kenneth Marlin. He will have seen the white flag as well, because that white flag was for a car that was right on his bumper. He's the second place car here, Jeff.
I'm sure his team will tell him that he does have one more lap, though. He's right there. That was the 5-5 car that they were battling with before, and that's Carson LeBlanc, Ray Schaefer on pit lane. They're standing there watching the race, so Carson LeBlanc behind the wheel of number 55 car. And we were watching that battle a moment ago. There's your leader, second place car, number 51, Andrew Myers and Ben Myers. As we get down to the final lap, works his way up onto the making.
Yeah, the Kenneth Marlin Ferrari might be just a little bit too far behind. He's might as well call that 48 seconds. Here's the Carbet to take its white flag. One more lap of racing for him. But Kenneth Marlin, he's going to be, all right, he's going to start the second segment 18 seconds behind Mullaney. So the 30-second penalty is going to disadvantage Mullaney by putting him back in touch with Marlin. But I think Mullaney and Chris Hall have got perhaps the legs of the other Ferrari in this field. Here comes the leader then into the Le Mans chicane for the final time for this first segment, the first 42-minute part of this 168-minute race. And it is Corey Friedman who we're giving the pride to, the accolade to, of driving this car. He's down to share the car with Travis Benson, and unless we're told otherwise, then it's going to be Corey Friedman who takes our applause, isn't it, Jeff?
Certainly is. Very good race run by that Friedman car, number 14, Friedman and Benson. As we have the white flag waving for the last car, and then there's the checkered flag as he crosses the straight. And that will give the win to the number 14 car.
So the number 14 Porsche of Corey Friedman takes the win. We have to wait a chunk of time before we see our second place car take the flag. That's going to be the 2-litre, the CS2 Carbet of Andrew and Ben Myers. They've shared that car. The nephews, did you say, of Todd Trefford?
Nephews.
Yeah.
Todd Trefford's sister is Dawn Myers.
Yeah.
And Ben and Andrew are her sons.
Our sons, right, yeah. So racing in the blood. There's the car there. The Carbet, blue and black coloured. And it will make its way around. And we'll just see what the gap is carrying that forward. He's got a slower car just ahead of him. But there you can just capture the speed there of the banking out of NASCAR 4. Absolutely flat chat. Pedal going through the front of that car, as it will take the flag now underneath us, and the gap is 1 minute and 5 seconds, 65-second gap, 65-second lead for Corey Friedman. 20 laps completed for Corey Friedman and the Myers. 20 laps completed for Patrick Mullaney, who comes through about 11.5 seconds behind. We've got another 40 or so seconds to wait for Kenneth Marlin to see if Kenneth can put himself back on the lead lap as well. Other cars coming through. Marlin will finish in 4th place, but with a 30-second penalty applied, that's going to be a different matter going forward. He's not going to have as big a gap as Patrick Mullaney to Kenneth Marlin. He is going to close that gap considerably. So it's not going to affect the placings, Jeff, going into the second segment for Group C. But I think, he only has to make a slight mistake, and that's going to come right back towards Kenneth Marlin, isn't it?
That's it. You make any time mistakes, any mistakes on pit lane, and you get a deficit there. You have to be perfect for the rest of the race. One's bad enough, and you can maybe recover from that. You make another one, it's pretty much over.
That cushion he's worked hard for.
Unless somebody actually totally breaks.
Yeah, that cushion he's worked
hard for. I don't wish that on anybody, but it could happen.
So as Patrick Mullaney takes that car back around, he will peel off into the pits and into the pit lane. I think everyone has taken the flag now. Patrick Milani was the... Kenneth Marlin has not come through yet. Kenneth Marlin has peeled off into the pit lane.
So he's just now on pit lane.
Well, he's a lap down. He's only completed 19 laps. Right, we think he was a lap down. So, right, okay. Thank you, that voice in my head. Kenneth Marlin is a lap down, so Milani is not going to be affected by that 30-second penalty, other than dropping further back off the carber of Andrew and Ben Myers. Just behind them then, in fourth place, Alan Benjamin in his 964 USA Cup Porsche. He's in fifth. Michael Schmidt finishes 23 seconds behind him in sixth. Gary Stanbury in the 944 Turbo Cup in seventh. Jim Contardi is in eighth in the number 20. And then we have Ray Schaefer and Carsten LeBlanc sharing the number sharing the number 55 Porsche 944 Turbo Cup, finishing in ninth. And then rounding off the top 10 is Felipe Kraus, who will share the car with two other drivers later on. 1986 Porsche 944 Turbo Cup for him, rounding off the top 10. So, Jeff, I think we're ready to go down to Marshall. I hear the ambient echo in my
What great timing.
ears. What absolute splendid timing. Marshall, what have you got for us this time, my friend?
Oh, I hear the lull of Joe Bradley in my ear. What a delightful thing. So, teams, owners, drivers spend an extraordinary amount of time and money to prepare their cars to go historic racing. They hire fabulous, fully credentialed crews, often with period-correct knowledge of the cars they're running, to put them on track, have no problems whatsoever. And despite that, despite hiring the best and putting in the best work, sometimes problems occur. We saw that in this race that just completed. Philip Kaduri, unfortunately, appears to have had a wheel nut failure. Not exactly sure why, don't have the wheel nut back yet, but their ace crew working to resolve the problem. There's a race a few hours from now where the car can take place. And there indeed, if we look down here, can see they're replacing the uprights on both sides. Make sure that even though the problem was on the right front corner, as you would expect from any quality team, they're not just going to resolve the issue locally where it happened, they're going across to the other side of the car, the other axle, and updating that with brand new suspension machinery there as well. So it's the exact approach that you'd want to see taken, not just focusing locally on what happened, but looking across the entire front of the car and saying, let's update everything, make sure it is fresh and new and ready to go. So great work going on here. And we will let our friends get this glorious Richard Lloyd Racing Porsche 962 back in good working order. And I think what we might do is wander down more of the garages. We have spent plenty of time here on grid so far today. We will go for a walk down and peek in and see some more fun cars. We have some fun going on here beneath a Camaro Z28. You can see the crew jacking up the car, doing what they need to do, working up towards the right front. What a machine. Pure noise, pure acceleration. And across in red, we see a Bizzarini, a rarity for sure. And then to its right, we have an Audi TCR sitting next to it. We have some modern machinery that we're familiar with, seeing in IMSA's Michelin Pilot Challenge Series, and also some classic sports cars of the Italian variety in red, of the yellow here, Trans Am. Why don't we keep walking down the garages here? Our ace cameraman, Justin, by the way, a real trooper. He can't hear a single thing I'm saying, but that doesn't matter. We're going to get this figured out. But another fun prototype that we'd hope to see running will not, unfortunately. It is this Lola with such a unique nose. If we walk up to the front of the car, you can see it has one of the most interesting profiles of any prototype from back in the day. This blunt nose up front, hitting the air and splitting to both sides. This Ford motor, my friend Wayne Brown tells me, dynoed out at about 755 horsepower, this Ford V8. Unfortunately, one of the pistons decided, I'm going to catch an early nap, not going to play anymore, unfortunately. So crew here working on packing up. Look at some of the great names. We spoke to our friend, former HSR President David Hinton, his name here, Craig Bennett, Brian Johnson, some of you might know as the lead singer of AC/DC. And then who is this character? Dorsey Schrader, big part of the HSR family. Here's another glorious prototype here in the HSR paddock. Look at the streamlining of the air intakes for this Ford V8. So we won't get to hear it bark this weekend, but hopefully it'll be back here soon. Our pal here, Mr. Brown, who is very camera shy. Tell us, what does it involve to take a motor like this apart, repair it, get it back on the dyno so it can run again? It's not a moment's work.
It's not a moment's work, and the way these cars are all developed in the later years, being module pieces, you take the engine out and the car basically falls apart. So you take the gearbox off and you take the engine out and the engine goes on a stand, and probably 45 to 50 hours later, and unfortunately with today's prices, huge amounts of money, you get something back together that'll make 750, 800 horsepower and run for 20 or 30 hours pretty close to maintenance free. With these cars back in the LMP 900 series, or quote-unquote WSC, the NASCAR vision to put stock block V8s to try to go race against everybody, and Lola did it, and Lola did it with Judds, and Lola did it with with Fords, and they had everything in it, and it was a really unique car. These cars had Porsche engines in them with Champion. My good buddy Bobby Green did it, and it was he told me some unique stories about that car this weekend.
Oh yeah.
So they're so unique, and they're modern even for today's standards. It's a really modern car, and it's fun to work with.
I think that Lola Porsche might have ended up in a small lake on a test drive as well. Was that one of the stories?
That was one of the stories we talked about at dinner just last night. So yeah, it was very, very, very poignant that you bring that up. So yeah, that was the one.
One of the smart aspects here, coming to a historic race, of course, you have all the mechanics and whatnot who do the great job of preparing the cars, but it's not uncommon to have a motor expert here. You look after many of the engines, but to help diagnose. So you might think of those things more in modern racing terms at an IMSA event or NASCAR, similar, but even here at an HSR event, a Wayne Brown serves a great value.
Well, there's a lot of people in this sport that we love so much. And I didn't build this engine, and I wanted to help my good friend Willis Warheide to try to get it going. And I don't care. There's people spend too much money and too much effort to come here, and if you have an issue, and if I can help them, it's fantastic. It keeps the cars running, and it makes the sanctioning body look better. It makes everybody look better to keep running. So unfortunately, this one didn't make it, but we're going to be back, and we'll be back better than ever.
Appreciate you, Mr. Brown. Let's go for a little bit more of a walk here, then we're about ready to get rolling with our next motor race. So we have some older prototypes. We have gorgeous Porsche GT machinery there in the iconic Brumos livery. We even have something that somewhat recent here, Cadillac DPI. We'll get to that in just a moment, but let's take a look under the hood here. Porsche 935, which we saw just getting ready to run. That is pure horsepower. Turbo plenums here, alternator running, air-cooled obviously. Big fan up here with that carbon shroud. Coil packs in place, the turbos, the plumbing. There's so much that goes on here to provide horsepower for these cars to rocket down the straightaways. And why don't we look at the back of that Cadillac DPI VR here very quickly before we roll off on the grid. The highest of high technology, Cadillac V8, suspension on the cars, as modern as can be. using not only the twin dampers at the back, but also a third spring, a third element used to control ride height, the back of the car, also part of its anti-roll bar functionality as well. A couple of years ago, this would have had the entire back of the car covered over with blankets, not wanting any of the other crews to potentially see the unique things one team might have done compared to the other. But here, just a few years after this car is retired from active IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship duty, we can indeed see all of the beautiful trade secrets. And let's get ready for another 42 minutes of racing. Back to you, Joe Bradley.
Thank you, Marshall. Some great insight coming out of the paddock there, and some really cracking behind-the-scenes looks at not just the hardware that is involved, but also the personalities and the people that are involved. And to think the depth of knowledge that we have here, the experience, if we mounted up all of the years of experience in motorsport, at very high-end motorsport as well, at the very high end of international sports car racing. It's I would be interesting to just see what sort of figure we would get to. We have got two more of our classic group races to come before we go for our break, before we set off the fireworks, actually, Jeff. This one's for Group D. Quite an eclectic mix of cars, another plethora of Porsches from various vintages, the 996s, the 997s, but we have in here the Riley DPs that were part of the Grand Am series back in its first iteration, back in the day, in the mid-2000s and the early 2000s. We've got a 2004, 2006, two 2006 Riley DPs. You'll see what I mean. A Lola B2K 10 as well, which was a stalwart car, certainly in the United States sports car scene, certainly as part of Grand Am and indeed the American Le Mans series. I've got another Carver that is out there, and it's again Andrew Myers and Ben Myers that will campaign that car. The other car, this is the, again, it's down as blue, Jeff. I'm not sure if that's still going to be the case, or whether they've run in Group C. They are down on my entry list for Group D. However, I can see they have not come out. So, decision being made of slotting into Group C. Yeah, last minute change from that. So we'll wipe that off the order. 17 cars have come out. The car at the back of the field there, Michael Potapov in his Ford Boss Mustang, or his Mustang-based Ford Boss, I should say, 2012. Is that plenty of Porsches as ever in pretty much all of our classes and categories. We've got the Riley DP, the black and orange coloured car of Todd Sloan that is leading the field round. Alongside him is Ray Bonthron in his Ford Mustang, the 2002 car, the Mustang from Trans Am. I'm pretty sure that is the series that car run in. The Chip Vance Riley DP has qualified third, and the first of the Porsches, the 996 of Alex Welch, also on the second row. We've got the pace car that has cleared off into the pit lane. We are getting very dark. The sun's getting low in the sky, so we are pretty much approaching sunset. The lights ablaze on the cars as they come towards us into the tri-oval, and they're already into turn one, Jeff, and I don't think that we have any issues, dare I bite my tongue, until they come out of turn one, and there they are, already out of turn one and heading towards the Eastern Horseshoe, the International Horseshoe, to give it its full title.
9.6 and 6.0, top two cars leading there through the International Horseshoe, and then a battle. Another one of the rallies moving up. The SunTrust livery number 10, they get around the Porsche. So they will motor away through the turn 4, little kink to the left there, and into turn number 5, the West Horseshoe. See the field starting to stretch out there, kind of in a single file format. Once they get up onto the banking, see the car start to pull away, the rally starts to pull away a little bit. As They go into the braking zone now, turn number 6, so they're kind of bunched up there.
This is where they find their legs, Jeff, isn't it, on the banking. This is where we'll see the 5,000 cc, the 5-litre cars from the Grand Am Series catch their breath and breathe in deeply, and off they go. Look at that.
Look at that gap just open up quickly there.
Fabulous sight there, mate, as they come off the banking and head down towards the Le Mans chicane, the sun beginning to dip and the lights coming on the cars. We don't quite need the floodlights yet around the track, but those cars looking splendid there as they go through the Le Mans chicane.
We see them start to light up, the lights on the pit lane start to light up, and they'll have a couple on the tower, I guess, as well. So those are starting to illuminate, and they'll be brightening up as the next few minutes roll by. Leaders now working through NASCAR turn number 4 and into the tri-oval, and they'll come around to complete the first lap of who knows how many. We're taking bets on the prototype cars, which are coming up next. So let's see how many we get with these Riley cars and others in this Group D battle.
So it's a Ford Mustang that leads the field into turn 1 to continue into lap 2. We've got the 2 Riley DPs, the Todd Sloan and Chip Vance. It's the orange coloured one of Todd Sloan, just ahead of the black and yellow car of Chip Vance, off towards the International Horseshoe. Coming out of that, trying to get the power down. Massively powered Ford Mustang, the AGT car of Ray Bonthron, through the kink and away. This is a car that we would have seen in the Trans Am series back in the early 2000s, and it's quite a bit of race car in there. It's a tube frame car with a fibre body, a bit of I think carbon fibre here and there, but fundamentally a tube frame car with a beast of a 5.7 litre engine.
Definitely a hot rod.
Oh, absolutely. And you can just see the way, what the car sounds like, the V8 5.7 Ford engine. I think something like 650 brake horsepower.
That's about right.
But the way that the car, the suspension that car's using, the dampers, the tyres, the technology, the engineering on that car, that really uses that power, just like virtually like a prototype would. Certainly nothing like its road-going version, if you like.
We see a battle coming off out of NASCAR turn number 2 and into the chicane now. It's like a couple of Porsches there as they work their way through the the Le Mans chicane. That's the 111 car and the 6.8. Nose to tail there as they move up onto the banking at NASCAR turn number 3. A little bit of drafting going on there, and that is, we'll get the numbers on that here, to 68.
I think that's Rob Parker in the yellow and red one.
Parker and Schwartz, that's the battle for 7th. Jackson Dunn in the 111 car. Here they come into the tri-oval and across. And the 111 still with the advantage right there. Jackson Dunn, you see there on the screen. And we'll go into the braking zone around the outside, Joe.
That's a great little battle, isn't it? Side by side into turn 1, and around the outside has gone the yellow and red car of Rob Parker. Wow. Jackson Dunn being found napping. He couldn't do anything about that, could he?
No, not at all. That was a bold move there by the 6.8 car.
He kind of had momentum going into turn 1, and it's a tricky corner that you're braking and turning at the same time, trying to get the car to turn left and trying to get the speed off. And I think it was a case of the Rob Parker car, he just let the car flow. He let it breathe all the way through on the outside line, and that worked for him, didn't it? He was clearly being held.
He let it breathe, and now he's letting it fly. Look at him move away now from the 111 car. Jackson Dunn back to 8th now with the change there. They worked their way into NASCAR turn number 1 up on the banks. See if he motors away here in that number 68 car. Just getting underway here with 2 laps in for the Group D Classic 24 at Daytona, driven by Mission Foods. And now onto the backstretch. They head towards the Le Mans chicane. The 111 car kind of reeling them in a little bit now in the braking zone. We'll see how quickly they get through there and how cleanly they get through there. As you mentioned several times, Joe, they have removed the grassy area out there in the Le Mans chicane, so it's all paved out there now. A little bit different and tricky there if you've been here before and been through it. it's different than the last time they were here and saw it.
Well, what the drivers were telling me, and not just one driver said this, but it's because it's all paved, it's just all tarmac with the white lines of the track denoting where the track actually goes, and then you've got the curbing, which have been flattened out. It's quite hard to pick the point, and quite hard to see the actual track which you have to go through, and even more so in the dark hours where the curbing is reflective, so you just get the curbs reflecting light off the floodlights.
So was there a specific reason they did that you know of, or was it just a change?
I think for safety. I think
just for safety.
Yeah, the cars would get out. It's a very fast entry, and there isn't any grip on grass. And
right.
if you got it wrong there, and you ended up on the grass, you invariably went into the
was on the inside.
Yeah, there was grass on the outside on the driver's left through the chicane. There was drivers on the driver's left going into the chicane.
Yeah,
there was
patch on the right there.
Patch in the middle forming the kind of island of the bus stop, if you like.
Right. That's what I was going to say. So if you missed it, you zipped right through there, and of course, you could potentially run into another car that's already made it through.
Well, because
that way, so.
the grip level would be completely different on the grass than on the tarmac. The car would invariably be put into a spin, and it would be quite easily sent directly right on the exit and nose into the wall there.
Essentially no grip.
Yeah,
right.
Without any grip on that left rear, if you go in too fast, the car would speed directly turn 90 degrees right and nose into the wall. And we've seen that so many times. If anybody's on iRacing out there, you know exactly what I mean, because we've all done it on iRacing. A little bit different in real life, of course. So I think now with the tarmac there, if you get it wrong, yes, you'll cause yourself a bit of a time deficit and even maybe trigger a track limits penalty. But
well,
you won't necessarily end up in the wall. So I think it's for safety reasons.
You'll keep a little bit more of your grip at that point. So we just saw the second and third place cars cross the stripe. Todd Sloan and Chip Vance in the number 10 car. We're watching them on the screen right now. And it looks like we might have something going on out there. Hearing reports from race control. They are telling the safety car to get ready, and I think that's might be the first time we've had it today. I don't think we've had the safety car out there in the.
Yeah, we have.
I guess we. Yeah,
we've done about 70 races since Friday.
No, I mean in the classic. In the classic so far.
Yeah, I think we had it in the first one.
Did we? Okay. Well, it looks like we're going to have it again. They have dispatched. They have dispatched the.
We've got yellow. I'm not sure if it's full course yet. Yeah, it is full course. Full course yellow being called. So Jeff right on it there with his listening in on the officials radio channel. And full course caution being called. So all of the field will close up. There was only a gap of about just under 7 seconds between Ray Bronthron in the Ford Mustang Trans Am to Todd Sloan in the Riley DP. Chip Vance was right on the bumper really of Todd Sloan, so nothing's going to change there. Nicholas Curran-Gellin in the Porsche 997 was about 11 seconds back. That's going to close up. David Smith in the other Riley DP, he's going to close up that 13-second gap. So we're going to close everybody up, and as ever, Jeff, everybody taking advantage and going straight in the pits.
We see the car starting to come down pit lane, and looking down there, the 103 car, 103, has just turned in behind the wall. The right rear tire is absolutely shredded on that car. So I'm not sure if that is the reason for the double yellow, or perhaps it's just an additional issue here.
Did you say the 103?
103, yes.
Yeah, Alex Welch. And that was a Porsche, 2002 Porsche 996.
Yep, he's gone directly behind the wall.
Yeah, he's already gone a lap down. Being told that he had a big spin. Now that was cause or effect, the tyre going down and deflating on NASCAR Turn 4. Alex Welch not that far away from the pit lane if it was NASCAR Turn 4, and indeed it was NASCAR Turn 4. We've also lost the Ford boss of Michael Potapov, which was...
he came down pit lane at the same time, the 103 car. I'm looking down there with the binoculars, a lot of debris down there in NASCAR Turn number 4, just coming out of Turn 4. A lot of debris as that car spun and has shredded the tire and left some debris. So they'll send the Daytona safety trucks out there to clean that up. And unfortunately, there goes a car that just ran over some of the debris. So hopefully it doesn't affect that car with any tire issues or not. the 47 car. So a lot of the other cars coming around now too, and they're going to have to stay low to avoid that debris.
Yeah, they will be guided by the safety crews and the corner workers out there. Big round of applause to everybody out there who have been the absolute epitome of efficiency this weekend. In fact, all week long, haven't they? Very, very efficient in clearing up other people's messes, which is pretty typical of what is required. So we're under full course caution. The safety car has been deployed, and everyone has taken advantage of taking up their mandatory pit stop at this time. It makes sense. It makes the utmost sense. One of the cars that has not done that and has stayed out is out on the back straight now behind the pace car. Now,
yeah, that's Nick Carangelo, I believe.
Now, when you are stopped on the pit apron and everybody's going round at a much more slower and sedate pace behind the pace car, you are losing less time. You are losing less distance. So it makes logical sense. So Nicholas Carangelin, is that how you pronounce that name? Carangelin?
I say Carangelin.
Carangelin. All right.
I think he's never corrected me on that, so I'll say Carangelin.
Shall I say Carangelin?
Tomato, whatever.
Well, it is. It's definitely a language.
I say Carangelin.
Yeah,
Nick Carangelin.
Yeah, two nations separated by one language. Carangelin, I'm going to say that from now on, Jeff. Nicholas Carangelin. He's led this race. He's showing as the leader, and he will complete 6 laps this time by, unless he chooses to come into the pits. He's sharing with, who's his teammate? I've got a surname of Torres.
I think it's Peter. I'll look that up for you here.
Peter, is it Peter Torres? I
believe.
Now he has peeled off. So Nicholas has peeled off. Everybody else seems to have come to the conclusion of their 3-minute mandatory stop and will peel out of the pit lane, off the pit apron. Pretty much everybody doing that as Nicholas Carangelin. And is that Alan Turpin's in the 99 as well? Or is that no, that's the 47. That's Ben Robertaccio. He is a latecomer to the pit stop as well. We've got the number, is that the number 50? That's being pushed off the pit apron now. That's David Smith in the 50. DP. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Being push started here. Finally, does he fire that motor up on the number 50? We'll keep you posted on that one. Cars already leaving the pit lane are out on the track there into the International Horseshoe for 2 of our Porsche runners. Still under full course caution. Still having some debris cleared up out there at NASCAR Turn 4. And the clock continues to tick. We are just a minute away from the first third of this race. 42-minute race segments, of which everybody gets to run in 4. It's therefore a 160-minute race. Just to explain to everybody what's going to go on. So everybody has 4 segments. The races are going to continue through the night here at the track. Our Matador Motorsports live stream will continue up till about just after 8 o'clock when we take in the firework display. That'll be going on as the Classic Group A's go out for their 8 o'clock race. We'll be back with you in the morning, and I'm just going to confirm the time, Jeff, so if you want to talk about something.
I can talk about the time if you'd like for tomorrow. So watching the cars go around now, the number 50 car still under full course caution. It's still under full course caution, still clearing up debris over there in the turn 4.
Right, 750. Just right, I've just confirmed we're back on air in the morning at 7:50, where we take in the 8 o'clock start for the final Group B race. We'll bring you up to date with what happened and who won Group A.
Is that what time we're going on? Or
Yes,
we're going to come in for the first race at 7.
Yeah.
Got it
So the
figured out.
live, well, I'm talking about the live stream here, Jeff, just letting everybody know who's at home. So we go for a break at 8 o'clock after the fireworks. We're not going to miss the fireworks. Have I ever told you about bonfire night in England?
I think you did last year.
November the 5th, yeah. We have fireworks and we have a big bonfire. And
because of the fireworks,
yeah. Well, no.
Yeah.
It's
I think you mentioned it last year.
The fire
So
service
tell
is
us about
busy.
it.
It's the fire service. I'm going to tell you about it when the fireworks fire up.
Okay.
It's the fire service's busiest night of the year.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
I'll bet.
I still don't know why we do that.
A friend of mine had a big bonfire in Nashville a couple of weeks ago, and I said it's not going to be a big deal, but it was all over Facebook and a big, huge bonfire. So nothing probably like you're talking about. But
I'll explain the tradition of bonfire night and the story of Guy Fawkes when we have the leading up to the fireworks. But anyways, getting back to what I was trying to tell you, we're still under caution, by the way. So the live stream will be back on air at 7:50 a.m. in the morning. We'll be bringing you the final group races for groups B, C, D, E and F, taking you to the conclusion. We will have podium presentations after each of those races, Jeff. You'll be down there to present our prizes. Do you know what the drivers win? Are we still giving away BRM chronographs?
I think they are, yes. Now, I noticed that, I was at Watkins Glen, I believe, they gave away an actual, not a watch, but they gave away a big clock, a nice, cool-looking clock. So it was a little bit different. Now, it was kind of funny because the drivers were trying to put the big clock on their wrist. And, this is big around. It's probably a 12-inch diameter clock. So,
yeah,
that was kind of a fun time there as they were looking at that. So, I'm not sure what it's going to be this weekend. I'm pretty sure it's probably going to be a watch.
I've asked the questions to people who may know, and they'll probably get back to me. The clock continues to tick while we're under this caution, and I can tell you that there's still a clear-up job. So we obviously had a lot of tyre debris, didn't we, at NASCAR Turn 4 when we had that car spearing off. Alex Welch in the 103 behind the wall now. He'll be wanting to see what the cause or effect was for that puncture. It's not uncommon that the banking here catches out cars. In fact, we had huge off the past few years, haven't we? So you have to be right on the money with your car setup. We are 23 minutes remaining, right there on the nosy, as the safety car, the pace car, as it's called, continues round. The field beginning to catch it up. We've made our way around the track.
I think they were Daytona Safety was waiting to collect for the pace car, the safety car, at this point, to collect the entire field to get them bunched together before they went out, because they just now dispatched. They were waiting there on the apron. Now they've just moved out to pick up the tire debris that came from that car, the 103 car earlier. So it looks like they have quickly picked that up now. So that's what the delay was. They were just waiting to collect all the entire field together, obviously for safety purposes. Boots on the ground, as we call it, and we definitely want to keep the workers out there safe.
Yeah, absolutely. That does make the utmost sense to ensure that there isn't any debris to catch our drivers out on the track there. We have, therefore, Jeff, are we looking like we potentially might be going green next time by?
I believe that is the
Got
plan.
plenty of time. We're just coming out of turn 6 now, just coming out of the right-hander at the West Horseshoe. And now just moving through turn 6. We've got the leader who has got a couple of cars in front of him, hasn't he? He's got at least, 3 cars in front of him? One of which is the BMW E46 of Mike Gorman, isn't it? Is it Mike Gorman in the number 9 BMW? Or is that no, I think that's a Michael Browning, the E92, the M3 from 2010. So I think that's the car that will be made swift work of, I think, by the leading Ford Mustang, the Trans Am 5.7 litre V8 engined Ray Bronthron driven car. He's got 4 cars in front of him. One of which is a Rally DP. That car just on the just behind the pace car there, behind the Porsche. That's one of the first iterations of the Daytona prototype. It was a cheaper form of sports car racing at the time.
Now we'll watch the safety car work his way through the Le Mans chicane. And if the lights go out on that car, on the pace car, on the safety car, that means that we will go green. But typically they're off by now. So it looks like we're still going to be under caution at least for one more lap.
All right.
Because typically they'd be off by this point. We'd be picking up the paces to get away from the field.
Right.
So there's still some cleanup apparently going on somewhere else on the track. They've cleared the turn 4 area. NASCAR turn 4. Well, now the light's still on? Yeah, they're still on there. Or are they? I think they've. Yeah, they're still on.
Yeah, they're still on, which means
it's kind of hard to tell.
We're going to stay yellow, aren't we? We are absolutely going to stay yellow. I would say. We've got some fine examples of the first iteration of the of Daytona prototypes out there from the Grand Am series. It was a cheaper version of sports car racing here in the States. It came out as a complete competitor to the American Le Mans series, and it was deemed to be a more affordable weight. It was it did amalgamate with the American Le Mans series. Wow, that was quite a while ago now, wasn't it? Fully merged in 2014, 10 years ago. It was known as the Rolex Sports Car Series. It started off in 2000, and these cars were tube frame cars, much more cheaply built than maybe the carbon tubs that were more prevalent in other forms of sports car racing internationally, and indeed in the American Le Mans series. They were built specifically for the series, cost-effective race cars. Relatively economical racing. They still had quite a bit of technology on them, you know, the electronics, the management systems. They did have a bit of a facelift with the Gen 3 prototypes, but initially they were a little bit of a handful, certainly overpowered for the handling. If you spoke to drivers about the cars that first made an appearance, then yeah, they were a bit of a handful. That's one there, just behind the Porsche there. Just going in. That's a Riley DP. And I know we haven't mentioned it yet, but we lost Bob Riley recently, didn't we? Bob Riley of the Riley Engineering Company, who was very much behind the manufacture of the sports cars. A big name.
About 2 weeks ago, I believe.
Yeah, he was here last year, wasn't he? He was here last year, yes, giving a little bit of a talk, right, which I found absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, you went down and joined in on that in the drivers' meeting.
Loved that.
It wasn't a drivers' meeting, but it was an invitation to come and listen to the talk there. So
yeah, I remember getting my book, or his book that he wrote. That was mine. Getting that autographed was like it was like a little schoolboy. Ridiculous, really, but sad to lose one of the sports car greats, I think.
Definitely on that. Definitely sad news in the motor racing world.
Now then, Jeff, we've got the pace car still with the lights on, out on the back straight. We've still got recovery trucks. We've still got clear-up trucks going on just on the outside of NASCAR 4.
Located, the original trucks down there had picked up the debris by hand, and they cleared the area. And then I was wondering what was going on. I located the jet blower was over in the chicane area and made his way around the track now, and they're making a slow pass by the turn 4 area and just making sure everything's off. That they're right up against the wall, and I'm guessing blowing it to the inside of the track. So are they going to have to make another pass, or is it blowing it all the way down?
Yeah,
how far does it actually blow it?
How far does it blow it? Does it blow it completely off the track?
Yeah, because you have what, 35, 40 feet of track right there.
That's some strong leaf blow, I tell you, on the back of a truck.
So now you see there's a sweeper truck. It's like he's going to turn around.
Well,
and
no, I think he's going back in.
Okay.
I think he's going back in. I think we are on NASCAR turns Yeah, is that the light still flashing?
They're still flashing.
Yeah,
yeah. It's hard to tell when
we're
the
not going to
car.
go green, are we? If
I don't think so.
they're in NASCAR 4.
Well, they're also talking about some precipitation in the area, so it does not look like it from here. But perhaps we're getting some rain out there on the track somewhere. So the safety, the yellow light's still on the safety car.
Yeah, sky does look threatening.
All right, now just getting word from race control that they're going to bring the speed up on the safety car
on this lap.
Yeah,
right.
They're not going green now, but the safety car is going to pick up the pace a little bit and get the field revved up again. And next time by, we should be going green. And we only have 15 minutes remaining at this point, but there's still a lot of time to go. And now, depending on if the weather comes in, that might cause some issues too. So should make it interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we're not unless it has a massive downpour. It's going to be down to the teams to make that call and change tyres. However, just under 15 minutes remaining now. We have got a little bit of time to accrue some more laps. The field is closed up, so there's not really a massive amount of time. So this is going to be perhaps the tightest field that we have going into the second segment. So Group D is going to be still packed up together. I mean, you've got to go down to the 13th place car of Alan Turpin's before you find a car that is off the lead lap. We've got 12 cars that have completed 9 laps. They'll have completed 10 laps by the time we come around and go green. And we are probably going to be towards 12 minutes on the clock. The car's just coming out of the West Horseshoe. There's the number 60. Sorry, that's the 601 of Todd Sloan. That was the car that started on the pole position, but then he's been mugged a little bit by Chip Vance and Ray Bronthron, hasn't he?
Yes, definitely. I think they taped a number 1 on that. Is actually what it is. So it's originally a number 60 car, but they taped a 1 on it and that usually comes from
just to confuse us
from tech and timing and scoring, just because they have other cars out there that already have that number assigned.
We certainly haven't got another number 60 in this group, so he would have gotten away with that. They are out onto the back stretch then, heading down towards the Le Mans chicane. It's usually as they go and negotiate the Le Mans chicane that we get the safety car lights switched off. I suspect we're going to see that. He's certainly picked up the pace, hasn't he? He's been instructed by race control, pick up the pace. We've got the track cleared. We're about to go green, and there they go. The safety car lights are off. All the drivers can see that, and so they know if they have not got any radio communication with their pit wall, then they can see that we're about to go green. Now there's the leader, Ray Bronthron. He's got about 4 cars ahead of him, 2 of which are BMWs, modern iterations of the BMW M3. The pace being picked up nicely now as we will restart in line astern. We've got a car that's pulling alongside. I'm not sure he's allowed to do that, but we'll see. It's the Riley DP. That's just going to absolutely blast away on this restart, and he does indeed.
He's just opening the door so he can get by, because
I think so.
To make a late move there, a drastic move would be more dangerous than this being out beside him. So he does that and pulls into the lead as we get back underway with 12 minutes exactly. As you just under 12 minutes, just over 12 minutes actually when the flag flew. So you're right on that, Joe.
Ray Bronthron underneath the rear wing of that Riley DP. It's not jumped out of the way of effectively our leader. There'll be blue flags flying. He'll not want to go a lap down in that Riley, but unfortunately he hasn't got a choice here. He has indeed, as Ray Bronthron gets the pedal to the metal and through the kink, through the West Horseshoe, and he's got the second place car of Todd Sloan. Third place car of Todd Sloan now has overtaken Chip Vance in the restart. So the orange car there, Todd Sloan, is now effectively in second, and that black and yellow car, the SunTrust livery car of Chip Vance, has now dropped back to third. So great race for second and third. I'm not sure anyone's got the pace for the Ray to take on the Ray Bronthron Mustang. That car's just checked out.
Yeah, too much horsepower there for that 5.7 liter Ford Mustang. He's motoring away now through the chicane. And the 601 car in the second spot there as they exit that area. All the pit stops have been completed. I'm hearing from race control. A couple cars were a little bit short, but they will be assessed penalties. Right now we look at the 601 car shown in third last time across track. It moves up to second now. They're on the same lap, 10 laps in for those cars. Top three, 9-6. There he is across the stripe, followed by the 601. Moves up to second, as I mentioned. Then number 10, Chip Vance. And then we'll look for the fourth place car. A couple of lappers there. There's Colin Doherty up to the fourth position now, number 92 in the 2008 Porsche 997.
So Todd Sloan getting right on it there, the orange roofed car. He knew he had to make a go for it in the restart. He knows he hasn't got the pace to keep with that Trans Am Ford Mustang of Ray Bonthron, but he wants to keep ahead of Chip Vance going forward into the second segment. So he'll keep pushing in that car there, through the kink now and into the West Horseshoe, as the rest of the field, predominantly Porsches there, coming out of the International Horseshoe. That's the number 92 of Colin Doherty, he's another one who's had a great restart, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He went up to fourth place. He's lost touch with the Daytona prototypes, the Rally 20 DPs ahead of him. But Doherty will, again, it's not about catching necessarily the car in front. He knows he hasn't got the pace of the Daytona prototypes, but he wants to stay ahead of everyone behind him, as he's got a plethora of Porsches stacking up behind him.
And that's one of the drivers that always has a great time here. I was calling him Smiling Colin earlier. He always has a smile on his face, having a great time. He's with the DOS Sport group and always having a great time. He's having a pretty good weekend here. I've talked to him a couple times on the podium earlier today. So he's looking to do well here as he runs in fourth position right now.
Yeah, got a great four-car battle there going through the Le Mans chicane. Doherty, Jackson Dunn, Rob Parker, Nicholas Carangellan, I think is the right pronunciation, as we go almost too wide on the banking there. Coming back into our view, we have indeed got too wide racing here from these Porsches as we cross the line for Rothon. 12 laps completed for Rothon, Sloan and Vance. Doherty through in fourth. Carangellan into fifth. Jackson Dunn and Rob Parker slot in behind. Cracking racing here in these late stages. 8 minutes remaining, so it's not quite over yet. A Porsche Cup race has broken out, it seems. It's a classic Porsche Cup race, as they're all from the mid to late 2000s in this little bunch. Chasing down out of the Eastern Horseshoe now, the International Horseshoe now through the kink. Race is not over. These two beginning to pull away. Doherty under pressure from the blue Porsche of Nicholas Carangellan. Oh, and he's slid wide, and Carangellan going up alongside. However, Doherty's going to have the ID line, the left-hand side. Can he stick with it on the outside? He has. That's a cracking drive there.
Almost getting together there as they went to the braking zone and got on the gas going out of turn number 6 onto the banking at NASCAR turn number 1. So Carangellan pulls away a little bit now. Doherty's not going to be happy about that, but he's going to try to catch back up with him here as they head on to the backstretch.
Well, he didn't have anything in the toolkit to deal with it.
Yeah.
He was down, he's round the outside. That's quite a brave move, because that corner really opens up, and you've just got to be very delicate on the throttle. Very easy to spin the rear wheels up.
It kind of unsettles the cars as they work their way through the chicane. Was that smoke out of the 76 car? Looked like a little puff of smoke there.
Oh, really?
From as he exited the chicane there. Maybe it was just where he bottomed out, getting back onto the banking there. Look, pretty stiff transition there, getting from the flat part of the track back out onto the banking. So there might have been some tire rub there as they cross the stripe right now.
Another fastest lap for Ray Bonthron in the leading Ford Mustang. He's got the time down to 1:49. He knows the gap that he had before we went to the safety car. He's now got to rebuild that. It's only 3.5 seconds to Todd Sloan, and then another 1.6 seconds back to Chip Vance. These guys are pulling away in that first three positions. However, this is the Porsche battle that's kicking off behind. That DP just ahead of the blue one, the blue Porsche of Nicholas Carangallen, that's a car that is a lap down. I'm not sure of the number on that car, but that's our leader, Jeff. And it's going to be very soon that we're not going to be able to see the liveries on these cars unless we've got the side-on view, because the headlights are already blinding coming down the short chute towards the tri-oval.
Yeah, right in our face there from the tower, and even on the screen there you can't really tell. But great camera work happening here by the Apex team on the Matador Motorsports live stream here at Daytona International Speedway. This is Suntrust Blue number 10. That is the third place car, Chip Vance, in the 2004 Rally XIDP. Up on the banks.
Chip Vance chasing down Todd Sloan, trying to make up that deficit of 1.6 seconds. We'll see if he's managed to close the gap anymore as they cross the line underneath us now. Great views out across the expanse of the Daytona International Speedway there. Looking across the far side, there's our leader. The gap, I can tell you, has indeed gone out. Todd Sloan, personal best lap times for Todd, 1:49.4, 1:49.8 though for Chip Vance, and that gap has gone out to 2 seconds now. So that man there, Ray Bonthron, with just under 4.5 minutes remaining, he can see his mirrors with the headlights ablaze of Todd Sloan. He's not getting rid of him. Todd Sloan, if anything, Jeff, is catching him from 3.5 seconds. It's now down to 2.9. So Todd Sloan in the Riley is catching that Mustang.
But you have to make quick work of it, and we'll have 4 minutes remaining in the race at this point here for the Group D battle. There goes Bonthron in there through the turn 6 area. Close the gap even more, so we'll see what happens this time. They're going to move up onto the banks at turn number 1, NASCAR turn number 1, and put the pedal down. There's Todd Sloan, shown there on the screen, number 601. The car sucking through the track there as he gets on the fuel and gets on the gas and trying to catch up with the number 96 car, Bonthron and Brassfield in the Ford Mustang. There they come down the backstretch. They're going to have some traffic coming up in front of them.
Is he catching him, do you think? It kind of looks visually like he has narrowed the gap. It was 2.9 seconds. So he took about 4 tenths out of him. Let's see if he can. They're out onto the NASCAR, the banking, NASCAR 3, then into 4. They'll come down off the banking, up the short chute. Maximum speed now from these cars at this point on the track there, building up speed towards the line on the tri-oval. Bonthron goes through. The gap was 2.9. There's Todd Sloan, 3.9. Bonthron has responded in fine style there, and he extends the gap to Todd Sloan in that car there. And look how hard Todd Sloan's pushing.
A little bit wide there.
Absolutely. Pushed very, very deep on the brakes there and almost ran out of track.
We'll see what he can do on this lap. The next time by, the white flag will be waving as we are 2.5 minutes remaining in the race. There's a good battle, close battle there through the turn 6 area as they will head up onto the banking. 47 car right there in the middle of that mix.
Yeah, and there's the BMW as well.
Yeah, the BMW, the Ben Robertaccio in the number 47 car. And we have the BMW. Who's that? The green BMW there of Michael Browning and Mark Brumman.
Yeah, I do like that red lit trim across the side of the door. Missed his braking point completely there. And there, the new tarmac runoff there coming into play. There you are. That was your question answered.
That's
Jeff.
the example I was talking about. Yeah. If there was grass there, he would have shot right through there.
If there was grass there, he wouldn't have been able to slow the car down.
Right.
He got on the brakes. Yes, it's dirty. Yes, he's going to have a massive amount of pickup, but it wasn't like grass. On grass, he could end up doing a 360 spin.
Certainly.
And he would have been into the path of those cars coming. Exactly. I think that's a great safety move.
And then you're dragging debris on the track as well.
There's that as well. Yeah, absolutely.
So and then we end up having possibly a caution there, but we don't need that certainly this late in the race. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
As there is the white flag waving right now for Bonthron.
So Ray Bonthron, he's got 1 lap remaining. Let's see what he's extended the gap to. It was just under 4 seconds, 5 seconds. He's pulling a second a lap out of Todd Sloan, who's not giving up the fight, I've got to say it. He's just lapped in the 1 minute 50.7. He's pulling a gap to Chip Vance. They've completed 16 laps now. Chip Vance hanging on there, 2.2 seconds the gap between second and third. But I've got to say, Jeff, we might have had quite a long pace car period, a safety car period there for what spoilt, I've got to say, Ray Bonthron. Heaven knows what sort of gap he would have had if it was green all the way through, because he has been the car to beat, hasn't he?
Certainly has. No doubt there. 5-second lead now over the Todd Sloan car. So yeah, I'm guessing we probably have seen about a 15-second gap there. Just an estimate there from that if we had stayed green the entire time. So white flag is waving now. We're underway with the final lap, and the leader's about halfway through the final lap here.
Yeah, he's already on the NASCAR turn 2, heading down the back straight. That's the third place car of Chip Vance. He's chasing after Todd Sloan. He hasn't quite been able to keep pace, but Chip Vance keeping that gap to about just over 2 seconds as the leader negotiates the Le Mans chicane. And he's easily split. He's not absolutely pushing through there.
Yeah, there's traffic in front of him, but there's no need to try to get around the traffic. That's just going to possibly cause problems. So he's just going to cruise to the win. Well, he's getting around one of the cars over there. Gets by the green BMW.
Yeah, just look at the top speed from that. That's 2 green BMWs ticked off, yeah. Here comes the checkered flag for Ray Bonthron as he comes down underneath and takes the first race for Group D. He will go into the second segment of Group D's race with a 4.1 second lead from Todd Sloan. Chip Vance fell back even further from 2.2 seconds, fell back to 5.7 seconds into third place. And then we wait a little while before the Porsche battle, the Porsche Cup battle that broke out. The classic Porsche Cup battle, I think is what I want to call it.
Now works this Carenzl right there on the number 76 car. He was battling with Colin Doherty. Comes around the high banks now at turn number 4, NASCAR 4. There's Podepel across the stripe in the 302. 5-0, and then Carenzl, and there he is across the stripe. As he will finish his race and ends up in the 4th position. And there's Doherty. Doherty will finish about 8 seconds behind him, 8.305 to be exact, and then Jackson Dunn in the 111. Just 0.8 of a second behind Colin Doherty for the 6th position.
Yeah, that's a great little battle there. That's going to go into the second race, isn't it? Colin Doherty, Jackson Dunn, and Rob Parker. They are covered by about a second from 5th to 7th. So that bodes very well for that to continue. Still racing all the way to the flag, Jeff. It's we've still got cars that are coming underneath us. That's Simon Evans that took the flag there. Larry Dix putting in a green lap time there, right at the very end, with Simon Evans right under his gearbox.
Yep, and then Stanbury just now crossing the stripe in 10th position. 17 laps completed for the field in this one, so that's probably the least amount of laps so far. We've had 18, 19 laps in the previous race. The first race we had 20.
Well, that's not a bad effort, that, considering how much safety car we had. 17
I didn't
laps,
think they would get that high. I really
Neither did I. And I think we had more than 2-3 laps safety car, didn't we?
We did.
So that just shows the speed that these Group D runners have. We've got a Trans Am Mustang, we've got a Grand Am pair of Riley. Well, we've got more than the 2, but they're running at the front of the field from 2006 and 2004. The Riley DPs were a very fast sports car. There's no question. We've got a more than a few drivers in the paddock who raced in that period as well. Marino Franchitti comes to mind. I'm sure Marino at a race in Grand Am in a Riley DP. As Ray Bonthron takes that car into the paddock, we've got one more race to bring you before we go off air. The next race out is perhaps the one that we've all been waiting for, the Group F race coming up next. That's our that's our Cadillac and Acura DPs. The fastest cars here this weekend are out next at the point that we will go green. We will, after this race, we've got a bit of a segment to fill before we see our firework display, and that sort of indicates that our coverage brought to you by Matador Motorsports, and a big thank you to Matador for enabling us to share what we are experiencing here at Daytona. The Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24 hours. The first race was 10 years ago. And is it raining out there, Marshall Pruitt?
Hello.
Right on.
Oh, it has just started to sprinkle. Despite the sprinkles here, we have the sunniest of dispositions, that being young Phil Binks. Phil, you looking after the car here. Pierce Marshall, Eric Foss running this. You get ready for this night session. Sun is coming down, cloud cover, rain. All right, Mr. Crew Chief, who's been everywhere, won everything, Le Mans, you name it. What goes through your mind when all of a sudden the skies open up minutes before the start of your historic race?
I mean, to me, it seems just right. We're at Daytona. It's getting ready to rain. Yeah, we got rains ready. You know we do.
Tell me about this car and getting your driver ready as a part of this process as well. Not just making the machine ready, but also getting your driver ready. The mindset of, hey, changing conditions here, turn one. What kind of advice do you give in these changing conditions here?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, with Pierce and Eric Foss, they've been running this car quite a bit. So they, we've run in all kinds of conditions already, and Eric's in the radio, in Pierce's ear, giving him some pointers. I'm just a car guy. I'd make the adjustments, but Foss is definitely giving him some pointers for the start here.
You look inside the cockpit, you see that there's plenty of illumination here for Pierce. Lots of light. We have the LED rearview mirror. Lots of technology available as well. Tell us about traction control, Phil. I would imagine as we have more sprinkling going on here, managing rear wheel spin's going to be a very important part of what you were telling him to look after.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, Cadillac and ECR, when they made these cars originally, did a really good job with the traction control, and we were able to, keep all that technology involved in this car, and we might go up a couple clicks on that here, and probably get ready to put some rain tires on, honestly.
Yeah, we're transitioning from sprinkles to proper rain. You're going to need to put on those gloves and get some grooved tires on here, no longer the slicks. Phil Binks, thanks as always.
Yeah, man. Thanks. This is cool.
All right, let's wander over here to the beautiful 81 car, another Cadillac DPI VR, in a livery that was never used in the DPI era, but indeed, Juan Gonzalez, this is gorgeous. This Mission Foods livery on the car. I sure wish we had this running here back in the day, period, correct. Also, pretty amazing if you think of the two cars next to each other here. We have Mr. Gonzalez with Mission Foods, now a huge part of HSR through the Endurance Classic events, and also Mr. Marshall in the Cadillac we just left, Matador Motorsports, sponsoring the entire live stream that we have here. So gorgeous cars. Also, who doesn't love a little bit of rain at the last minute? Well, that's part of the fun, right? You show up, you expect perfect conditions, and then the racing gods say, nah, we're going to do something a little bit different. Why don't we peek in and say hello to someone that's going to dive in and have fun. Mr. Leitzinger, did you get ready for rain when you were putting your helmet and suit on?
Absolutely not. I didn't sign up for that part of it. And we actually don't have rain tires, so that could be a bit of an issue.
If I can get a pocket knife, you and I can put some grooves in these slicks. How quickly do you think we might be able to do that? But all kidding aside, so what do you do then? You've got 700 plus horsepower behind you. You've got traction control, which is great, but traction control only does so much to control wheel spin. Rain on a racetrack, cooling conditions. What's going through your mind, Butch?
Well, the biggest thing is that Juan Gonzalez bought a really nice car here, and it would be a real shame to do something stupid with it. So I think if, we'll see how it is in the 5 minutes until we go here. But if it's too much, we'll just have to, sit aside for a little bit and see if it dries out.
Tell us about your father's bacon creation this morning, a legendary event. I was told 6 different forms of bacon. You guys are living hard, but living the right way in Leitzingerville.
Well, that's his own creation, actually. I can't get even near it, or my cholesterol goes up. But it seems to work for him because he's still doing really well. But yeah, it's kind of grown each year that he has more pounds and more pounds of bacon lined up and on the grill.
Pounds are things I need less of. Butch, we're going to let you get ready here to go racing. Thank you once again, Butch and the Leitzinger family, just legends of IMSA. Butch, champion many times over, one of IMSA's all-time winningest drivers. And as he said, if you look at this gorgeous Mission Foods livery on the car, we do not want to damage any of it. So part of what he's going to do here momentarily is take things very easily, very intelligently. Well, let's talk to another friend here, Mr. Kyle Tilley. Talk to him looking after some turbocharged DPIs. Kyle, what every entrant wants, random rain right before a race. It has stopped though. What are your thoughts?
Too wet for slicks and not dry enough for wets, or vice versa, one of them.
The exact opposite of anything that you would want. These cars are amazing. Gotten to see them run, 7 DPIs running here at this HSR Classic 24.
Yep.
That would have been a really good grid back in the day for the regular Rolex 24 at Daytona. Tell me about this model, one of the most beloved prototype models in recent years, and fitting so well now into HSR just a few years after they ran. What is it about them that makes such a great fit?
They're a LMP2 car on steroids. They are incredibly user-friendly. They're not as difficult as like the modern GTP car to run. And let's face it, they look great as well, don't they? So this is the Acura ARX-05, the Wayne Taylor car from 2018. And yeah, very fortunate enough to be able to look after this one.
Tell us a little more about your ERA Motorsport organization, one of our great entrants in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship in LMP2, but historic racing is a huge part of your life as well. I don't know which one makes you happier, or it could be rallying as well, but you're someone who works in seemingly everything where IMSA and HSR is active.
Yeah, I get bored otherwise. No, we're very fortunate enough. We've got the LMP2 program. We've got a thriving historics program both in the UK and here in the US. And just as a spoiler for you, actually, or as a scoop, we're running a Ferrari GT3 program in Preventic next year as well. So just, there wasn't enough going on, so we thought we'd add a program to it.
You really aren't good at being bored. I'm going to have to take your word at that. So let's close on this. What does someone like you do, Kyle, owner of the business, race car driver, team principal? What do you do when the green flag waves here? Are you on comms, you talking, or are you just observing, you sitting back, you sweating? What are you doing?
We're very fortunate enough at ERA that we've got such a good group of guys, especially engineers, that I get to sit back and do a bit of driver coaching and help keep sort of tensions at ease on the radio. And that's really my role on this weekend, is client liaison.
Listen to that. Kyle Tilley, great to see you. Thank you once again. Let's take a quick look here as well. One of the sister cars here. You see all the lighting up top here in LED and pink. Helps the team to spot the car wherever it might be on track. Another aspect as well, period correct for the Acuras. There's a slight light on the inside here, inside the fender, which helped to illuminate the back of the car. Easier to spot, gorgeous pink. Speaking of gorgeous, Guy Cosmo across right there. Look at that fella. See, look at him. 2 thumbs up from Guy Cosmo. Move next door. Rebellion Racing. Another gorgeous LMP1 era car. Judd power on this. There was Toyota power across some of the years that this was run. Swiss flag on the end plate. Take a look inside the cockpit here. You can see not as much in the way of blinding lights and blinky bits and whatnot. Don't want to say that they distract the driver, but you know, a lot of drivers who say, whether it's in the DPIs, the modern GTP cars, so much in the way of electronics, so many things that are illuminated. There's actually dials in the cars to turn down the illumination as not to effectively blind the driver in darker situations. The car just looks simply amazing. One of our favorites in period, and now back out again. Next to it, we have from our friend Kyle Tilley, we just spoke with, ERA Motorsport, a Reka LMP2. On the other side of it, we have another piece of history in terms of American prototype racing. Spirit of Daytona, Corvette Daytona prototype, this being the second gen, one where significant splitter was added to the front to help generate more downforce at the front of the cars. The original formula not being one that had excessive downforce, but with this significant rear wing, multi-element rear wing on the Daytona prototypes in that second generation. Larger diffuser in the back to make more downforce, although I don't see it on this one at the moment. But this car run by the Fliss family here in Florida, the appropriate Visit Florida branding on the car. We just got the 1 minute signal, so hopefully a little tiny delay, but about to get ready to go racing here. Thankfully, yet again, it has stopped raining. Might have a cautious first lap or two, but other than that, would hope we'd be able to get into proper unencumbered motor racing. Joe Bradley, what are you seeing from up top? What are you seeing through those binoculars throughout this beautiful 3.5 mile road course? Is it looking clear in some places or damp?
I'm good. Well, it kind of it looks like one of those tracks that's going to cost you a set of tyres if you put wets on. That you'll burn the tread off very, very quickly. Especially, it's because the track's had so much temperature in it. Yes, we've had a bit of a downpour, but that is just. That's just drying out so quickly because the tarmac's got a lot of heat into it. So I think you were spot on. We've now got cars with wet tyres on, haven't we? And it may be that those cars will certainly get ahead at the start of this 42-minute race, but by the time we get into maybe lap 5, the cars on slicks will start finding their feet, I think. So I don't know what your thoughts are, Marshall. I hate those. I hate this kind of weather where it rains a little bit, douses the track, and then, you want to have consistent weather, don't you? You want to have, let's wait a little while. I think it's a great idea that the race organisers have put a little bit of a delay on this to give everybody a chance, to fit the wet tyres, but if it continues to dry, we might be in a position where we wait for people to go back to slicks. But I think I'd rather be on. I think looking at the track now, I think I'd rather be on wets. However, I know I'm going to destroy them in 40 minutes.
Oh, I'm a complete anarchist, Joe. I don't want the same conditions from start to finish. I want changes. That's the fun part. And indeed, we just got the 5-minute board here a moment ago, so still just a little bit longer to go. But you look at the strength of headlights here, for example, on the Ligier LMP3. Also noting that ambient conditions, it's cooling down just a little bit. Starting to see a bit of tape here, some of the cooling ducts and whatnot. Wanting to just cover that off a little bit so we don't overcool things like brakes, motor, gearbox, and so on. But do love the fact that as we're getting into night racing here in the Classic 24, all the LEDs are standing out. So while you might not be able to see the majority of the car, you can see its silhouette streaking by, and you can certainly tell what's what by the variety of LED lights that have been put in position.
I clearly had my team manager head on there, didn't I? Whereas you had your I'm in the entertainment business hat on there, Marshall.
Oh, no, that's my former mechanic and even team owner hat there. I worked for a lot of small teams. I want adversity. That's the way to move forward.
Oh, I see.
If everything's perfect, the bigger teams tend to run away.
Can make the.
And we have motors firing, Joe. It's about to get real, my friend.
This has gone very interesting. I was already looking very much forward to this Group F race. Been waiting all day, and interesting to see that their first race is in full dark, Jeff, as well. Pierce Marshall will start on the pole position with the Gerard Lopez Marcel Fassler Cadillac alongside. Remember, Gerard and Marcel are going for a double-double. They won Group F, they won Group A this time last year, and they are looking to emulate that and perhaps pull off a consecutive double-double, as I say. Butch Leitzinger at the wheel of the 81 will be delighted to hear that it stopped raining, and the track will be seen to dry pretty quickly. The banking dries quickly in any case because of the angle of the but I don't think that we had enough of a downpour to actually cause surface water. I think it doused it, it made it damp, but now it's beginning to dry up very quickly.
Damp being the operative word they were talking about down there. It wasn't wet, it was just damp.
Damp, yeah.
Now the drivers, some of the cars have changed to wet. Some of them haven't, but the drivers have requested 2 pace laps just so they can get a good feel for the track. Now that being said, the clock will start at the first pass like we did earlier. We had in the sprint races we had 2 pace laps, and in the earlier BRM chronograph race, the clock started on the first pass over the stripe, and then the green flag flew on the second pass. So the clock will start on the first pass, but they must take the green flag on the track to be eligible for the pit stop. So if they come in after that first pace lap, or at the end of it, that will not count as their 3-minute pit stop. So that's important for the teams to know.
Right, that's a good point. That is a good point. So it's the pit stop window opens when the flag is flown, isn't it? When the green flag flies. It's not about. That's right. It's when the race starts.
You have to take the green flag on the track. Pit lane does not count in that case.
Got 18 cars that have come out to take part in this Group F. This is the first race for our Group F runners, and these are undoubtedly the fastest cars here this weekend. It's a Cadillac 1, 2, 3 at the front of the field, and then we got the Acura 4th and 5th. It's the Acura of Stuart Wilshire sharing the car with Richard Bradley. I don't think we're going to see any driver changes at the pit stop phase. I think whoever's in the car now is going to take it through. That's what we've seen these guys do in the past. So whether or not we have got Richard Bradley at the wheel now of the 110 Acura, and Guy Cosmo I saw suited and booted but out of the car, so I think that was Bob Neapol who was at the wheel of the number 60. That's the Meershank Racing liveried car, the bright pinky purple livery of Meershank, in comparison to the Konica Minolta Wayne Taylor Racing black and blue livery of the other Acura in the field in 4th place. Juan Gonzalez has put in Butch Leitzinger. I couldn't think of a better driver, certainly in these changeable conditions. We heard Butch say that they were going to have to park it if it continued raining. Well, the good news is it hasn't. Not sure who Gerard has put into his Cadillac, the number 5. Whether or not it's Marcel, just to give themselves a bit of a boost going forward. That's no disrespect to Gerard, of course, who's a very able and fast driver in that car himself. Pierce Marshall is the driver in the pole position sitting car, the O2. Now, just behind the DPIs, the cars that were in 2022 the fastest sports cars in the world. They really are rocket ships. And I say the fastest sports cars in the world, and that was actually proved to be a fact when the World Endurance Championship came together for Super Sebring. We had a round of the World Endurance Championship on the Friday, and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series took part in their 12 hours of Sebring. We were able to make a direct comparison lap time wise, and these DPI regulated cars in the WeatherTech series were 5 seconds a lap quicker than the LMP cars that were running in the World Endurance Championship. So officially in that year, these were the fastest sports cars, and what a great looking car they were, the DPI.
And here they are with us.
And here they are with us. Historic race cars now, Jeff. Yeah,
unbelievable.
That's official.
Unbelievable to be just that recent out there and racing in that series, and now considered historic race cars.
The clock has started ticking, so the 42-minute race time has gotten underway, but we are having another cycle lap considering the tricky conditions. Just looking down on the track from our vantage point in the tower, just overlooking the tri-oval. That tarmac looks like a dry colour, Jeff, and I can't see any kind of damp patches.
It looks dry on this side. We saw the cars coming down the backstretch earlier. Well, maybe it's just the glare from there, but a little bit of damp out there, so it looks a little wetter on the outskirts of the track, if you will, than it does right here in front of the tower. So as you said, a lot of heat already built up into the track, so it's whatever did fall. We didn't have enough to make it wet. It was just damp, was a report from the track. The drivers requested to take two pace laps just to get a good feel, a good look at the track.
Now that's not right, is it? The number 86 is into the pits already. That's the Dave House Ligier, the P3 Ligier, in with what is indeed a problem with the rear engine cover coming off the car. Meanwhile, out on track, we've got the cars already out of the infield section and onto the banking. Just trying to see if we can see if there is any kind of spray or anything coming off a wet track, but I don't think we have, Jeff. I think that's pretty much a bone dry track now, isn't it? Bone dry. I used to hate these times when you would put your wets on. You just knew you were going to destroy your set of wets. Cost yourself a fortune.
Expensive set of wets.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
There go the lights. There go the lights on the pace car. So we will go green this time by. Now the car we just saw on pit lane, the 86 car, this will not count as their pit stop. They can join the race, but they're going to have to come back in for an actual 3-minute pit stop. This does not count because, as I said a moment ago, they have to take the green on the track.
Richard Bradley messages me, it's Stewart in the car in that 4th place on the grid, Acura. Richard's going to be in the car for races 2 and 4. So we'll see Richard bring the car home to its final checkered flag in the morning, hopefully, when we're back on air with our Matador Motorsports live stream. For now, though, Stuart Wilshire, who has indeed done an absolutely fabulous job in that Acura, and took a win, didn't he, this morning in one of our sprint races, and a straightforward fight with Pierce Marshall, and he did indeed take the win. Pierce Marshall, though, he's our pole sitter with lights ablaze on this, what is now a 17-car field. Coming down, we've got the lights off on one of the cars in the mid-pack, but there we get the pedal to the metal, and it's Pierce Marshall that leads Butch Leitzinger into turn 1 for the first time, and Leitzinger around the outside of Pierce Marshall, out of turn 1 now, and Leitzinger in the Cadillac with the Mission Foods livery, and I absolutely concur with Marshall Pruitt. That would have been a great livery to see in period in the WeatherTech IMSA series. However, Butch on his way now, and it's going to be a big ask. No disrespect to Pierce Marshall, he's simply not Butch Leitzinger, who is an absolute superstar at the wheel. Quite a legend, really. Not as much of a legend as his dad Bob, with his bacon butty cookouts.
Right.
But still a legend.
Over there in the 3-4 area, or actually 5 area. So we see the leaders come there. We watched the start a moment ago. We saw one car that did not have its lights on. That was a 09 car, and they will display a meatball flag to that car. That's the Wallace Owen Kevin Owens car. That's the 2014 Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype, and that's the old Tornelli car, I believe.
Is that the Visit Florida car?
Yes.
Has it still got no lights on?
No lights. So they are going to display the meatball flag and bring that car in, or get the crew to come in. Now this will count, even though they're being meatballed. It will count towards your 3-minute pit stop. So either way,
okay.
there's not going to be an additional pit stop. required for that.
Thanks to James Redmond, 66, who has just mentioned that very fact that it will need to have at least one headlight and one tail light. At the moment, it's got none. So you're quite right, James, for pointing that out. Hello to Will Peter Pettinger. Will the races continue through the night in shifts like they have been? Yes, exactly that. Each driver, each car has 4 races of 42 minutes each with an amalgamated score going forward, so it's effectively a 168-minute race. Unfortunately, our Matador Motorsport live stream will end after this one. We go into a lovely firework display and then we go off air, but we'll be back in the morning. Into the pits has gone the Visit Florida car while Butch Lightsinger there. I like red and white, that's my football team colours. And I like to see red and white in the lead, and it's Butch Lightsinger who leads Pierce Marshall there. That's the purple car in the Ganassi livery that it ran in period. And Pierce, big ask for him to get on terms with Butch Lightsinger. I'm pretty sure it was Bob Neopol that was in the number 60. That's the number 60 Mayer Shank liveried Acura getting up and into 3rd place, but I may be wrong on that one because Guy Cosmo was down with the car. He just wasn't in it when Marshall was down in the collecting area.
Yeah, Bob Neopol has really come into his own driving lately here, especially this year, especially with some coaching from Guy Cosmo. So Bob Neopol really doing well in that number 60 car, and he runs another car as well. So he's definitely getting a lot of seat time and improving his driving skills. So the Visit Florida car, we're looking at it off screen there. He's still on pit lane, still working on that. So that's going to hopefully get it done within 3 minutes, but losing some time right now, or at least completing his 3-minute pit stop. We'll see if it takes longer than that.
Another pit visitor early on is John Field in his Ligier GSP3. Remember, in the prototype challenge race last night, 90-minute race, John, who was doing ever so well, right up there in contention for a podium until a drive shaft failed. We've got a battle that is beginning to develop on the track. It's Stuart Wilshire with Gerard Lopez. I think it's Gerard Lopez now at the wheel of the number 5. Remember, Gerard in the Cadillac DPI, right behind the Acura now of Stuart Wilshire. And what number is that? That's the Mustang sampling car, isn't it?
That is the Gerard Lopez Fausto car, I believe. 2019 Cadillac we're looking at here on the screen as they come into the high banks. They're over at NASCAR 2 right now. And they're going to catch up with some traffic here, looks like, in a moment.
Yeah.
Or is that Lightsinger there?
No, Lightsinger's in the red and white car, and he's off and into the lead. That's John Field in the pits, I believe. Yeah, number 66. He's receiving attention. Somebody going very deep into the bus stop chicane, the Le Mans chicane, I should say, and that was Lopez, or is it indeed Marcel Fassler? That was a challenge on Stuart Wilshire, who now tries to get around the outside. I'm not sure what will happen there because he missed the chicane effectively, didn't he? And we've got a full course caution, have we? We've certainly got local yellows with a car grinding to a halt. Is that on the outside of turn 1 or on the out? That's on the outside of turn 6, I believe. It's the number 95. I'm hearing in my head. That's Michael Flynn.
Michael Flynn, yeah.
In the Porsche, the GT3.
Irish Mike, as they call him.
So already drama ensuing in this Group F race. These are the fastest cars here this weekend, and even the GT spec cars, they are pretty modern iterations. That's the leader right there into turn 6, and I was right, it was turn 6 where the 95 is ground to a halt. Michael Flynn just on the outside of that.
Well, he went off at turn 1, and the same thing we saw earlier with the earlier incident. Ended up behind the barrier and caught around there, and he's right in the bad spot, right in the impact zone at turn 6. So that is a local yellow there right now. And it looks like they might be preparing for a full course yellow, with not there just yet, but still under green flag conditions right now.
Right, we'll keep an eye. Well, you will keep an ear on the officials' channel, won't you, Jeff?
Just here now, he's back underway out of there, so he's going to clear the area. And we'll see. He'll probably come in, maybe check those tires, check that car out, because pit stops are required still. So We'll see if he comes in this time around.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I would have hated for full course caution to have spoilt that. 8th, 9th and 10th battle going on there on screen. That's the Porsche of John Manship, and he's got the BMW M6 behind him, but that's the Elan DP02, the prototype sports car there, just getting ahead, I believe, of the BMW of Vinny Barletta. Is that Vinny Barletta behind the Elan DP?
Yes,
yes, it is. Yeah,
that's
so,
Ralph Lamacchia in the DP there, and James French, co-drivers for that number 7 car, shown in 10th position right now. Here he comes now, pulling up on the back of the Porsche in NASCAR Turn 3.
It's like a single-seat sports car. It's not a twin-seat sports car. It was made for the Elan DP series, the one-make series, and might have the nimble handling. We saw this earlier in one of our groups, didn't we? Nimble handling on the infield, but the sheer grunt of that BMW M6, a car that is ran by the Turner Motorsport people here this weekend, still in its original Turner Motorsport livery. And I'm a massive fan of the BMW M6. Saw them racing in the IMSA WeatherTech series, of course, and they are a brute of a car, reminding me of the BMWs that ran in the American Le Mans series in the late 90s, early 2000s. They really are a brute of a car. Great battle that for 8th place. John Manship being able to hold off Ralph Lamacchia. That's still raging, isn't it? The number 60 and the number 5. Yeah, it's the number 5 of Gerard Lopez. He's in the Mustang sampling Cadillac. I say Mustang sampling, it's the livery that I ran in period. Stuart Wiltshire chasing him down, and under the lights on the tri-oval and into turn 1 they go. Wiltshire, who's had a great drive pretty much all week, as Lopez goes very wide indeed and very deep on the brakes, right inside of 30 minutes.
Looks like he slipped a little bit there.
Yeah, he did.
Going through that turn 6 area.
Yeah, just couldn't get it to turn. See the front brake discs, the front brake rotors, as we see over here, glowing red weren't they? The glowing red there on the infield. Just shows. Oh, and now we've got a slow-moving Acura.
Yeah, I saw that they had gone by when they crossed the stripe, and that put the 60 down a spot. Now currently shown in 7th, but now way off pace, well off pace, I should say, in the number 60 car, Bob Neapol. Looks like he might have a tire down on that car. And where's he going? Towards the turn 6.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go, Jeff. He's got to come off the infield and go all the way around the banking. Now he can stay low on the apron.
He has the lights flashing just as a safety precaution to let the drivers behind him know that I'm well off pace. And so certainly a courtesy deal there. I'm not sure if that's a requirement or not, but certainly definitely a courteous thing for him to do. There's the 02 car. That is Pierce Marshall, Eric Foss car, the 2017 Cadillac Delara, up on the banking now. And that is through the turn 2 area, NASCAR 2.
Here we go. This is going to be a pass, isn't it? Is that Stuart Wiltshire in the blue car? Headlights ablaze, can't tell if that's a Golf GTI or a Cadillac DPI.
That is a DPI, I believe. It's the same
it is.
Battle we were talking about a moment ago between Lopez and Wilshire. You said Bradley was going to get in that car next round. Richard Bradley will be in round 2 and round 4.
Yeah. And we know how quick Richard is, former winner of this event, I believe, if my memory serves right. He's certainly a winner with Juan Gonzalez in a Pescarolo back at the one of the very early Sebring Classics.
Right.
Yeah, we know how experienced Richard Bradley is.
Had the pleasure of working with you down there, 3 or 4 times maybe at Sebring. You've been there with me before.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll have to get back down there sometime.
Yeah, no.
It won't be this year, though, will it?
No, it's not this year.
I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, not as sorry as I am, my friend.
Thanks. I'll handle it by myself, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll do what I can in your honor.
I'll be thinking about you.
And me as you as well. So there they go now. Look at that battle. The Stuart Wiltshire, number 110, and number 5, Fassler, or Gerard Lopez, up on the banking again. And that is through the turn 2 area, NASCAR 2.
That is somebody going very slow on the off track at the bus stop chicane. It's the Acura, of course, the number 60, that's making its way slowly around, keeping well off the way, out of the way, I should say. Now, that before would have had to go across some grass there, Jeff, so that helps with a car limping back to the pits. And that number 60,
right.
I've got to say, dropping all the way down to 13th now and dropping 3 laps off Butch Leitzinger's lead.
You saw the lights flash on the 02 cars. He was signaling to the car in front of him, hey, I'm coming up quickly. And of course, that car was displayed the blue flag at the start stand. But he gets by quickly and continues on now into the turn 3 area.
Yeah, that is Pierce Marshall. There was somebody asking, what do the competitors win? I'm just going to try and find that person who asked that. Yeah, what do your winners get? It was James Redmond, wasn't it? And Troy McGarrity was asking this question earlier. It is a BRM wall clock. What you described, that was presented for the first time at the Watkins Glen 6-hour Classic. So a BRM wall clock, which is commemorative to, obviously, the 2024 Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24. So very, very worthwhile for what it stands for. Of course, it's not just about it being a clock.
Right.
It stands for, you know, what you've done.
It's the award itself. It's what's behind it, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Butch Leitzinger then, and it will be 9 laps completed as the number 60 has indeed made it back to the pits. It has to trundle all the way down to almost pit out where his pit box is. Meanwhile, Butch has just gone through, completing 9 laps now. Jeff's going to get his binoculars out and see if he can see anything on that Meyershank Racing liveried car. The crew certainly go to work on it. Now, this will be, if they can get this job done in the 3 minutes, this will serve as their mandatory stop as well. So we'll keep an eye on that while we monitor what's going out on track. There's the BMW M6 still chugging round as the 144 is in the pit. Simon Evans with that Falcon tired liveried Porsche in for their mandatory and obligatory stop. So people beginning to choose their point of coming in, with just coming up to 18 minutes completed. Still 24 minutes of this segment remaining. There's that chasing BMW. Now then, what car is that? That's the 65. That's the Lola of Alan Purbrick, isn't it? Now that looks like it's got a problem. The Rebellion liveried car of Alan Purbrick. It's a Lola B12 2012 car. That car looking like it's getting pushed behind the wall. So that car's not going to take any further part in this thing.
A long pusher, yeah, they're kind of angling it out now. They're going to move those cones out and push them behind at that middle gate. That's not typically where they come in, but just trying to clear the pit lane. And they will push that car behind. Now looking back down to the 60 car, Bob Neopold, the driver, he got out of the car for a moment. I think he's back in there now. They did a tire change. I saw Guy Cosmo down there a moment ago. He's still there, as you see him off to the left of the tent there. He is not going to get in the car at this moment. It looks like the service is done. Neopold getting back in as we look at the leader across the stripe.
This is costing a lot of time, and Bob Neopold was certainly a contender for podium positions here in Group F. This is a cracking battle that's happening out on track. The BMW M6 is still pushing hard, and it's up into 8th place now. Vincent Barletta still chasing down that black-coloured Porsche 911 GT3R of John Manship. And they have been like this for pretty much the whole of this, almost 20 minutes now of this race. It's a cracking battle that Vin Barletta will be enjoying. There's the leader. He's going to make short work of that, is Butch Leitzinger. Stays high, goes round the high side of NASCAR Turn 3.
And around Barletta there.
Now, Barletta just can't gain any. This is a brilliant GT battle. The sort of battle that we see all the time in the WeatherTech IMSA Sports Car Series. We see all the time at the Rolex 24 here in January.
He's across the straight now.
Doing a cracking job emulating that event here with this classic historic meeting, closing up through turn 1. Just hasn't got the punch out of the corner, has he?
Yeah, he gets right up about 1 car length back, and then once they get back on it, he just loses several car lengths now into the braking zone again at turn 3. At the International Horseshoe, and once again, same thing. Porsche pulls away from the BMW. Look at this battle here with the same cars there, the number 10, 16 car, and Vincent Barletta in the BMW. Now they come around through the turn 5 area.
Yeah, here they go towards turn 6, and that's the
That's
Bob
the 60
Neapol
car.
Acura, but he's going slow. I mean, that Acura should be lapping a lot quicker than these GT cars. So whatever the problem is, it's still there.
Yeah, they did not leave it in the pits for sure.
Into the pits has come the number 18, and that is the car Tobias Luke. Have we got Ryan DL here and David Hansen? They are in the Orica, the 2021 Orica 07 of Tobias Lutka into the pits in the
Haven't
number
seen
18.
Ryan.
No, neither have I.
But of course he's listed. But it doesn't mean drivers could be listed and may have not been able to make it. But certainly if he is going to run that car, that is certainly a good shoe to have on the wheel there in that car.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Still raging for that 7th and 8th place battle in GT. John Manship in the black Porsche, staying ahead of Vinny Barletta in the Turner Motorsports BMW M6. Now, did you see that guy Cosmo got into that car there,
No,
Jeff?
he did not.
No, he didn't. So Bob Neapol staying at the wheel of the Meyer Shank livery car.
They must have put some fuel in it. I didn't really see the fuel going into it, but they must have put fuel in it. That's the only reason that he would have had to get out of the car. But he did get out of the car for just a moment. They did the tire change on the number 60 car, and he got back underway. But again, well off pace from what that car should be doing, the Acura. And he thought he was catching up with that battle between Barletta and Manship there a moment ago, but still off pace from what it should be.
But he should be absolutely just waltzing past that little jewel.
Look at the glow on the brake rotors there for that number 5 car.
That is the number 5, of course, of Gerard Lopez, currently 3rd. He's about 7.2 seconds behind Pierce Marshall, who is in turn about just over 18 seconds behind the leader, Butch Leitzinger. This bodes very well going forward for the rest of this 168-minute race. It's a 42-minute race, of course, 18 and a half minutes remaining in this first segment, but we have 4 segments of 42 minutes where we amalgamate the accumulated time. And overall, that gives us a winner and race positions of that 168-minute duration. The number 5 in its original Mustang sampling of the Action Express team who ran the Cadillac in the DPI period.
Here we see the number 18 car on the scoring screen now dropping down through the field. He's on pit lane as we see that number 60 car still, well, he got around the BMW there, but see if he can pick it up now. There was a report from pit lane that the number 18 car had gone through one time. It did last time around. It did not stop on pit lane, went through us. So I think he just missed his pit. Oh, we have something going on over here. It looks like
That's a car that's tripped over something, I think. Is it?
That's the number 5 car.
No, that is the number 5 from 3rd place. That is, we believe, Gerard Lopez at the wheel of that one, and he has gone off. Is that the International Horseshoe or the West Horseshoe?
It's right over here, right?
Right,
International Horseshoe,
International Horseshoe, isn't it?
Yeah, difficult to see, but yeah, look over to our left, just slightly, and see that car. He's back underway quickly.
Yeah, he had a big cycle that getting it down the gears, didn't he? Easy to do that. That is a very tricky corner, can easily be sucked into it, and it's off camber on the outside of that, and that just caught him out. I think he was trying to get around traffic. It was just a blur of lights, wasn't it? And that's going to put him down the order as Butch Leitzinger comes through in the lead. 14 laps completed. We then expect Pierce Marshall to come through underneath us. Just look at the gap that Butch has pulled out. Here comes Pierce Marshall now. And the gap is 20 seconds now. And Pierce Marshall, that's the quickest time of his race so far. There's the lapped Acura. Still waiting for Stuart Wilshire to come through. There's Stuart Wilshire now up into third. 14 laps completed for him. He's 14 seconds behind Pierce Marshall in second. There's our leader. And Butch Leitzinger absolutely on a flyer here.
We just saw Barletta check in on pit lane, so he's in for the 3-minute mandatory pit stop. Yeah, that's the issue with driving at night, because I always say when you're driving at night, when you have headlights on your car, it's not so you can see it, so people can see you. So when the cars coming up behind you, they're kind of blind you in your mirrors. So that perhaps was the issue over there in turn 3 for that car a moment ago on number 5.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but he did look like he tripped over someone, didn't he? Because there was just a lot of lights sort of going left and right. There is the leader through the bus stop chicane. Butch Leitzinger may have pulled a 20-second gap with Pierce Marshall. Pierce just putting in a 1-minute 40.428. The last time through, 1-minute 40.481. That gap should come down literally by a tenth or so. Here comes, is that still Butch? Into the pits has come somebody of significance, I think. And I say significance, that's because it's the leader. So Leitzinger into the pits. He's chosen now with just under 15 minutes remaining. He's got a crew member going out to just see if he's all right, really, isn't it? Oh, he's getting out. Are they putting fuel in? They have plenty of time.
I don't see anything. Yeah. The fireball coming over.
The
there you go. There's the fuel can getting set up.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, and look at the livery on that car. Mission Foods.
Yeah, absolutely. Mission Foods, who are presenting the Daytona Classic 24 this year. Juan Gonzalez's company, absolutely a massive supporter of HSR. And no real urgency needed there for that. Plenty of time for that fuel churn to go into the car. Second place car of Pierce Marshall in at the same time as well, Jeff. So we are going to see a straightforward race into and out of the pits.
Looks like is that Pierce Marshall getting back over there? That's the number 7 car downstream.
Yeah, I think so. He's got Eric Foss down to share the driving, but I think Pierce is going to do certainly this first stint.
Yeah, I think he just got out of the car just for the fueling purposes.
I've just noted Vince Barletta in the Turner Motorsport liveried BMW M6. He's just come out of the pits from his mandatory stop. He's showing in 7th place still behind John Manship. We'll see how that pans out when the pit stop phase has kind of cycled through. There's the recovering Bob Neapol as well in the purple Mayer Shank Racing Acura. That's Bob. He's only completed 10 laps, so he's 4 laps off the lead lap, down in 14th, as well as more time. Now that's the second time into the pits for the Falcon liveried Porsche there. The number 144 is Simon Evans, and he's down in 16th, only completed 6 laps, so that is a problem for this car.
He slowed way down, and I think he was trying to find his pit. He didn't know where he was on pit lane for a second there. And then it looks like they're going to do some tire work on that car.
I'm not sure what the problem is there, Jeff. They didn't seem to have any kind of urgency towards the rear of the car, which is where the engine is on a 911, of course. But he's already been in the pits. I mean, he's served his mandatory stop as the leader. The number 81 Mission Foods Cadillac pulls off pit road, or pit apron, I should say, and then chugs his way down on the pit lane speed limiter.
What a beautiful car.
He will continue. He'll continue in the lead, I think, Stuart Wilshire should come around and perhaps take over the lead in this pit stop phase, I should say, not phase. As Leitzinger takes to the track, we are still waiting for Stuart Wilshire in the number 110. However, I think Wilshire's pulled on pit road, has he? Yes, he has.
Yeah, he is down there. We just saw the 144 come in a moment ago, and it was on the screen. He's just now already pulled back behind the wall, back to the garage area. So he is done for this first segment.
Right, Stuart Wilshire in the pits as well. He's just pulled away. Pierce Marshall has served his pit stop, so there's going to be no change in the first three. That's the Connaughton and Alta liveried Acura of Stuart Wilshire. We'll see Richard Bradley in that car later on, but it's pretty much pit stop and out. The gap to Pierce Marshall has come down from 20 seconds to 16 during that pit stop phase. However, as Leitzinger gets back on with it, we are almost just 10 minutes away from the checkered flag.
We talked about the number of laps earlier. We're already up to 15 in this race, so we're going to be quickly up to the 19, 18, 19 that we saw in the earlier races. 20 is the first race we had with 20 laps completed.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
So I'm pretty sure we're going to get to that easily. We have 10 minutes.
I think we are.
10 and a half minutes, so I'm going to look around about 20, 22, 23 maybe.
You know what, Jeff? Doesn't just show how fast those Group B runners are.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
that's off to them.
It was virtually a Porsche Cup race, wasn't it?
Certainly would not expect that.
So quick. I didn't expect 20 laps.
Yeah, we'll see if the Porsches beat out the prototype cars here for the number of laps in the first round.
I mean, yes, it sometimes depends on circumstance, doesn't it?
Right.
You know, maybe they're slowed by a safety car. These guys have not. And I know there was speculation at the beginning of this race where we potentially had a wet douse track. However, by the time the cars rolled out with that slight delay, that was enough time for the track to dry. And Leitzinger proved that the track was adequate enough for his slick shod car.
Yeah, a little twitch there that time out of turn number 2. Did you see that?
That's just Butch Leitzinger. Just absolutely.
Let's see if I can break it loose a little bit. There you go. The brake rotor's glowing again.
Just get the power in. Just, you know, turning the traction control down. These pro drivers, they'll turn the traction control down. They prefer to feel the car, prefer to feel the traction in the car. Same with the ABS. You know, there's only so much ABS you can sort of dial in. They've got such feel. Butch Leitzinger, one of the legends of American sports car racing, if indeed international sports car racing. He's driven for some big teams, hasn't he?
Certainly has. Coming into the braking zone now at the Le Mans chicane. Got around some traffic a moment ago. Easily, if I might add. And we have a spin over in turn number 1, so we'll see if we can get a beat on that. And that is, that's a 6-0 car again, Joe.
It's the 60 with problems, yeah.
Yep, a spin over in the turn 1 area. Now he's actually still in the turn 1 area. But even at that, it's still a runoff area for the turn 1. So there's really no safe area over there between 1 and 6. So we've seen some cars earlier that have gone off in 1, and they end up over behind the wall and end up in the turn 6 area. Now this 6-0 car has spun in turn 1 and remains in the turn 1 area. So we have a local yellow at turn 1.
Is he? Yeah, he's in that part of the track where you can get him recovered to safety, can't you? Down that little that infield section. We've heard Dorsey Schroeder talk about no man's land. I think that's where he meant. Keep your ears open on the official channel, Jeff, and let us know if they are speculating as to what to do. The gap between the leader and that car there, the 02, has gone back out to almost 20 seconds. It's 20 seconds before the pit stop phase. It will drop to about 17 and then once again back out to almost 20 seconds. Pierce Marshall doing a cracking job. Remember, Pierce, a gentleman driver in this car and showing a lot of ability in manhandling this car and just driving that car. You saw on from Marshall Pruitt in the paddock there, that car looking like a UFO from the cockpit area, all lit up with lots of instruments and the like to contend with. But Pierce Marshall doing an absolutely splendid job to stay within 20 seconds of a driver like Butch Leitzinger, it's got to be said. Stuart Wilshire, another driver likewise. I mean, Stuart dropping to almost 30 seconds behind Pierce Marshall. Again, cracking drive from Stuart in the Acura.
I'm hearing from pit lane that the right front tire on the 6-0 car has gone down, and they don't want them to drive the car back because that could do a lot of damage to the Acura. So they're going to, looks like they're going to send Daytona Safety over there to try to recover that car. But yeah, the report from the team, one of our pit lane officials down there has checked with the team, and apparently the right front tire down on that car. There's the, I'm sorry, Joe.
Yeah, I'm just saying okie dokie. The Falcon car we mentioned into the pits twice now. This is in from Albert Kress. Albert Kress, thank you for this. It's a damper and engine mount issue with the Falcon car. So that is, and also some good information on Bob Neapol. His first track time was at the Targa 66 event in his McLaren road car. That was only 4 years ago. So Bob's certainly finding his feet, and another one of those drivers that I've got a massive round of applause for driving these spaceships of cars. There's Bob there, unfortunately, with another flat tyre, putting him out of contention certainly for what would be a podium. And there's Stuart Wilshire, another car owner, gentleman driver. He chose the Acura route. He's sharing the car with Richard Bradley, who we'll see out in the next Group F race. And if you are at the track, the next Group F race is scheduled for about 1 a.m. And that's the real 1 a.m., not when we turn the clock back at 2 a.m. back to 1 a.m. That's the real 1 a.m.
The first
for that
one.
Yeah, the first 1 a.m.
So the safety vehicle down there with the number 6-0 car is basically pulled in front of the car to basically block safety there while they have the boots on the ground. There's your leader in the number 81. That is Leitzinger. And we saw the Tobias Lucky car a moment ago. Lutke and Ryan DL. Dave Hansen also scheduled or shown as a co-driver for that car, number 18. And they were having a good run around. They were shown down in the 5th position. But the 81 car, there it is. That's your leader, Leitzinger and Gonzalez.
Guess what, Jeff?
What's that?
It's going to complete 20 laps this time by.
20 laps already.
Yeah, 20 laps.
And we still have 4 minutes remaining.
4 minutes. Yeah, he's going to have achieved the most laps.
What did I say? 22, 23?
I'm not sure you did. I think you just said he's going to be 20 laps.
I think somebody probably heard me. We'll see if somebody chime in on the
okay, you got it right
on the live chat.
Yeah, you got it right. Spot on. Mate. You can have a biscuit on your way out. As Leitzinger continues, then there is 3.5 minutes now remaining as he completes 20 laps. We saw 20 laps completed by only one group, and that was the first group out this afternoon to start the event. That was Group E. Leitzinger being chased down by the rest of the field. He's got a gap of over 20 seconds now on Pierce Marshall.
One of the closest battles now working, 3-car battle they're working into the chicane, 4-car battle actually, not too far away. But interesting to point out that we do have a yellow flag at the start stand and also a yellow flag at turn 1, so that is a no passing zone. So we'll see what happens there. The drivers are going to have to be careful as they move to that. And there's a close battle now working into the NASCAR 4.
Wallace Owens in the 09. That's the Visit Florida. It's the Coyote Corvette, I believe.
It is. That's the car that didn't have any lights at the beginning of the race.
That's way down the order, isn't it? Let me just see where he's been able to recover to. It's the... he's come quite up the order. Wallace Owens up to 7th place, 18 laps completed. Yes, he may have dropped off the. That is a great recovery drive. They didn't lose that much time repairing the lights, and that's a big off.
Oh, big hit!
That's
big
the Lamborghini Gallardo, and I'm not sure who's involved with that. but I can see heavy damage on the Lamborghini. Where is that, Jeff? Can you tell?
Looks like it might be out of turn 2. We have, well, at least the 09 car slow out of there.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Okay.
It's out of turn 2. It's not quite sure what has caused that, but I think that's probably going to bring out. There's a white flag being shown for our leader, so one more lap. We won't have to finish under caution. It'll be local yellows at turn 1, and heavy damage on the Gallardo. Not quite sure. I saw a prototype involved in that one as well.
Yeah, I saw the 09. We were talking about the 09 had fixed the light issue from the beginning of the race, and that car was slow coming out of turn number 2. So we're not sure if that car was actually involved in it, but maybe just got in the melee there after the Gallardo with heavy damage, as you said, Joe, on the back of that car.
Well, Pierce Marshall has just gone through. He's got a 28-second gap to the leader, Butch Leitzinger, who continues on this final lap. It's a process of elimination to see who's involved. I know we can't quite see over the wall, Jeff. It's behind the wall there, isn't it? Just kind of in front of us.
Yeah, see the safety truck there, and it's just off to the right there. Looks like the driver is out of the car.
There's a car without a wing. There's a car without a wing just in front of Leitzinger, and that looks like the number 5.
It does. It certainly does.
That is the Gerard Lopez-driven Mustang sampling car. Now, that's a car that was going for a repeat win. This is the team that won this event last year in that car with those drivers. However, this is going to be a big ask to come back from this. We have gone full course caution on this last lap, and the leader, Butch Leitzinger, has come upon the rear end of that Gerard Lopez car. Now, if he can, this is going to benefit Lopez, because we are going to have a checkered flag, and he's probably going to maintain that 4th place, and he's not going to lose a lap to the leader. He's going to be able to continue in front of Butch Leitzinger and come around in 4th place, remaining on the lead lap by the looks of this. So he's done well getting that car back out and back on track. 0 clock time now, and finishing under yellow, so a low speed finish for everybody here. Yeah, James Redmond said you did say 22-23.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
However, it's going to be 22.
Well, you know what? I said either one, so I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, absolutely right. So the leader comes down the short chute towards the checkered flag. The limping Mustang sampling Cadillac of Gerard Lopez will come through and will go all the way around again to regain that lap. He's still in the race, is Gerard Lopez. 22 laps for Leitzinger. We still have a full course caution, not a safety car. A safety car has not come out, as far as I'm aware. Jeff, is that correct?
I didn't see the safety car, but there's boots on the ground over there at the exit of turn 1. You see the lights over there as the field slowly creeping by. They're going to have to stay to the driver's left. There's a lot of debris out there. You see the Gallardo out there to the right with Daytona safety crews there, and the number 81 car leading them around. So the safety car should pick them up now, but the race is essentially completed, so I'm not sure if the safety car will actually go out.
What I want to tell you is that 20-second gap that Butch Leitzinger had accrued over the course of that race has now diminished to 0.8 of a second.
All gone away.
Line.
All gone away.
It's
a
gone
new
away.
race.
They're starting nose to tail.
Yep, it's a new race tomorrow.
Absolutely, into the second segment. Incredible drama here. As ever, the Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24 for 2024, delivering once again the drama. I'm being told that Lopez has pulled off at turn 1. Is that correct, or is he still continuing around? Because if he has pulled off at turn 1, will he be tied? Will he be marked as completing 22 laps? He kind of needs to continue around and take the checkered flag. He was just ahead of our leader and now our winner, our current leader, actually. He hasn't won anything yet, has he?
So was
he's only won the first segment.
Was he not in that pack? Yeah, the race. This is the first segment. So was Lopez not in that segment?
No,
that group?
Lopez was ahead of him.
Okay.
Lopez was just ahead of Leitzinger. So
if
when
I can spot
Leitzinger
him.
took the flag, Lopez could do another lap and come round, take the checkered flag, and complete 22 laps.
Minus the wing.
Minus the wing. There's no rule about having to finish with a wing. So he needs to continue round, finish on 22 laps, and stay on the lead lap. We'll get an idea, Jeff, when the cars start coming through. He's a car at speed now, coming off the NASCAR Turn 4 and into the pits.
I think that's your winner.
Is that Butch?
I think that is the 81 car.
While we speculate and wait for this result to come to fruition, let's head down to the paddock where we have a little bit more of Marshall Pruitt down there.
We have a lot more Marshall Pruitt. That's one of the benefits of being a very wide human being. But the person we have, most importantly, our friend Johannes van Overbeck. Tell me about this cool relationship here. You, Craig Watkins, longtime race engineer, Flying Lizard Motorsport, getting to play race car together, endurance racing in a classic Porsche 911 base car. This just fills every category of fun.
That's great. I mean, I met Craig when I was 18 racing air-cooled 911s, and I was racing a 914.6. We've been friends ever since. I've dragged him into pro racing when Flying Lizard started, and it's great to be here and do this with him on the other side of the pro career.
One of the great talents you brought to the cockpit throughout your extensive pro racing career, known as one of the smarter drivers from an engineering standpoint, really understood the full vehicle, weren't just someone who drove really hard and handed it off. What's it like sharing a car with a true bona fide title-winning race engineer? What's the meeting of the minds like here?
Well, the reason we've had such a long relationship is we've really been able to collaborate over the years and make cars better, make cars faster, and won a lot of races together. So he trusts me, I trust him, and try to make the car faster.
Your career, a fantastic one filled with so many highlights. You moved into something that I absolutely love as we feel a few more sprinkles starting to fall, just what you want before your race, and that is race control, race steward, being able to help on the management and administration side with IMSA, WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Is that fulfilling? Do you just like getting into arguments? How'd that move come about?
I have to say it's been great. I, like a lot of racers, totally underestimated how difficult race control is, to be able to manage the chaos of a 24-hour race at Daytona, for example, and to see it from the inside and learn from greats like Bo Barfield and Mark Raffoff. I just drinking it up and enjoying every second of it.
Last thing for you, so what is race strategy like for tonight? Is there a Craig does more, you do less? Do you try and split the time? What's the strategy to come away with a win?
We're basically just splitting it down the middle. We're doing this for fun. Obviously, we want to win, but, you know, his job is to go as fast as he can without making any mistakes, and that's my job, and see where we are at the end.
Beautiful. Getting ready for another race here. You know, we'll throw it a little bit early upstairs to our friend Joe Bradley. We'll be back live streaming after this race tomorrow morning, late in the 7 a.m. hour, but indeed, a little bit of sprinkling happening again. Don't know if it's going to be enough to need to move to rain tires, but we'll keep an eye on this glorious field of GT machinery and some prototypes up front.
Thank you, Marshall, and thanks very much for all of your hard work out there this evening and some great insight that you've brought us pretty much this whole event. Marshall will be joining me in the booth tomorrow morning to bring you the last of our races, and it'll be Jeff Wright who will be taking us through the podium ceremonies in the breaks between the segments.
And some pit lane stuff as well, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be down there, so.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll get some.
If you'd like me to.
I absolutely would. Love you to. Yeah. So let's take a bit of a breath. Let's have a little bit of a lie down in a dark room for a couple of moments, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy-to-make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
We are only moments away for some very spectacular firework display, which will kick off the next race. We are going to go to our overnight break, so unfortunately that's the racing done for the night. I just want a little bit of a reflection, Jeff. We've had the first segment completed for all of our groups, A through to F, and if I said to you now, all right, mate, can you pick a winner in each of the groups? I'm not saying you do you think you could?
I don't
do you
think I
there's
could.
anybody who, and I'll tell you why I think we can't, because as ever with classic motorsport and using historic race cars, there is that element that you don't get in modern racing, the
Right.
element of attrition.
Right. We've seen it here before
Yeah.
many times. Even with the we were talking about earlier about the Gray Gregory car, they did so well, and then they were doing so well, and then they would break. We've seen that. I'm just using them as an example because I know there's one that stands out, but it's happened with many cars over the years here. This is the 10th running of this event, and we've seen it plenty of times. So yeah, you never know. You never know. Certainly with these historic cars, as you mentioned, though, not like the modern cars. So
Yeah,
I could not pick a winner.
You know what, Jeff? There we had an Acura DPI,
right?
That had a Bob Neopol's Acura DPI had problems that brought in that attrition factor. It really is a tough ask, to be honest. Just to give you an idea of what's happening tomorrow, everybody, we are back on the stream for about 7:50. 7:50 will be coming back to you live, and we will have groups B through F to conclude the 2024 Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24-hour for you. We have got racing continuing here at the track. If you are at the track, we're going to shut down the PA as well, so you'll have the beautiful ambience of race engines to take you through the night. But the races do continue on through the night without a break. It's a 42-minute race that begins every hour on the hour, and then you've got a little bit of a gap before the next race, and by the time you come back to us, we'll be ready to finalise the results for our 2024 Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24-hour. And so far, Jeff, I've got to say that the racing, the drama, it never fails, does it? I mean, look at that last race for Group F. Butch Leitzinger just went away. He went away twice, and each time the gods came into it. Something came in to spoil the Butch Leitzinger party. He built a 20-second gap. It went to nothing. He built that 20-second gap again, and it's down to 0.8 of a second going into tomorrow's race.
Yeah, not 8 seconds, 0.8 of a second.
Yeah.
So yeah, certainly, like I said, it's a brand new race tomorrow. It's a brand new segment, as we call it, tomorrow. So it's over 4 segments. You get it all together, but essentially they have not gained anything right now.
Circumstances have put Juan Gonzalez under a lot of pressure,
right?
Because Juan's going to take that car out, I think, the next time.
Right.
I'm not sure what the driver rotation they've got planned there. Whether we'll see Butch on the live stream tomorrow remains to be seen. But it's going to be Juan's turn, and gentleman driver against gentleman driver. I'm really impressed with Pierce Marshall. I'm really impressed with Stuart Wilshire. I'm really impressed with Bob Neopol. And I'm not detracting from the drivers in the GT cars, because I think we've had some fabulous racing. But for those gentleman drivers to get into those DPIs, that's a very, very... They've got lots of adjustments. They've got traction control. They've got ABS brakes. They've got diff settings. They've got... Oh, man. The brain capacity to just drive that car from corner to corner. It's not just about turning the steering wheel and pressing the brake and throttle.
Well, you use Pierce Marshall as an example. Just a couple of years ago, he was driving a C6 Corvette, and now he's in a totally different beast. and also from the IMSA series. So both of those cars he's driven.
And as James Redmond pointed out, it's only 4 years ago. His first track time was at our Target 66 event in his McLaren road car.
Right.
Look where he's come in 4 years. He's driving an Acura DPI. They're phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Does it make you jealous? Kind of makes me a little bit jealous.
No, I've never really found that. No, it's kind of like I'm just delighted to be able to be part of what is a phenomenal event, and with the runners preparing themselves for their next race, we are about due for our spectacular firework display. So I think we might have a little bit of a weather situation that's put a slight delay on the proceedings. We are a couple of minutes past the start time for our second segment, or the second race for Group A, I should say. And the pace car already lit up and waiting just under the Rolex arch, Jeff, for these cars to go out. But I think we heard Marshall say there was another bit of rain in the air. Now, we did get that scare for Group F, but that didn't come to any kind of fruition, and the rain kind of went away as quickly as it came.
Well, we
talked quite frankly, didn't it?
I'm sorry, Joe. We talked about that earlier on when we had the rain in the daylight, and it's Florida, so it rains. 20 minutes later, it's not raining.
Yeah.
Then 20 minutes later, it's raining again.
If you don't like the rain in Florida, wait 5 minutes. That was what I was told very early on in my initial visits to this area of the United States.
So as the second segment of the fourth segment competition gets underway, everything from here forward is in order, in letter order, A, B, C, D, E, F, for the remainder of the next 3 rounds. So that's what's going on track now. We've been through 1 round for all the groups, and now we start off at the top. We ran E to begin the event, but now everything falls back into regular alphabetical order.
Yes, yeah, we ran E to kick things off, didn't we? But now we're just waiting for the track cleanup. That's what the delay was about. It's got nothing to do with the weather. Bradley speculated wrongly. We have, of course, a track cleanup. The cars have been released for Group 8. We are just moments away from our firework display. We want to kind of stay with you for that one as well. I just want to say a quick hello to Sean Gaffney, who's across in the UK. He's been tuned in, as they say, and thoroughly enjoying the live stream. I'm glad to hear that. He's a very hard critic, is Sean, on his motorsport, and if we weren't doing a great job, I'm pretty sure he'd let us know. Hello to James Redmond, who's thoroughly enjoyed the coverage. No, this is a great way to send info right here on this messenger, James. If you would like some to fire us as much insight as you can. I'm just getting pictures as well of the number 5 being recovered on a flatbed. So in fairness, Gerard Lopez, he did take that car as far as he could on that recovery drive. Unfortunately for him, the car stopping on that 21st lap has meant that he will start tomorrow a lap down from the rest of the car, well, the 3 cars that are ahead of him, and that's the Leitzinger and Gonzalez car, the Mission Foods car, the Pierce Marshall car is in second, and then the 3rd place car of Stuart Wilshire and Richard Bradley. So Gerard Lopez starting behind them in 4th, but however, might be 4th on the road, but it's not going to be 4th in reality, as it's going to be a 1-lap deficit for Gerard to pull that back. And Gerard and Marcel came into this event looking to do a double-double for Group A and Group F. They were winners here in those groups last year, and they were hoping to repeat that. However, it's going to be a big ask now. All right, the leading Group A, they might get one of them, but it's going to be a big ask considering the machines and the level of competition they're up against in Group F.
Certainly is, yeah. It's a new game right now, new ball game, new plan. So, yeah, they will have to definitely have everything in order and ready to go as we're on the pace lap now for the Group A. And let's see, the lights are still on the pace car. We saw them go out earlier on the restart. That it might have been just because they were going to get a quick start going there. But, yeah, there they go. The lights go out now, so we were going to start for the Group A. But, yeah, certainly the game plan changed for a lot of cars here. You talk about the big ask. So 3 more rounds to go for each of the groups as we start off at the top of the alphabet.
We celebrate the 2024 Mission Foods Daytona Classic 24-hour, Jeff, in fine style, our beautiful firework display. And that is just for me, mate, because it's bonfire night this week in the UK,
yep.
Yeah, where we pay homage to basically a terrorist who tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament back in the 1500s, yes. And we celebrate it by allowing our kids to make a stuffed effigy of him, where they then take him round the doors of the estate and beg for money and sweets.
Okay.
We then, on November the 5th, which is the anniversary of his terrorist attempt at blowing up the House of Parliament, we burn all of our spare wood and furniture on a big bonfire, and then we throw the effigy on there and burn him to celebrate the fact that he didn't blow up the Houses of Parliament. However, these days I think there's a lot of people who would rather have that happen.
Sounds like fun.
Yes, that's bonfire night in a nutshell in the UK, and that is a tradition that is through every city in the UK. Absolute carnage, mate.
I need to get a copy of that transcript there and tell my kids about that. They'd get a kick out of that, I think.
Yeah,
so.
I'm pretty sure it'll be on Google.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you'll find the
There you
story
go.
of Guy Fawkes.
What do we do about Google?
Guido
Without
Fawkes,
Google.
as he was, because I think he had Italian heritage. Fabulous way to end our our live stream. Mission Foods have presented the Daytona Classic 24. It's down to Matador Motorsport that's enabled us to bring you all of the action live. It will continue in the morning. We'll be back with you at 7:50 a.m. where we will be bringing you the last of our group segments and crowning our 2024 Classic 24 champions and presenting them with our beautiful BRM chronograph wall clocks. This firework display goes on, I think, for a good 10 or 15 minutes. If
It
my
goes on
memory
for a
serves
while.
me rightly. Yeah, it's quite
Look at that.
tremendous.
Look at the great shots there from the ABEX cameras there. And I've said this before, you got to wonder if it's how distracting is it to the drivers on the course right now, because they're going around out of NASCAR too, and all of a sudden there's fireworks in their face.
Yeah, like,
That's
ooh,
kinda,
a rocket.
That has to be a little distracting there.
Yeah, I'd rather stay focused on the banking here at 185
Sure.
miles an hour in the kind of cars we've got out there. Jared Lopez quickly getting over the demise of his number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac by getting it to the wheel of the Lola T70. However, I do feel that might be Marcel Fassler at the wheel of that one.
I think you're right on that, Joe.
Hello to Colin Ussery. Awesome fireworks. Yeah, Colin, I think we concur with that. It's been a great day's motorsport, and it's been absolutely delightful that Matador Motorsports has enabled us to bring all the action to you as well. Like I said, that will continue tomorrow morning. We're going to close down. Jeff and I are going to have a lie down in a very dark room now, but we're already excited to bring you all the action for tomorrow, going to the final checkered flag of the weekend. From me, Joe Bradley, and Jeff Wright, from Marshall Pruitt down there in the paddock, and to John and Braden, as well as Clark, the voice in my head, Justin, our cameraman in the paddock, and Bailey, who's our tech guy that's kept everything working like a magician. We thank everybody. We'll all be back to do it all again in the morning. We'll see you then. Thank you and good night.